sport here at USC builds their recruiting calendar around these big college football Saturdays. So it's great to have a nice crowd slowly filling in, kind of late arriving in true LA fashion, but we anticipate a pretty massive crowd. They called it a sellout here today. So it should be a great atmosphere for them and hopefully a great performance put on by the Trojans.
These are a couple of games they have to win against Wisconsin and next week at Minnesota, leading up to a big game against Penn State in a few weeks. Can't look ahead too much to that, but you know it's coming, and you still got to take care of business here. Trying to get back on the horse after Michigan, that's not an easy thing for anybody. I mentioned in the monologue at the beginning of the broadcast, not easy for fans, not easy for players, broadcasters. It's tough to turn the corner after what happened last week.
Yeah, I mean, that was an extremely physical game, too, which ultimately cost USC some players that won't be out here as well. And then, long flight home and all the rest of it. But that is the life now in this conference. We talked about it. It's not just matching the physicality of LSU or matching the physicality of Michigan. It is bringing that physicality week in and week out in this conference, where not every team may have an elite quarterback or a superstar wide receiver. But at the line of scrimmage, you better show up. And we know Wisconsin, year in and year out, is delivering in the line of scrimmage.
Jordan Moore, what would you tell a young Jordan Moore? I can imagine you now back in 2000 sitting in the 2002 sitting in the stands over there as a student and seeing the old Badger on the other side. What is it like to see a Big Ten opponent, the Badgers, in your Coliseum there, Jordan Moore?
I mean, I think it's great, Shaun. I mean, it really is. I think one of the things that we'll notice is just how many alums of these schools are in Los Angeles, right? We notice it every Sunday when you see all of the bars filled up with people that root for NFL teams around the country. Well, the same is true when it comes to colleges. So you'll see lots of Wisconsin alums here today, no doubt. I think you'll see the same thing with Penn State and Nebraska later on this season. And what you get is these two great brands. You see Wisconsin's helmet out there, USC's helmet. Obviously, as Pete said, it has a Rose Bowl feel, but it has a big game feel, and that's all we're looking to do in this business, is just be a part of big games.
Jordan, obviously, offensive line took one on the head yesterday, and it was probably a tough week of practice. How does this offensive line get that confidence rolling back in this one? Or do you expect to see some changes, or what kind of style of offensive line play do you expect to see today?
Just combing Twitter before we started, it does seem like Amos Talalele will start in place of Alani Noah, so I think that is the change. I think Elijah Page will go back and start at left tackle, and Mason Murphy will kick back to right tackle. It sounds like that's the first five that's going to be out there. One thing we didn't really know last week until after the fact is I guess cramps played a big part of it as well. I believe for Page, Lincoln sort of alluded to some health issues as part of the changes. So maybe, just feeling fit and ready to go. But, they need to build that base. And I think at home, without the crowd working against them, I think that'll help this young offensive line.
Jordan, back down to you in a couple of minutes for the flip of the coin for today's game as we get ready for it. That'll do it for this edition of Trojan Football Countdown to Kickoff. Stay tuned next. Exciting USC football, the first ever Big Ten conference game played in the Coliseum. It's USC and Wisconsin next on the Trojan Football Media Network.
I thought I was in control.
I was wrong.
I just didn't realize.
I was that drunk.
I was that high.
I should have never driven.
I lost my job.
My family.
My everything.
Don't be the I in DUI.
In 2021, 1,370 people were killed in DUI crashes throughout California. Driving under the influence of anything is dangerous, illegal, and has serious consequences. Go safely, California.
Hi, it's Hannah, and welcome to the HannahCast. Today, Piggy Bank's gonna fuel our episode with questions about Argo rewards. Yep, earn up to $7 in rewards at sign up. Uh-huh, and 5 cents on every gallon. Sounds pretty sensible, if you ask me. Oh, all this savings talk making you hungry? Here you go. Learn how to earn at arcorewards.com.
Offer valid until October 31st, 2024. By entering your phone number, you're agreeing to receive recurring automated informational and marketing SMS, MMS messages from Marathon. Consent not required for purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
No matter what you're looking for in a non-alcoholic beer, there's only one name that has it all. Athletic Brewing Co. Full flavor? It's athletic. Huge variety? It's athletic. Award-winning styles you can get online, at the bar, or the grocery store? It's athletic. In fact, when it comes to amazing non-alcoholic beer, there's no question. It's athletic. Ask for it and find out. Go to askforathletic.com to find your closest retailer today. Near Beer.
This is USC football on the home of the Trojans. 710 ESPN and the all-new ESPN LA app. Your destination for LA sports. Fight on!
Live from the Los Angeles Memorial Coliseum for your enjoyment, USC Trojan football is on the air. Hi again, everyone. Pete Arbogast with Shaun, Cody, and Jordan Moore today. The Wisconsin Badgers come visiting from Madison in the first ever Big Ten Conference game played at the Los Angeles Memorial Coliseum. Let out of the Coliseum tunnel amid fireworks, flames, and smoke, the USC Trojans have taken the field, led by the Breeze, Ronald Jones, out there leading USC after an outstanding career here and in the NFL. You guys got to talk to him a little bit before the game on the Trojan Tailgate show. He's doing well.
Oh, yeah. Always looks fantastic. It looks like he can run the ball right now, Pete. Had a big, nice grill on, too, full of diamonds. I think his life is okay right now, Pete.
The Wisconsin Badgers coming into this game with a record of 2-1. Their only loss to one of the best teams in the country. We'll find out how much the best teams they are, as they lost at home to Alabama a couple of weeks ago, 42-10, then took the week off. Alabama, Georgia later on today, 2-4. That'll be interesting in Tuscaloosa. While the Trojans come in with a record of 2-1 as well. This is the first conference game of the year for the Badgers. For the Trojans, they're 0-1 after having lost to Michigan last week, 27-24. Speaking of 27-24, the 12th-ranked Michigan Wolverines beat Minnesota in Ann Arbor today, 27-24. It was 24-3 at one point, and Minnesota made a nice run at them at the end, but Michigan wins the game, and pretty much the only stat that matters, Paul McDonald used to make points.
Yeah.
Got to have more than the other guy.
Looks like Michigan's finding a way to win those games in the end there, huh?
Got to check the passing yards for Michigan in that game. I'll do that as we go down to the field for the flip of the coin now. Today's coin toss presented by smallbusinessloans.com, a proud partner of USC football. Loans made or arranged pursuant to a California financing law license. Down to the field, here's Jordan Moore.
Oh, we've talked all season about how USC has decided to go with changing the captains week in and week out. Some different ones this week. Miller Moss still out there, but Anthony Beavers representing the defense, as well as Jameel Muhammad and Woody Marks joining Miller Moss from the offensive side. So those four captains walk out to the middle of the field where they shake hands with their Wisconsin counterparts, and then you will hear from the White Hat, our head referee. He's showing the guys the coin. Ultimately, it'll be Wisconsin's call. I don't think you can hear him. And Wisconsin called heads and won and elected to defer, which means USC will receive to start the game.
Wisconsin won the toss, will defer. Southern California will receive.
And by the way, Michigan's quarterback Alex Orji passed for a whopping 86 yards today. That's way better than last week.
He doubled his output.
The time now for our starting lineups.
Quarterback,
running back,
O-line,
DBs,
linebackers. This is the starting lineup. Presented by I Trust Capital,
the official crypto platform of the USC Trojans.
Miller Moss at quarterback, down to 65% after last week, but with 890 yards, 5 touchdowns, 1 interception, a pick 6. He's 3-1 as a starting quarterback. The junior from Alamany. Woody Marks, a starting running back. 270 yards and 3 touchdowns, has caught 11 passes for SC. Zachariah Branch, Jacoby Lane, Kyron Hudson, probably the starting receivers for USC. It'll be Cade Eldridge filling in for the injured Lake McCree at tight end, Elijah Page, Mason Murphy the tackles, Emmanuel Pregnon and Alani Noah the guards, and Jonah Monheim at center for USC. For Wisconsin defensively, their linemen up front, Ben Barton, the junior, and Kurt Neal. 14 tackles between them in 3 games. The backers are Darrell Peterson, Jake Chaney, backed up by former Trojan Tackett Curtis, Jaheim Thomas, a transfer from Cincinnati and Arkansas, and Syracuse Leon Lowry. And then the corners are Ricardo Hallman, an All-American second-team preseason pick, Nizier Forquarian, Max Lofi, the nickelback, Hunter Wohler and Preston Zachman are the safeties. They're lined up to kick it off. Gavin Lom will do so. This copyrighted broadcast property of USC Sports Properties, a division of Playfly Sports. Any rebroadcast or reproduction in part or in whole without the express written consent of USC Sports Properties, strictly prohibited. We are underway. The kickoff coming towards Zachariah Branch, but he'll let it go over his head and out of the side of the end zone in front of the Trojan rooting section and cheer squad on the far side. And SC will start off first and 10 from the 25. Penalty marker on the play on a kickoff. What could you do? Everybody's standing still.
Yeah, it looked like a late flag from the back judge there. I don't know what they're talking about. Something.
All you could do is line up offside almost on a kickoff, isn't it? Well, here's the call.
During the kick, personal foul, face mask, kicking team number 4, 15-yard penalty from the touchback spot, first down.
Wow, just on coverage, you're down there face masking a guy.
Yeah.
You must be really fired up to get that done, huh?
They got a replay going here. I didn't see
40-yard line where the Trojans will start. First quarter of SC football brought to you by Pechanga Resort Casino, proud sponsor of USC football. And today's game presented by iTrust Capital, the official crypto platform of the USC Trojans. Well, that's a pretty good field position to start the old contest, isn't it?
Yeah, a lot better than last week where we started, Pete.
Yeah, that first half was all field position for Michigan last week. So, hash mark far side of the right. Wide of the right, Jacoby Lane. The one back, as we mentioned, Marks. Near side, 3 receivers. Deuce Robinson will be a starter today. No tight end in the starting lineup. Long count for Miller Moss. Claps his hands, takes the snap perfectly centered chest high. Winds and throws right side. Lane at the 50. Whoa, boy, he almost got away. If he didn't get away from the man that tackled him, he would have gone some distance, but instead it'll be a long pickup for a first down USC at the Wisconsin 46-yard line.
Yeah, great early protection from the offensive line. Miller Moss have all day to throw, just sets up shop and makes a nice one to Jacoby Lane.
Forquarian made the tackle around the foot, and had he not got him, he might have gone all the way. Off to the right of Moss is Woody Marks. First and 10 SC on the plus side of the field for the first time on the second play. Outside flip pass goes to Jacoby Lane, and he dropped it. Had it, got spun around by Forquarian, and couldn't hang on. Second and 10 at the 46-yard line.
Yeah, it looked like a RPO right there from Miller Moss, deciding to go pull that one down and make the toss over there. Woody Marks and the offensive line looked like they were raring to get that run game going.
Second and 10 at the 46. Lane, the first 2 plays, has been targeted twice. Caught one, had this one in his hands, but stripped away. Eldridge now in there, the tight end, strong right. To the near side receivers, Hudson and Branch. But the handoff goes to the right side to Woody Marks. Starts outside, darts back in. Doesn't get much for his work. 3 yards to the 43, bringing up a big 3rd and 7 for the Trojans. Pretty good on third downs, 42%. Badgers giving up 37%.
I think it's been pretty conservative thus far into the season for Lincoln Riley in these first quarters. I'd like to see him open up a little bit, trying to push the ball down low field, start faster for this Trojan offense.
Hudson goes out. Robinson comes back in with Kyle Ford to our near press box side. On a 3rd and 7, Trojans get a free play as Moss drags him off sides. Moss will wind and throw as they open it up to Branch, and he gets tumbled over at about the 10-yard line. The ball goes over his head, incomplete. It won't matter. It'll be a 5-yard penalty for being in the neutral zone, as they say, when the snap was counted. A little off, little clap, 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 and the guy bit it.
Yeah, Miller Moss, great job right there. Just drawing the defender, the outside linebacker offsides there. Knew he had a free one, was trying to wait for Zachariah Branch to come across the field. Just couldn't put it right on him, maybe a little bit too far up the field as opposed to being across the field for Zachariah.
Wisconsin only 18 penalty yards in 3 games per game this year, already 20 in the first couple of minutes. Last year, 48 yards, so they were doing much better in penalties, but right now, that not so good. This is 3rd and 2. Marks into the line, close to the first down, but no. Be short by a half a yard or more at the 37-yard line. Not much of a spot there, and it's going to be really short. It's going to be 4th and maybe a yard and a half, a yard and a football anyway.
Yeah, didn't get much push right there on that play. Probably knew you were going to have 2 downs here to work with, so Lincoln Riley's got another play dialed up for here for Miller Moss.
Trojans have gone for it 3 times on 4th down this season so far, successful only once. Do they try to jam it in the middle on the run on 4th and 1? Yes. Marks, first down and more inside the 35 to the 32-yard line. There was a hole on the right side. He found it quickly and easily and able to drag a couple of Badgers down to the 32, 7 yards on the pickup, and that's a USC first down.
A little classic guard tackle, Lincoln Riley offense here. I think Woody Marsh does a great job of patience, waiting for that initial surge to go by and clearing that and then picking up the first down.
First down, Trojans, driven by your Southern California Hyundai dealers. With a brand new Hyundai, there's joy in every journey. 1st and 10, first drive of the game for SC, moving right to left in the home Cardinal and gold. The fake to Joyner. Moss will wind and throw a wobbler to the end zone, and it is caught by Jacoby Lane. That's pretty funny. I should get some law stuff for that. At any rate, Jacoby Lane makes the catch and falls into the end zone. There were 2 defenders right next to him, and somehow they both missed it when they were flailing at the ball, and it went right in between the hands of Forquarian and the safety coming over, and Lane able to grab it for the touchdown, 32 yards.
I don't know how that ball got in there, Pete. Looked like both defenders in great position, but couldn't be a more perfectly executed pass. Looks like the Jacoby Lane stayed in bounds there as he's laying out on the ground. What a drop in the bucket from Miller Moss right there, and I love the call of Jacoby Myers there by Pete.
That was pretty good. Yeah, that was good. Extra point try. Up and good for Michael Lance. He's perfect on all 13. And we've got our first timeout on the field with 12:23 remaining in the first quarter. Trojans strike first on their first possession of the game, and it's SC 7, Wisconsin nothing on the ESPN LA USC Trojans Media Network.
Hi, I'm Rachel, and I have a serious heart condition called hypertrophic cardiomyopathy, or HCM. Some symptoms include being short of breath, feeling tired, or having dizziness or chest pain. I still had symptoms on my beta blocker, so I asked my cardiologist about any treatment advances. It was a breakthrough for me. That's why I'm working with Bristol Myers Squibb to raise awareness about HCM and to help others like me. Talk to your cardiologist today and visit hcmrealtalk.com for more information.
Sponsored by Bristol Myers Squibb.
We are Life Law, where we make injury law simple. We have 2 simple goals for all of our clients: full medical recovery and ultimately full monetary compensation. We understand that it can be overwhelming to face the uncertainty in the wake of an accident. We will be there with you at each step in the legal and healthcare process. You will pay nothing unless we win your case. Dial 1-800-LYFE-LAW or check us out at lyfe.com. Life Law, official sponsors of USC Athletics.
Check it out, the new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence. At Verizon, you can get it when you trade in any phone from one of their top brands.
Any?
Any.
Even if it's 4 years old?
Yeah.
Even if it's 4 years old and I drop it on the sidewalk?
Yep.
Even if it's 4 years old and I drop it on the sidewalk, then a scooter runs it over, so now it's not just old and cracked, but shattered?
With Verizon, the answer is always yes. New and existing customers can trade in any phone from one of our top brands in any condition for the new iPhone 16 Pro with Unlimited Ultimate. Trade-in terms apply. See Verizon.com for details. Apple Intelligence coming fall 2024.
You're listening to USC Football on the home of the Trojans. 710 ESPN. Fight on.
6 plays, 75 yards, 237. Trojans got it at the 25, but there was a penalty for face mask on the kick against Wisconsin. Moved the ball to the 40-yard line, so really a 60-yard drive. And I didn't think that pass was particularly well thrown. It looked like it wobbled coming out of his hand. It got the distance on it, and it was miraculous that it ended up in his hands.
Yeah, those are about 3 sets of outstretched arms right there, and Jacoby Lane are the ones that come out with it. Just that's the way we've been talking about. Get a little fast start here, Pete, against Wisconsin. See how this changes them on offense, because we haven't had we want to push this lead early and see what Wisconsin can do out here on the field.
PAT brought to you by Terranea Resort, a luxury resort like no other. So it'll be Wisconsin's turn with the ball. SC to kick off here. Tekahuna and Vinny Anthony, a couple of wide receivers in to receive. Trojans will have Anthony Lucas, Jamil Muhammad at the ends. Gavin Meyer, Nate Clifton up front. Eric Gentry has just been playing great football. One of the top tacklers and tackles for lost men in the conference, if not the country. Easton Mascareus Arnold, the middle linebacker. Greedy Vance, the nickelback. We'll check on the safeties. Kamari Ramsey and somebody for Akili Arnold, probably Bryson Shaw, and Jacoby Covington, Jalen Smith, the cornerbacks for the Trojans, who line up to kick off. Anthony is the deepest of the deep men, and he'll watch this kickoff go back through the back and side of the end zone, I believe. Now, the referee on the site running out on the field. Oh, the Trojans were having a little bit of a chat with some of the Wisconsin Badgers. Let's go down to Jordan before Wisconsin takes their first snap.
With Achille Arnold officially out today, Bryson Shaw gets the start, but it will be Kamari Ramsey that wears the special helmet that has the in-helmet communication system. So number 7 is your quarterback on defense.
Thanks for that. Braden Locke, career 900 yards, 6 touchdowns, 1 interception, only 50% completions. One of the great passing quarterbacks in the history of Texas high school football. He'll hand off to Malusi, their fine running back, and he'll get a quick 5 yards. Well, they'll say 4 to the 29 and a half. Malusi transferred from Clemson, 200 yards, 3 touchdowns, but in his career, 2,221 yards and 20 touchdowns. And he'll be to the right side now of Locke, the quarterback. Locke holds it out for him. He'll take the snap. Muhammad will drag him down after a gain out to the 32, and just like that, 3rd and 2.5. C.J. Williams, former Trojan out of Mater Dei, one of the starting receivers. Will Pauling, Anthony, as we mentioned. You'll also see Bishop Gorman's Tretch Kakahuna and probably some of Tyrell Henry. Here's a 3rd and 2 for Locke, 6'1", 205, redshirt sophomore. He will pass for the first time over the middle. That's complete. And Jacoby Covington will bring down Vinny Anthony after the yardage to gain for the first down, and 2 more than that to the 37. First down for the Badgers. Their tight ends, they don't throw to them very often. Tucker Ashcroft and Riley Nowakowski. Jack Nelson, Riley Mallman, the tackles. Nelson, a 4-year starter. Joe Bruner, Joe Huber, the 2-year starter at right guard, and Jake Renfro, 5th-year senior at center. Malusi stays in. He's 5'11", 212, a 6th-year senior from Florida, Naples, Florida, high school. Now, the play-action fake, the throw, up the left side, open, catching at the 30, and gone for a touchdown. We've got a tie game. Just like that. And the Wisconsin Badger fans cheer Vinny Anthony's first touchdown of the year. And the Badgers will tie this thing up with an extra point from Nate Vakos. Unlike most Big Ten games, you've got 2 touchdowns in about 4 minutes.
Yeah, Braden Locke showing off the arm right there, just challenging Jacoby Covington right there on a fade ball. Haven't seen much of this from this offense. Also came out in a little more tempo than Wisconsin's used to than they have this year. Obviously, Phil Longo's known for going some tempo there. So showing some new stuff against the Trojans here, pushing the ball down the field in a little tempo early.
Vakos extra point try. Up and good. And we've got another break of the action. A 63-yard touchdown pass, capping a 75-yard drive. And with 10:52 to go in the first quarter, back to even. SC 7, Wisconsin 7 on the Trojan Football Media Network, ESPN LA.
It's time to recharge, reconnect, and rediscover your perfect combination at Pechanga Resort Casino. And with your resort favorites back in action, there's all of the excitement and comfort you love, with the peace of mind you can depend on. So whenever you're ready for a little rest, a little relaxation, and a lot of fun, we'll be here. Play your perfect combination at Pechanga Resort Casino today.
At Audi, expectations matter. It's why what's standard on every Audi SUV are features that exceed yours. How we get there matters. The Audi family of SUVs. Progress you can feel.
Don't let someone else drive off in the Audi model you've always wanted. Visit your Southern California Audi dealer to get behind the wheel of yours today. Or visit SoCalAudiDealers.com for more information.
USC Trojan fans, Smart Stop Self Storage is ready for game day. Smart Stop Self Storage is committed to making the self-storage experience easy and hassle-free for all Trojan fans. Whether you're storing your Trojans tailgate gear, need temporary storage while moving to a new home, or need a storage solution for your business, we're here for you with convenient locations throughout Southern California. Smart Stop Self Storage, the smarter way to store. Visit smartstop.com to reserve your space today. Fight on. Fight on.
This is USC football on the home of the Trojans. 710 ESPN and the all-new ESPN LA app. Your destination for LA sports. Fight on.
On family weekend here at the university, they have watched USC score on their first drive and Wisconsin do the same to tie the game at 7. And right now, The 1974 national champion USC football team being introduced to the big crowd here, waving to all, fight on sounds. What a great football team that was, culminating their regular season with the big win over Notre Dame, trailing 24-6 at halftime and rallying to win 55-24. And then one of the most exciting Rose Bowls in history comes down to the Hayden to McKay pass, and then the Hayden to Shelton Diggs catch for 2 points in the corner of the end zone about 10 rows away is where I was sitting that day. And I remember my girlfriend at the time, Cammie Smith, who was the athletic director at SC later on with the fundraising department, she turned to me and said, there's too much time left in this game. There's about 2.5 minutes left. And then we had to sweat that thing out. Tom Skladany tried a 63-yard field goal at the end, couldn't get it. The Trojans won the game by a point and the national championship with it. And those guys look great. Anthony Davis and all the rest being honored here. And I hope they'll have a big deal for the 50th anniversary, November 30th, when Notre Dame is here of that game. Well, 7-7 tie. It's been entertaining, at least. You can say that. Here's the kickoff. Does Zachariah Branch have a chance to return it? He does not. And the Trojans will go back to work, this time from the 25-yard line. Whether it's before, after, or during a game, stop by the Lazy Dog Restaurants at LA Live for handcrafted, made-from-scratch meals. LazyDogRestaurants.com. Looked pretty good on the offensive possession the first time around. The defense just got bitten by a long pass play, which, after what happened last week, is way better than a long running play, I guess.
Yeah, well, I guess explosive plays in general, you got to figure a way out of those as a defense.
Near hash, 1st and 10. Hudson and Robinson this way. Branch and Lane to the far side. Moss will throw on 1st down. Looks left, looks right, wants to run. Doesn't want to get sacked, so he does run. And after all of that, which took quite a long time, that bell in his head must have gone off a couple of times. He gets a single yard.
Yeah, it looked like he knew he had to get out of there at some point. You can't hang in there all day. That's not on the pass protection there. That's just a wide receiver not being able to find a spot for Miller Moss to throw the ball. Has to eat it finally and picks up a yard, but no harm, no foul there for the
Where's
Trojans.
the safety valve, man? Woody Marks. Wouldn't that normally be the guy he'd try to dump it off to in the flat somewhere?
Like he was helping in the protection there.
Okay, that's fine. After what happened last week, you can't have enough of that. Moss being rushed again, waits, throws over the middle, but laying on his backside when he make the catch is Marks at the 30. Only a 4-yard gain, another shorty. And just like that, 3rd and 5 for USC. Don't want to give it right back to him, certainly, after giving up a big play and seeing the game tied. 3rd and 5, Trojans making some changes on the offensive side as Cade Eldridge comes in. Deuce Robinson trots out to the Trojan bench across the way. Eldridge sets up on the right side behind Mason Murphy of the right tackle. On a big 3rd and 5 play, Woody Marks goes in motion away from us. Moss throws, complete. Branch, 1st down, 35, 40, and from behind across the 45 to the 46-yard line, or he would have gone a lot further, running away from Xavier Lucas, the backup cornerback. 1st and 10 USC at the 46. Well, he's got some get up when he gets going.
And that's where you want to see Zachariah Branch get the ball. A little space in front of him. That's where he can do his most damage. Another good job of the offensive line picking up a 5-man rush there. 5 guys coming, little stunt. Everything was picked up, gave Miller some time.
Out of the game goes Marks. In comes Quentin Joyner on 1st down. Joyner in motion towards us. Moss looking left. Looking to the center, throws it over the middle, complete. Kyle Ford. He makes a nice catch in traffic with 2 guys dangling on him, and he'll get maybe the whole 10. He does. 10 yards and a 1st down at the Wisconsin 44-yard line. Kyle Ford with his 5th catch, the 6th-year senior from Orange Lutheran.
And that's a good role, I think, for Kyle Ford right there. Just sitting down in the zone right there, just finding a spot and being physical with his body, boxing out that DB right there and making a nice catch.
Don't you think of him being bigger than 6'1"? He's 6'1", 225, which is a pretty big guy for a receiver. He just plays taller than that. He looks bigger than that for me. 1st and 10 at the 44. Just inside the far hash. The give is to Marks. Left side, stutter steps, trying to get outside. Ooh, and he just misses doing so as he's tripped up by Leon Lowry, the outside linebacker transfer from Syracuse. Managed to get to the 41. Would have had a lot more if Lowry didn't get his big mid in there under his foot, and instead it's a 3-yard gain, 2nd and 7.
Yeah, it was about one step right there from outside right there. You could see he was aiming for that sideline, just able to get upon his ankle right there and trip him up.
So 2nd and 7. Into the pattern a moment ago was Charles Ross. Earliest we've seen him in the wide receiving core. He's not in there this time, though. Hudson to the left. Moss looking to the right, however. Throws an out pattern, a little shove in the back against Zachariah Branch, but I don't think that was anywhere near being catchable. Even had it been in his neighborhood, I don't think they would have called anything there. So 3rd down and 7, not a particularly well thrown ball by Moss.
He ran out of time there. A blitzing linebacker came free right there. Didn't hold him up enough, so Miller had to get rid of that ball probably a little bit sooner than he liked. Took a little shot there too.
3rd and 7. They've moved the ball pretty well on this drive so far to the Wisconsin 41. Need a big 7 here to keep the drive going. Moss in an empty backfield. Throws over the middle. It's caught. Oh, not really. Jay Fair had it in his hands and couldn't hang on. So now 4th down at the 41. If you go for it here, don't give it. You're giving Wisconsin a pretty good field position. You probably need to bring in Eddie Czaplisky. Czaplisky, all he is the best punter in the country. 52 yards a kick. We don't want him to do that now. 60 yards the longest. His net 47.6, but he's got to delicately pop this one down inside the 10-yard line if he can.
Yeah, we kind of seen him boom it all year. We're going to see some touch on Eddie's ball here.
14 Zachman is waiting for this. He's a defensive back. Calls for the fair catch. Makes it at the 11-yard line. That is a pretty good job of touch punting by Eddie Czaplisky. Is there anything he can't do?
It's been a weapon so far this year, Eddie Czaplisky.
We'll take a timeout. 7-7 tie here at the Coliseum. Halfway through the first quarter. 7:15 to go in it. Back after these messages on the ESPN LA USC Trojans Media Network.
Trojan fans want to go to the USC-UCLA rivalry game at the Rose Bowl? Just grab an icy cold Coors Light and visit CoorsLight.com/collegefootball. Enter the keyword SCORE, and you got a shot to win your tickets to the game. It's all thanks to our great friends at Coors Light, the official beer of college football and proud partner of the USC Trojans on ESPN LA.
No purchase necessary. Start 1/24/125 and 11 50 central time. Must be a resident of 50 USDC. 21 years of age or older. Void or prohibited. Use keyword and keyword prices. See official rules at www.CoorsLight.com/collegefootball. For entry restrictions, keywords, odds, prices, and restrictions. Sponsor also Coast Beverage Company USA LLC. 250 South Blackburn Drive, Chicago, Illinois, USA 60606.
Introducing Stone Fight On Pale Ale with a balanced blend of hops and a deep golden color as vibrant as the Southern California sunshine. Stone Fight On Pale Ale is brewed to be the perfect companion for the beach, the tailgate, or cheering on the Trojans. Stone Fight On Pale Ale is best enjoyed by holding a can in one hand and raising a V for victory with the other. Find Stone Fight On Pale Ale near you at find.stonebrewing.com. That's find.stonebrewing.com. Stone Brewing is a proud partner of USC Athletics.
Hi, this is Mike Greenberg. You see me on ESPN TV with Get Up every morning and Sunday NFL Countdown. Did you know I have a radio show, too? You can listen to us talk about the biggest headlines of the day from across the world of sports every weekday morning from 7 to 9 a.m. right here on 710 ESPN and the all-new ESPN LA app. I'll talk to you soon. Hashtag Greeny mornings till 9 on 710 ESPN.
The home of the one and only Mike Greenberg, Greeny mornings, and the home of USC football. We are 710 ESPN. You're listening to USC football on the home of the Trojans. 710 ESPN. Fight on.
I was thinking to myself during the break, not much going on, but that's just not true. It's a 7-7 tie halfway through the first quarter. Both teams with a couple of big plays for touchdowns, and Wisconsin now gets the ball back deep in their own end after a good placement punt by Eddie Czaplisky. Let's go down to Jordan Moore for this DirecTV sideline report.
Yeah, that was ultimately an unsuccessful drive for the Trojans, but I think so far we talk about what we're looking for improvement from last week. I think Miller Moss has thrown out of a really clean pocket so far this afternoon. He's had time to survey the field a little bit, so credit to the offensive line, I would say, so far for keeping number 7 clean.
Trojans have now scored in 335 straight games. You know what, Shaun? That's a USC school record. It just keeps going on. It's been a while. Let's pause 10 seconds for stations to identify themselves right now on the ESPN LA USC Trojans Media Network.
Hey,
it's Mace, and this is USC football back where it belongs on 710 ESPN. KSPN Los Angeles, a good Karma Brands radio station. Fight on!
Matter of fact, the last time the Trojans were shut out, November 1st of 97 at Washington. Been a while. Delayed handoff on the draw, up the middle, and out across the 20 to the 22-yard line. Goes Ty Walker. Oh, check that. That's Darian Dupree who carried that time. Darian Dupree listed as their fourth-string running back. And he stays into the right side of Locke, who will throw this way. And incomplete. It looked as though maybe the receiver, Pauling, turned his back to the ball a little bit rather than turning forward to make the catch. At any rate, didn't catch it. Incomplete. Second down.
Yeah, you've seen some faster tempo here from Wisconsin than they showed all year, trying to little influx of speed to get this offense moving a little bit.
Their offensive coordinator, Phil Longo, in his second year here, but 34th as a coach, trying to instill the air raid, and they had a week off to work on it, so a couple of weeks since their last game. Handoff, again, Dupree. Trojans have 4 sets of hands on him, but it won't be until Meyer will bring him down after a gain of 3 to the 25. 3rd and 7. Well, the Trojans had a 3rd and 7, couldn't pick it up, had to punt, and SC hopes that that'll be the same case here for the Badgers. The bell's ringing. Crowd has filled in somewhat, as opposed to when we had kickoff. Motion away to leave an empty backfield for a moment. And then he comes back and will play a blocking back spot, and the throw goes right through the hands of Vinny Anthony in an incomplete pass. Jackson Acker was in there as a running back just for blocking purposes. 4th down, so they'll have to kick. 2 for 5 now for Locke. Of course, he's got the 63-yarder, so he's going to have some nice yardage on those 2 completions.
Yeah, Locke a little bit off on that pass, and I think it had to do with what the defensive front was. Looked like we were going to bring 6 guys up on the line, and the last minute, Jamil Muhammad drops off into that flat right there, throwing off that play a little bit.
All right, sit up and pay attention. Aussie Rules kicker Atticus Bertrams will angle to his left, unload low and line drivey, but it goes past Zachariah Branch, and they'll have to watch it roll down to the 1. And that's how you do it in AFL, Australian rules football. In the Aussie Football League, Atticus Bertrams averaging 43 yards a kick. That one was further than that.
Just
little punt roll.
Doesn't get much better than that if you're the punter. I mean, he knuckled that one right in there. If you had your 9-iron, you couldn't do it as good as that.
Coors Light helping to bring you today's game. Mountain cold refreshment. Choose chill. Celebrate responsibly. A 74-yard punt and roll. 7-4. 74. That's pretty good. You know what the Trojan record is for punt?
What is it?
85.
Ooh.
Yeah, and a long time ago. 85 yards. Let's go down to Jordan on the field for this DirecTV sideline report.
You know, there was a lot of talk after last week's game about the play calling in the first half being a little bit conservative compared to what you're used to seeing from Lincoln Riley and the USC offense. And Shaun even mentioned that same word here earlier. But part of it is field position. And so when you have a punt like that, you're backed up on your own 1-yard line. There is an offensive coordinator in the world that is running their full playbook from that spot. So as we talk about this league, one of the things I think the teams in this league are very good at is playing that field position game. I don't think that they're quite as aggressive in this league, thinking go for it on every 4th down. Instead, Wisconsin happy to punt and put themselves in a good position here.
Little Ernie Zampisi, who was all of 5'9" and about $160. In 1956, as a junior, led SC in interceptions and punting. Had an 85-yard punt at Wisconsin. Yeah. And it is still standing here these many years later. He later became a very successful NFL offensive coordinator. Worked for the Rams for a long time. Ernie Zampese just died a couple of years ago in his late 80s, I believe.
I don't think he was doing Aussie kicks, though, Pete. Probably no Aussie.
No, he was just booting it.
Yeah.
Yeah, the old-fashioned way. Let's take a look at our top 25 college football playoff and scoreboard, brought to you by Modelo, the Fighting Spirit. of the USC Trojans. Big Ten, last night Rutgers held off Washington in Piscataway. I think Washington just landed, just got back home. It was 21-18. Rutgers is 4-0. They'll be here on a Friday night later this season. Indiana is 5-0 after beating Maryland 42-28. 12th ranked Michigan beat Minnesota 27-24, and Nebraska took Purdue today 28-10. Later, 3rd ranked Ohio State at Michigan State, number 19 Illinois at number 9 Penn State, and number 8 Oregon at UCLA. I'm thinking about going to that game, doing the double today. Other teams on the SC schedule later on today: South Alabama at number 14 LSU. Utah State is off. 15th ranked Louisville at number 16 Notre Dame. That's 7-7 in the first quarter. Back to play here after the timeout. The Trojans and Badgers tied at 7. SC has the ball back inside their own 1. Everything happening in their end zone. The only guy not in the end zone is the center, Jonah Monheim. Moss will hand off and get in a couple of yards to get him a little breathing room as the big back from Texas, Brian Jackson, gain of 2, 2nd down and 8.
Yeah, a little two-back set right there with Woody and Brian Jackson. They give the ball to the big fella, Brian Jackson, just trying to get a little squeeze room here as the Trojans are super backed up.
We should pay attention to the two-back set. We don't see that very often, and I like it a lot. Because then you have to decide who you're going to pick up. Marks to the left of Moss, who is also in the end zone still. And Jackson to the right of him on 2nd and 8 from the 3. And it'll be Jackson again. Look out. He almost got pulled down for a safety. Slapping his hands together as Elijah Hills, the senior defensive lineman, thought he might have had him, but he manages to slip out to the 2, a loss of 1, 3rd and 9. How daring are you here to throw the ball 3rd and 9 from your own 2?
Yeah, great get off there by Elijah Hills. Beats Jonah Monheim to the backfield, almost creates a big safety right there for Wisconsin.
Almost. Branch and Hudson this way. One back is Marks. Tight end Eldridge in. On the right side, Kyle Ford wide to the right on 3rd and 9 from their own 2. And it'll be Marks looking for a block and gets one. 5-10 out to the 12. And would you believe, and how do you do, a USC first down? On 3rd and 9, Marks drives off the left side and picks up the necessary yardage.
Big run right there. Woody Marks finds the first down. I don't know if they, even trying to get a first down there. Maybe just trying to get a nice punt, but able to do it.
Same place, not the same result. He'll get 2 from the 12 to the 14, does Marks. And with 4 minutes remaining in the quarter and a 7-7 tie in the Coliseum, it'll be 2nd and 8. Ocean views, magical sunsets, a luxury resort like no other. Discover Terranea, located along the stunning Palos Verdes Peninsula in Southern California. Book your getaway to Terranea now at Terranea.com. 2nd and 8, empty backfield this time. Eldridge tight end right. Motion this way for Quentin Joyner, and now he will end up in the backfield. Receivers either way, and Moss looks this way, throws this way. It's caught this way. Kyron Hudson across the 22 to the 23, and that's another USC first down.
Yeah, you're going to see a lot of motion, pre-snap motion for this defense for Wisconsin. They struggled with it against Alabama. Trojans trying to take advantage, moving those guys around, finding out what coverages are in, see if they bust the coverage. Going to see a lot of pre-snap movement today.
First down USC, driven by your Southern California Hyundai dealers. Eldridge started slot left, now he'll slot right. Joyner being talked to by Moss, and he'll just stop moving. Now he'll go in motion away. So 4 receivers to the far side flushing the field. And a little dump to Hudson, who makes a nice one-handed grab, but he was having to slow down before he caught the ball, and as a result, Forquarian will pull him down for a loss of 2 at the 21-yard line, 2nd and 12.
Maybe one of his easier catches on the year. Kyron Hudson, known for his one-hand snags now, just pulls one in there, but unfortunately, yeah, like you said, behind the line of scrimmage there, a loss of 1 or 2.
2:41 and counting in the first quarter. Still 7-0. This drive started back at the 1, inside the 1. This one now a 2nd and 12 as Joyner stays at the backfield. A little bit off behind Miller Moss. Joyner will get the call. Joyner punishes some Wisconsin Badger frontmen. There's an injured Trojan getting up very slowly. That's Amos Talalele, offensive lineman, and he is now up. It looks a little wobbly. have to come out. He says, no, I'm not going anywhere. And Alani Noah says, get off the field, kid. Out to the 32 go the Trojans. A second and 12 becomes a 3rd and 1.
Nice tough run there by Quentin Joyner. Put his head down and ran about through 2 or 3 tackles there.
That was a really tough run. He had some guys to go through. You're right. Joyner stays in, needs a yard. It'll be Moss to keep it, and Moss will get the first down as he spins. Gets hit late, and a flag goes up at the 41. He was already down, and the Badger came in and gave him a little extra slug. Pretty obvious call there, one we didn't get in Michigan. And this one will move the ball 15 big ones.
Yeah, got to keep him honest there, Pete. If you're going to run that little RPO, sometimes you got to keep it as Miller Moss. Not the most beautiful pirouette I've ever seen in the world, but gets the job done, draws the flag, and picks up an extra.
The 15. Reason he drew the flag is because he didn't.
There's no foul on the play. The contact was deemed legal.
Oh, come on.
First down.
Got to be kidding. Already down. He didn't slide, got tackled, spun around on the ground, and then got hit a second later, and they don't call it? Come on.
Yeah, he was on the ground there, and the guy takes a shot, so I don't know what the ref made him pick up the flag for.
Yep. At any rate, 1st and 10 at the 41. Would have been at the Wisconsin 46. Woulda, coulda, shoulda. If Aunt Harriet was a guy, she'd be Uncle Harry. That's a Tom Kelly line from a long time ago. If. Joyner bounces off the pile, moves out to the left side, 45, out to the 47-yard line. Quentin Joyner coming a story on this drive that, again, I remind you, started back inside the 1-yard line. Next snap of the ball, under a minute to go in the quarter. Still tied at 7 here at the Coliseum. It'll be a gain of 6, 2nd and 4. Trojans their own 47-yard line.
Yeah, Quentin Joyner quietly been putting together a nice year. Obviously, Woody Marks is getting the brunt of the work and has made some plays, back-to-back 100-yard rushes. But Quentin Joyner, every time he's touched the ball this year, seems like he makes something happen. The young man looks real hungry out there to make a play.
Walker Lyons joins Jacoby Lane on the far side. The backup tight end now comes in motion this way. The fake to Joyner. Moss drops and pass. Throw over the middle looking for Branch, but he has it picked off. And a little chatter after the play that doesn't draw a flag. At the 25-yard line, the interception by Preston Zachman, his first of the year and first of his career, the free safety, and he immediately stood over Zachariah Banchik, glowered at him and said some words, but the refs let that go. They're letting him play. This is different football than we're used to in the old Pac-12. First down, Wisconsin. What the Trojans did do is flip the field entirely from their own half-yard line to the opposite 25.
Yeah, good job by Preston Zachman. It just isn't really right there. He's Miller Moss is trusting his guy Zachariah to go up there and fight for him. A little one-on-one coverage. Zachariah's got to find a way to get that ball out. Miller Moss go a little more to the back shoulder there, but Zachariah's got to find a way to not let that guy intercept that pass.
Back to work for Braden Locke. He fakes the handoff to Malusi, throws left side, far side. It's caught by a Trojan on the sideline who's celebrating over there. Who is that?
I don't know. He's happy.
He's pretty happy about catching the pass out of bounds. Number 37, that's Lorenzo Cowan, a backup to the backup defensive end. Jordan Moore down on the Trojan sideline.
You know, in football they say KYP, know your personnel. That goes for the guys in your own team. Zachariah Branch, trust throws, jump balls. I just don't think that's his game, guys. Remember, we used to talk about that all the time with Taj Washington when they would do that with him. The small guys, you got to get him the ball and let them go. If you want to trust somebody, trust Jacoby Lane.
Yeah, big guys. That's right. Big guys that can jump, too. Locke wants to throw. Throws a little late and over the middle, incomplete. Well defended there by the Trojans. They were looking, and a flag down on the play, looking for Kekahuna, the kid out of Bishop Gorman.
Going to get Wisconsin for something here.
Kamari Ramsey defending that play and defending it well. The ball was overthrown at any rate. Braylon Shelby in defensively for the Trojans on the line. There's Kobe Pepe, who we knew was going to be the guy that was going to back up Clifton and Meyer inside now that Bear Alexander has redshirted.
Ineligible player downfield. Offense, number 38. That penalty is declined. Third down.
Well, interesting that he must have lined up wrong because he's a tight end by trade. And if you're a tight end, you go downfield. So he must have lined up somewhere where that made him ineligible when he lined up. All right, same guy, Ashcraft. He's wide to the left now. Two other receivers that way as well. Williams, the former Trojan, and Kekahana. Locke will throw a little swing pass out of the backfield to Acker. Acker undercut at the 30-yard line with a shoulder tackle by Zion Branch, who's a tough hitter for sure. At the 30-yard line, that'll be short of a first down. And so Wisconsin will have to punt, but they will not do so until the second quarter. End of one here at the Coliseum. 2 long touchdown passes, one of 32 for the Trojans, one of 63 for the Badgers, and after one, we're tied at 7 on the ESPN LA USC Trojans Media Network.
Now, 2 Pigeons and Coach Prime bemoaning the fact you can stream DirecTV satellite-free.
These humans get the biggest college football games on DirecTV, and we don't even get a satellite dish.
Enough squawking.
It's Coach Prime.
Bring it in. Sure, they could get all that college football without a dish, but you still got your passion, your drive, your resolve, your
incredible career as a football icon?
No, that's me.
Stream the biggest college football games. No satellite dish. Visit DirecTV.com.
You sit in traffic now, but later, there's an ice-cold reward. Modelo, the mark of a fighter. You've earned this rich golden lager with a crisp, refreshing taste. Because you know, all your patience is paid out in gold. You remain calm through honks, bumper to bumper, and people yelling.
Come on, move!
You are a fighter, and Modelo is your reward. Modelo, the mark of a fighter. Drink responsibly. Beer imported by Crown Imports, Chicago, Illinois.
It takes hard work to be the best in the game. Planning, commitment, resilience, sweat. That's why Old Dominion Freight Line, the #1 national LTL carrier for quality, works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs. Old Dominion Freight Line, official freight carrier of USC Athletics, helping the world keep promises.
Hi, it's Hannah, and welcome to the HannahCast. Today, Piggy Bank's gonna fuel our episode with questions about Argo rewards. Yep, earn up to $5 in rewards at sign up. Uh-huh, and 5 cents on every gallon. Sounds pretty sensible, if you ask me. Oh, all this savings talk making you hungry? There you go. Learn how to earn at arcorewards.com.
By entering your phone number, you're agreeing to receive recurring automated informational and marketing SMS, MMS messages from Marathon. Consent not required for purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
You're listening to USC Football on the home of the Trojans. 710 ESPN. Fight on.
Welcome back to Trojan Football. Second quarter presented by Southern California's own Stone Brewing, proud partner of USC Athletics and craft beer pioneer since 1996. SC looks like the better team, but the score is tied 7-7 after one quarter here at the Coliseum. 83 to 73 receiving yards for the Trojans. Rushing yards are 52-21, so they've got an advantage in total yards in the ball game. 135 to 94, but of course SC's run 12 more plays than Wisconsin has too. They've had the ball more. Start this drive not back at their own 1, but on their own 31-yard line. Or rather, we're going to have a punt here. We'll find out where they have the ball. Wisconsin's going to punt from their own 31. And Zachariah Branch in the open field. Keep in mind that their punter last time had one go by Branch for 74 yards.
Yeah, if you're Zachariah Branch here, you got to prepare, try to get it on this ball, not let that thing roll. Obviously, it's tough to get in front of him when it starts rolling early there, but he's got to try to play it right here so the Trojans don't get pinned deep again.
Yeah, they bounce kind of funny every once in a while, so you got to be careful of that. Bert Awada is our spotter statistician. Rick Cutler, our engineer and producer. Gia Lares, newly birthdayed this week, I understand. Congratulations on that. Don't know how old, and I'm not asking. You?
No comment.
Nope. Yeah, exactly. Happy birthday to G, our director. Off to the right side. Eli Kleiman, associate producer today, helped the broadcast immeasurably already. Snap back to Bertram's. This one angling over to try to get it at the sideline. Oh, that might have hit Branch, and the Trojans are going to have to fall on that. I don't think they did. Wisconsin's acting like they've got it, and they do. It was an angled punt to the sideline. Branch reached out for it at the last moment. Thought better of it, but it hit him in the hand. SC trying to dive on it, but could not do so. And Wisconsin's got the ball inside the 20-yard line. 2 huge punt plays for Wisconsin. And they're knocking on the door here, ready to take the lead in the early stages of the second quarter.
Yeah, it looked like Zachariah looked like he might have touched him. It might have went through his legs without touching him, but it looks like to all the other Trojans that he touched it. So everyone goes for the ball after, and just a mad dash for it. But
Are they going to take a look at this?
But I think the Trojan came down here and touched it. I think number 2 touched it for sure.
After Branch did or didn't, SC did. So handoff, left side, half a hole down to the 10 to 5. One play in, touchdown. Tawi Walker from Las Vegas Centennial High. And the Wisconsin Badgers are in the Coliseum for the first time since 1966. And they've got a lead of 13 and maybe 14-7 right at the beginning of the second quarter.
Just, unacceptable on defense, Pete. You can't have, after a quick change like that, obviously a mistake was made on the offensive side of the ball, or special teams, but as a defense, you got to be prepared, get back out there and make a play. Just looked like a lethargic group, was not ready to play on that snap. Wisconsin takes it to him, scores a touchdown.
18 yards on the run. Walker's second touchdown of the year. 9th of his career. He played at Oklahoma. He also played a little ball at Palomar Junior College in San Diego. Extra point try by Vacos is perfect, and we've got a timeout on the field with 14:44 to go in the second quarter. 2 plays into the second quarter. The score now reads Wisconsin 14, USC 7. This is the ESPN LA USC Trojans Media Network.
Shout out to everyone whose job it is to hire. You have one of the toughest jobs there is. Let's make it a little easier with our friends at ZipRecruiter. How? Once you post your job on ZipRecruiter, it gets sent to over 100 job sites, so you reach more of the right people faster. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/LA. That's ZipRecruiter.com/LA. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. Football season is back, and so are Jolene's $1 wings at Lazy Dog Restaurants. Stop by before or after the game, or catch all the future action in our bar or patio. Dig into $1 bone-in and boneless wings, and choose from epic flavors like Nashville Hot and Korean Dry Rub. Mix and match every 5 wings and wash it down with Lazy Dog's Craft House beers. Hurry, this deal is available for a limited time. Visit us at LA Live. Go to LazyDogRestaurants.com.
Trojan fans, want to go to the USC-UCLA rivalry game at the Rose Bowl? Just grab an icy cold Coors Light and visit CoorsLight.com/collegefootball. Enter the keyword SCORE, and you got a shot to win your tickets to the game. It's all thanks to our great friends at Coors Light, the official beer of college football and proud partner of the USC Trojans on ESPN LA.
No purchase necessary. Start date 1/24, 1/25, and 11:59 p.m. Central Time. Must be legal resident of 50 USDC. 21 years of age or older. Void where prohibited. If you want to enter keyword prices, see official rules at www.CoorsLight.com/collegefootball. For entry restrictions, keywords, odds, prices, and restrictions. Sponsored Boston College Beverage Company, USA LLC. 250 South Blackyer Drive, Chicago, Illinois, USA 60606.
You're listening to USC Football on the home of the Trojans. 710 ESPN. Fight on.
Well, a long pass play of 63 yards gave Wisconsin a touchdown, and then a punt that SC fumbled. Gave him the ball at the 18. A play later, it's 14-7 Wisconsin, 16 seconds into the second quarter. Down on the field, DirecTV sideline report. Here's Jordan Moore.
Last week we were a little surprised at how timid Zachariah Branch was in the return game. He caught a couple punts that we thought he would try to advance forward. He had no interest in any of the kickoff returns. We don't know whether some of that or all of that is called from the bench. But this week it seems like he's really caught in between with the way that Wisconsin is approaching the punt game. They're hitting them some ground balls, and the first one he didn't field, second one he tried to, and ultimately proved costly. So USC certainly has a weapon in Zachariah Branch, the All-American return man, but so far Wisconsin has neutralized that and then some.
Tell you this from watching a lot of Australian rules football late at night on Fox and ESPN over the years, that those guys can kick. They kick like pitchers pitch in the majors. They can hit a postage stamp from 60 yards away, trying to hit a guy when you're kicking it, and he can catch it 60 yards away. Like, well, they can put it anywhere they want it, within a couple of yards.
Yeah, if you're Zachariah, you just got to be smart. You got to know when to pull the trigger and when not. We used to have Greg Carlson back there to sometimes catch it, and sometimes Reggie Bush. So you got to know when to pull the trigger.
This one is kicked off and kicked out of bounds. You can make him kick it again, or you can take it out at the 35. You like it 35?
I like it at the 35.
You don't like a Zachariah Branch kickoff return try?
Right now I'm going on the 35.
All right, just take your chances with it. Trojan fans are getting hungry. Always a good idea to order with Postmates. They have some of the best restaurants in town, are the only delivery app that drops the delivery fee and service fee on all eligible orders over $50. Terms apply. See the app for details. Well, fast start? No, that didn't happen. I'm in a little bit of a one on the first drive they scored, but this game was bogged down for the Trojans, at least, as they trail 14-7 early second quarter. So fairly important drive here against a Big Ten team that has made noise over the years, the Wisconsin Badgers. Moss throwing on first, finds Branch over the middle, coming across the 45-50, and run out of bounds on the Trojan side of the field. A little shove out of bounds at the 40-yard line. That'll be 25 yards on the first down play. That's a Trojan first down driven by your Southern California Hyundai dealers. First and 10 at the 40. Branch stays in on this side with Ford and Kyron Hudson. One back, Woody Marks. Tight end Strong left, far hash mark. Pitch that way, however, the whistles blow and the play is blown dead. And it's going to go against the Trojans.
Offside.
Is it?
Offense, number 81.
Lined up offside.
Lined up in the neutral zone. 5-yard penalty. First down.
Trojans averaging 36 yards in penalties so far this season, which is a pretty good number. I'd take 36 a game.
Yeah, you're going to get some penalties in the game playing aggressively. You just got to limit those kind of penalties right there where you line up offsides or just a not using your head penalty.
First and 15 now back at the 45. Monheim up over the ball. 6'5", 310. Business graduate, business administration out of Moore Park. Marks on the left, moves to the right. Moss fakes the handoff to him. Moss gets hit, and then Moss runs forward and dives head first for about 1.5 yards to the 43.5. It'll be second and long.
Yeah, a lot of defenders in the backfield
Yeah.
right there. Miller Moss trying to pick his poison there, whether he was going to take get his head torn off or give it to Woody Marks and have his head torn off.
The offensive line not holding up particularly well as Moss is under pressure more often than he'd like to be, which is ever. Last week against Michigan, obviously, very tough. Eldridge and Hudson away in front of the Trojan bench. Branch and Ford this way with the handoff to Marks. He'll get back to the original line of scrimmage and 2 more than that to the 38. But it's 3rd and 8. Trojans trail 14-7. Just under 13 to play in the first half. Pete Arbogast, Shaun, Cody on the field. Jordan Moore bringing you today's game. Next week we'll be in Minnesota, Twin Cities. Take on the Gophers. We were there, I don't remember exactly the year, but it doesn't seem that long ago. 2011. That is a long time ago. 13 years ago. Wisconsin might be offside. Moss sees that. They blow the flag, blow the whistle, and a flag is down before the play can go. Sometimes when the guy's offside, they'll let it go.
Offside. Defense, number 7.
So why
calls
would they
in the
call
offensive player
that
to move.
and not
5-yard
let the play
penalty.
develop?
Because the offensive lineman moved after he moved. So if the offensive lineman can sit in there and hold his water, but it looked like Elijah Page moved before the snap too. So if he causes the offensive lineman move, they stop the play. If the offensive lineman hangs in there and they can hold it together, then they'll play.
All right, Trojans had a 5 backwards, now get a 5 forwards, so we're probably where we should be anyway. And it's 3rd and 3. Need to get to the 30 proper. Walker Lyons, tight end, slotted near side. Late substitution being booed by the fans for Wisconsin defensively. And that means SC has to call timeout.
Yeah, it's one of the substitutions where you pull a guy out, then you give Wisconsin a time, and there they just take their time. We saw earlier in the year where USC didn't take advantage of, I believe it was Michigan, where they could have trotted out a little slower. Instead, they hustled out, line up on the ball. Michigan run, gets the first down. You got to be smart there. Wisconsin's smart and just says, hey, we'll take our time if you make a substitution.
All right, we're going to take the break with them. 12:08 to go, first half, 14-7 Wisconsin. Back after these messages on the ESPN LA USC Trojans Media Network.
Tommy Trojan is at the 10, the 5, touchdown, USC!
Make big plays on the field and in life. With iTrust Capital, you can buy and sell crypto 24/7 with the tax benefits of a retirement account. That's right, invest in crypto with the tax advantages of an IRA. iTrust Capital is easy to use and has no sign-up fees. Don't be a Monday morning quarterback. Make big plays now. Visit itrustcapital.com/USC to start investing today. The official cryptocurrency platform of the USC Trojans. Taxes and conditions may apply. These apply. Cryptocurrencies are a speculative investment.
Jake from State Farm. I just beat my running PR, so I'm celebrating with the Banana Bonanza smoothie.
Hey, and you can keep celebrating when you create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. Go bananas.
I will. Hey, make it a large.
Bundling, just another way to save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
Support for USC football comes from Children's Hospital Los Angeles. U.S. News and World Report has once again named Children's Hospital Los Angeles the #1 hospital for kids in California. Ranked in the top 10 nationally, CHLA has been on the honor roll of best children's hospitals since the prestigious list was created. They've been providing the best care for kids in California for more than 120 years. Whether it's for routine care or life-saving needs, families turn to CHLA when the outcome matters. Clinical excellence, breakthrough research, and world-class expertise for kids. Find a doctor at chla.org.
You're listening to USC football on the home of the Trojans, 710 ESPN. Fight on.
Early second quarter, 14-7 Wisconsin. Trojans forced to call a timeout. Top 25. Top-ranked Texas taking on Mississippi State. Looking at the scoreboard here, see if I can call them up. Sometimes you're in a stadium and the phone doesn't work that well because you got a lot of people here and everybody's trying to be on the phone at the same time. I'll give you the finals I have. Kentucky upset number 6 Ole Miss on the road, 2017. Last night, we probably saw the end of this. 7th-ranked Miami held on to beat Virginia Tech 38-34. Virginia Tech thought they caught one on a Hail Mary and then they took it away. BYU ranked 22nd wins at Baylor 34-28. 23rd ranked Kansas State at home over number 20 Oklahoma State. Big game in the Big 12, 42-20 the final in that one. Moss will go back to work here on a big 3rd and 3 from the 33-yard line. Woody Marks next to him. He'll pass, though, on 3rd and 3. Nice catch. Walker Lyons with a big catch there. And he gets the first down inside the 30 to the 27. Well, you're trusting your backup tight end, and he made the catch, and it was not an easy catch.
That was not an easy catch, Pete. I used to play some old tight end back in the day in high school, and when you're a big fella and you got to reach out like that and stick the arms out, that's a tough grab. Great play by Walker Lyons to keep the drive going.
1st and 10 Trojans, new set of downs. Move the chains to the 28-yard line, moving left to right here in the second. The white-clad Wisconsin Badgers rushing in on Moss. The throw over the middle to Marks. He catches. He's on his knee when he does. Gets 4 to the 24. 2nd and 6. By the way, the rankings driven by Kia and your Southern California Kia dealers ranked number 1 in consumer satisfaction. Moss now 9 of 13. Has a touchdown. Has an interception.
A little too tight action here.
Double tight end, Eldridge left, Walker Lyons right. Walker Lyons more slender certainly than Eldridge. Up the middle, however, the handoff goes to Woody Marks. They try to strip the ball. Hills is grabbing at the ball, everybody else grabbing at the body. Marks gets up the middle for a few more to the 22. And it'll be 3rd and 4 this time. Marks, 9 carries, just over 30 yards. His longest run is 10. That was for a first down earlier. So 3rd and 4, need to get right to the 18, and the ball is shy of the 22. 4.5 more like. Empty set in the backfield as Moss will throw, being rushed, throws over the middle, short of a first down to Jacoby Lane at the 19. 4th and 1. Trojans in the La Victoria red zone, where, as you know, it gets spicy, and the spicy thing right here is the choice that needs to be made by the Trojan offensive coaching staff and head coach Lincoln Riley on 4th and 1 from the 19. And they'll go for it. A big fourth down call. Got one earlier in the game, so now 50-50 on the season, 2 out of 4. Defensive line changes for Wisconsin. Flag down, and the movement on the defensive line might have caused the Trojans to flinch on the offensive line.
False start. Offense.
Fourth and
number
6.
77. 5-yard penalty. Fourth down.
So much for going for it. Here comes Michael Lance to try to give the Trojans 3 points.
They were calling timeout on Wisconsin, too. So it was right there. It looked like Wisconsin was going to call a timeout. And it looked like Alani Noah can't have it in those kind of situations. As soon as they move, Alani Noah moves. So we've seen that call both ways this season, where if the defense makes a move call and the offense jumps, the USC's been a beneficiary there as he got the flag.
41-yard field goal try for Lance. Snap back near hash mark. Kick is up. And the kick is good. And the Trojans get 3 out of it. But boy, they had a 4th and 1 on the 19. Had to go for 3 instead of getting a 7. So the Badgers still lead. And if you had 14-10 on your bingo scorecard earlier in the second quarter, then you're doing well.
Yeah, it just seems like it lacks a little crispness to me, Pete. Just off here just a little bit. You lose obviously you drop a pass on third down. You false start there on a 4th and 1. Maybe you have opportunity to pick up a first down. You muff a punt. You throw an interception. Just not on the dotting the I's and crossing the T's here, this Trojan offense so far. Trojan team so far, excuse me.
That is the longest field goal as a Trojan for Michael Lance. His earlier best was 35 yards, so now we know he can kick one from 41. We were asking last week, what do you think he can do? I meant to watch him in warm-ups today before the game to see what he was doing, but I failed in that effort. Down on the field for a DirecTV sideline report, here's Jordan Moore.
We talked in the pregame show about the familiarity, of course, between the head coach for USC, Lincoln Riley, who's also the offensive play caller, and Alex Grinch, who's part of the defensive staff now for Wisconsin. Of course, Grinch was his DC at Oklahoma before coming over here and being his defensive coordinator for his first 2 years at USC. And I'm sure there were lots of adjustments made on both sides because of that familiarity. But one thing we know about Grinch, he loves late shifts by the defensive line. We saw that a ton the last 2 years. A couple years ago, we really credited it as something that was a positive in the USC defense. Last year, it sort of got exposed a little bit. But either way, got late shift by the defensive line, causing the false start there. I'm sure that was on the board somewhere as a reminder not to move when that happens. But the youngster flinched.
Trojans track and field Pac-12 individual champions being honored across the way in front of the student section, along with the Pac-12 swimming and diving individual champions. Good crowd on hand here at the Coliseum. Listed as a sellout, there are a number of people who have not come to the game, but all tickets were sold one way or the other. That field goal, by the way, brought to you by Terranea Resort, a luxury resort like no other. Notre Dame now leading Louisville 21-14 in South Bend, 10 to go in the half. Arkansas and Texas A&M 14 all. Texas A&M ranked 24th. That's 10 minutes to go in the second. 8 to go in the second. Oklahoma ranked 21st at Auburn. They're tied at 7. Top-ranked Texas leading Mississippi State 7-0 in the first. Those are the games that are going on. Lots of action tonight. Of course, we have a somewhat early game, especially for us. Now the Trojans will kick off, trailing 14-10. And Braden Locke will go back to work. Mostly running for Wisconsin. Locke is 3 for 7. A couple of short ones. The long one's the one that did the damage, the 63-yarder to Vinny Anthony. That tied the game at 7 early in the first quarter. Here's the kickoff, and that'll be for a touchback. With the number of touchbacks that there have been over the last few years, I think we've talked about this last couple of years. Do you favor a change of some sort to some other kind of rule to get some more kickoff returns? Maybe they don't want kickoff returns.
I'm all in favor of no kickoff returns. I've never enjoyed it. I used to be part of a wedge teams, and I was just lived in fear for my life every time I went out there on the field.
What about the one the NFL has now? It's a little bit different.
Yeah, it's unique. I haven't really studied it too much, but it doesn't even look like football out there.
Most of those are also touchbacks. All right, first down for Wisconsin, the 25, and the handoff and a big hole over the left side, but it closes up at the 30 after a 5-yard gain. Jalen Smith with the tackle. 5-yard pickup for 25, Cade Iacomelli, sophomore from Trafford, Pennsylvania, was the Pittsburgh area high school player of the year. They've got 5 running backs that they have used already today. Now they've got 3 of them in the backfield. Iacomelli vacates and goes over to the right side. 2nd and 5 up the middle. First down. Gentry makes his first tackle. This one of Tawi Walker, who has a touchdown run of 18 yards after the Trojans messed up a punt return. This will get him a first down at the 36. And the Badgers 2 plays and a first down.
Yeah, I'm sure if Phil Longo can keep running the ball like that, 2 downs, get a first down, he's not going to stop. It looks like Braden Locke hasn't been so accurate last few passes. Want to keep the ball on the ground, I'm sure.
1st and 10. White jerseys, red pants, red numbers and stripes on the sleeves. A red stripe across the top of the helmet with the familiar W on the side of the Wisconsin helmets. Locke winds, tosses, long down the right side. It is caught, but I think he's out of bounds at the 30-yard line. They're calling it a catch at the 29. We'll see. If it is, quite the catch by Bryson Green, the transfer from Oklahoma State. They should be taking a look at this. Wisconsin's hoping they don't. They get up to the huddle right now. And a first down at the 29, and the snap is taken, and Locke will hand off. And about a 4-yard gain, maybe a 3-yard gain to the 26. Bodies strewn all over for Tawi Walker. 2nd and 7 coming up. Well, they did a good job getting there. Let's see the replay now. And he's got 1 foot.
That's all he needs.
All right. Pretty good catch. I imagine Jordan Moore on the sideline was standing right next to that almost. Locke fakes, throws over the middle. Nice pass, nice catch, complete. Inside the 20, down to the 15-yard line. Catch made by Will Pauling. Came over from Cincinnati along with his head coach Luke Fickell, who was a candidate for every job a couple of years ago, I think. After taking Cincinnati to the 4-team playoff, they were the first non-power team to make the 4-team playoff. Now it's 12. It'll be a little different.
Well, the dangerous pass there.
Right over the middle. DeCarlos Nicholson made the tackle. Locke, little lob pass to the right side, complete. Inside the 10, down to the 5. Maybe to the first down marker at the 3. Up and celebrating that catch is the tight end Riley Nowakowski. They'll say out of bounds at the 4, so 2nd and 1 at the 4. Wisconsin already leading 14-10 and trying to make it more. The Trojan defense back on its heels right now. This is the best drive that Wisconsin has had today.
Yeah, obviously started off with the big pass there on the sideline, but got it down here. They're feeling confident, doing a lot of stuff they want to do right now, this Wisconsin offense.
Big back Walker, 5'9", not very tall, but sturdy at about 220. Up the middle he goes. Nobody touched him until he got to the end zone. Touchdown, Wisconsin. Wake the town and tell the people, kids. The Trojans are a 2-touchdown favorite, and they're going to be down by 11 halfway through the 2nd quarter here at the Coliseum at home, and they're whooping it up down to our right. About 5,000 Wisconsin fans that are here.
Yeah, it started off with the big pass, right? You get the big pass down the sideline to Bryson Green, who pulls it in, able to make a nice catch on DeCarlos Nicholson on the sideline, and then no answers. And a team that's really, actually, Pete, struggled in the red zone. This Wisconsin offense this year has not been good in the red zone, only about a little bit over 50% scoring touchdowns. So Trojans give up 2 in the red zone early on defense.
PAT by Nate Vakos is up and through. Timeout on the field. 6:29 remaining in the first half. It's Wisconsin 21, USC 10 on the ESPN LA USC Trojans Football Media Network.
We are Life Law, where we make injury law simple. We have 2 simple goals for all of our clients: full medical recovery and ultimately full monetary compensation. We understand that it can be overwhelming to face the uncertainty in the wake of an accident. We will be there with you at each step in the legal and healthcare process. You will pay nothing unless we win your case. Dial 1-800-LYFE-LAW or check us out at lyfe.com. Life Law, official sponsors of USC Athletics.
It's football season, which means it's tailgating season. And the place to be before every USC home game is the Modelo Ultimate Tailgate. Located in the USC Trojan Fan Fest on the grass infield directly east of the Coliseum. The Modelo Ultimate Tailgate opens 4 hours before kickoff. It's free to fans of all ages, and it's perfect for all your pregame rituals. Like checking out the earlier games, jamming to the DJ, grabbing a bite, and of course, kicking back with some ice-cold cervezas. Modelo, the fighting spirit of the USC Trojans. Fight on!
Looking for the play of the day? That's easy. Fight on to victory with USC and fly on faster with ONT, the fastest and easiest airport experience in SoCal. Not to mention, Ontario International Airport has over 70 nonstop flights to more than 20 major destinations with less traffic coming in and out. In other words, getting here is a breeze, and so is following our Trojans anywhere the season takes them. Because let's be honest, faster is always better when it comes to your airport. Start planning your next journey today at SoCalSoEasy.com.
This is USC football on the home of the Trojans. 710 ESPN and the all-new ESPN LA app. Your destination for LA sports. Fight on!
After a touchback on the kickoff, the Trojans 1st and 10 at their own 25, and it's Moss with a play-action throw to this near side to Walker Lyons. And Lyons will gallop out of bounds across the 30 to the 32, picks up 7. 2nd down and 3 for SC, now down 21-10. 6 minutes to go in the first half. Lane and Branch this way to the far side, and way up there is Deuce Robinson. Handoff and an end around the other way. A little bit of a chip block for Moss as Zachariah Branch is the recipient of the underhand handoff from Woody Marks, and he'll make the first down yardage to the 47-yard line. Deep into the playbook go the Trojans, just trying to get Branch out in open space. As you mentioned, that's his fort. He's good at that.
Yeah, Lincoln Riley reaching back. He realizes how crucial this drive is here. Got to come up with a play, and Zachariah Branch on a little reverse there.
1st and 10 at the 47-yard line. Monheim up over the ball. Lines are set. Eldridge, tight end, zip-zaps in motion back this way. Marks is the one back. The fake to Marks. Moss under pressure, throws, complete, and upended inside the 40-yard line to the 39. Kyron Hudson by Leon Lowry. It'll be a first down for the Trojans at the Wisconsin 39, and all of a sudden the Trojans look like they woke up.
Yeah, Miller Moss with a great toss right there on the run. We came so used to Caleb Williams throwing those kind of throws. I kind of take it for granted how tough that is to do, is roll out to the right and chuck one on the dime to your wide receiver. Miller Moss with a nice toss on the run there.
Is it easy? Is it as easy as on the sideline? You're down 21-10. Somebody says, all right, guys, we got to get going.
They feel it. They can feel the anxiety in the crowd right now, I'm sure.
Moss fakes the handoff, gets a block, steps up in the pocket, has a hand on his shoulder, gets rid of that, and then throws at the feet of Zachariah Branch. A comeback pattern on the near sideline at the 32. Incomplete pass brings up 2nd and 10.
Yeah, just realizing he had to get the ball out there. Didn't want to take a sack and chucked one in the dirt.
Made more important by the fact that Wisconsin will get the ball to start the second half. This drive with 4:45 left in the half becomes even that much more important as you're already down by 11. And on that last drive, the Trojan defensive line got pushed around a little bit. Trojan offensive lineman pointing out blocking assignments. 4-man line for the Badgers. They shift around a little bit, maybe showing a blitz from the left side. 2 down linemen. Now Moss waiting, throws over the middle. Look out. Over the middle to Jacoby Lane, who makes the catch, comes up pointing first down, had his helmet popped off like the top of a Coke bottle, jogs off the field and gets the applause, some of it standing, from the USC Trojan faithful across the way. That is a man's catch in traffic.
Yeah, Jacoby Lane making a physical catch right there. Took a shot, looked like a clean shot, looked like shoulder pads involved. Hops up, gets the crowd going. This place needed a little spark, and Jacoby Lane trying to bring a spark.
Crowd looking for a targeting call, but none will be. As you mentioned, it looked fairly clean. So 24-yard line, first down two guys really colliding with him and knocked his helmet off as he was still up in the air. Twin back set, including Jackson. Jackson will get the ball, and Jackson, the big kid from Texas, will move it forward a couple of yards to the 22. No time for sluggish offense here with 4:06 and the time counting down in the first half. Trojans trailing Wisconsin 21-10. It is an important time for USC football right here, not only in this game, but maybe in this season.
Yeah, it looked like a clean hit. They showed the replay a couple times on TV. He's like shoulder pads, and he didn't leave with his face mask or his crown of his helmet.
Football is a tough game, and that proved it right there. Ford and Branch this way. Hudson to the far side. Branch in motion away behind the quarterback Moss on second down. Look out, fumbled the ball. It's loose. Wisconsin's got it. Trojans' third turnover of the day. Defensive lineman Ben Barton with the fumble recovery. Moss didn't see him coming from behind, had it popped loose and right into the hands of Barton. And just like that, the drive is over, and Wisconsin's got the ball. And if they move it down the field like they did last time, SC's got some real problems because it's already 21-10. Down on the field, here's our DirecTV sideline report with Jordan Moore.
Well, we're nearly 6 quarters into Big Ten play this season, and two things have obviously stood out to me. Explosive plays allowed, 3 runs last week, 2 passes this week, all 5 drives leading to touchdowns. And then the turnovers, the pick 6 last week, the turnover that set up a touchdown earlier today, and a turnover cost the Trojans a drive there.
Handoff to Malusi, who got the start at running back for Wisconsin, and he'll not get very much. A couple of yards from the 24 to the 27, 3 yards behind the block of Renfro, his center. 2nd and 7. You can't give up any more points at all here in the first half.
Yeah, defense got to stiffen here. They got to find a way to get off the field. But on the blitz there from Wisconsin, just Elijah Page not coming off on the blitzer soon enough and gets his quarterback taking a good big shot right there, and that's why Miller Moss coughed up the ball.
Ashcraft, the tight end, motion away on 2nd and 7. Malusi again. They hit him in the backfield, let him squirt free for a couple of yards to the 34. The flag is down. Could be a hold. That's what the Trojans are hoping.
Personal foul. Hands to the face. Defense, number 99. 15-yard penalty from the end of the run. Automatic first down.
Everything you're hoping for is not happening. 15 yards and a first down. Yeah. Well, when you've got good beer and good vibes, it's all Buena. Stone Buenavesa Salt and Lime Lager is Baja inspired and imported from San Diego. Located near you at fine.stonebrewing.com. And cheers.
Got to find some good vibes here, Pete.
Trouble. 43-yard line, first down, already leading 21-10. 2:39 and the clock running in the first half, and they get the ball to start the second half. A double scoring possession would be deadly. Handoff backfield. Malusi gets away from Cobb and then comes out across past Bryson Shaw, finally brought down across the 45 to the 47 by Nate Clifton. And he could have had him in the backfield there for a loss. Instead, he'll get 4, 2nd and 6.
Yeah, if you're Mason Cobb right there, or you're clean on the blitz, you got to make a decision. You're going to go for the quarterback or the running back right there, kind of stuck in between both, and doesn't get him down. Running back able to make a play.
Going to have to pass it here before too long as the clock starts to become a factor. Exactly 2 minutes left in the half, and they'll stop it for the 2-minute stoppage. So the game that started so well for the Trojans, SC scoring on an early touchdown pass on their first drive from Moss to Jacoby Lane of 32 yards. Made it 7-0. But the Badgers tied it up with their next possession, a 63-yard pass from Locke to Vinny Anthony. And then since then, it's kind of been all Wisconsin. Trojans had a nice drive that got down close, but they had to settle for a field goal. Another nice drive. They fumbled it away. They've gone from +1 turnover to -2, and Wisconsin's gone from -2 to +1.
Yeah, can't turn the ball over. That's the name of the game. You give the other team the ball, you can't win games, you can't score points. So right now, that's what you see on the board right there. And the defense just hasn't been sharp today for me, Pete. It doesn't look like a group that's put some pretty good efforts together in the first couple of weeks, especially against Michigan. Obviously gave up the big plays, but you can't play defense if you're giving up big plays. It's just a backbreaker. It just makes all the numbers look bad, and you got to play every down, or else the other team's going to take advantage of you. It looks like a hungry Wisconsin team that's coming off a bye, ready to go.
When we think that Michigan's a pretty good team, and then they only beat Minnesota 27-24, so we're not sure of anything.
Well, yeah, there's a blueprint. I think we got them the week of they're trying to figure out who they were. They kind of figured it out. Then there's a blueprint. So then Minnesota knows, all right, this is how they're going to attack us. Same thing with Wisconsin playing us today. They saw us what we did bad against Michigan, how they could attack the Trojans. It feels like they're hitting those same chords today.
Let's pause 10 seconds for stations to identify themselves. You're listening to USC Football on the ESPN LA USC Trojans Media Network.
Hey, it's Mace, and this is USC Football back where it belongs on 710 ESPN. KSPN Los Angeles, a good Karma Brands radio station. Fight on!
21-10, Wisconsin. 2 minutes to go in the first half. They've got the ball, and they're going to get it again to start the second half. We'll talk about halftime adjustments with John Jackson during our Southern California Audi Dealers halftime show. But adjustments they're going to have to be because they have not played very well.
Speaking of adjustments, the Joint Chiropractic can help ease your pain and keep you moving. To learn more and to claim your $29 new patient special, visit thejoint.com today.
That's what they call in the business a segue.
You threw me the alley-oop and I
sniped it. That was really good, really good. Let's go down to Jordan again, DirecTV sideline report.
You know, Shaun, we really talked a lot about Eric Gentry during the Trojan Tailgate show. I don't think I've heard Pete Arbogast say his name one time this afternoon. Really no one defensively so far has asserted himself and made a game-changing play. Trojans could use somebody to step up right now. Anthony Lucas is another name we talked about a lot in the first couple of weeks. Just pretty quiet so far from USC's star players defensively.
2nd and 6. Wisconsin, 2 minutes to go in the half, leading 21-10. They've got the ball at their own 47. Aided here so far by a big hands to the face on the defense penalty against the Trojans. 3-man backfield, and the handoff to Malusi, and he gallops across the 50 and down to the Trojan 47, and that's enough for a Wisconsin first down. Wisconsin, 22 straight winning seasons, is the #1 mark of its kind in the Power 4 conferences. They've been to 22 straight bowl games. 1st and 10 at the SC 46.5. Keep an eye on the clock with 1:48 and counting. Wisconsin can stop the clock 3 times.
Wisconsin's also put the Trojans in the nickel defense, so Greedy Vance has been in there more than we've seen that 3-backer looked. We only seen those 2-backers in there with Easton, Mason Cobb, or Easton and Eric Gentry so far.
I think he's got to throw eventually. The snap almost hit him in the head. He wasn't ready for it. A handoff right side. Good tackle by Gentry, his 2nd of the game. Walker, who has 2 touchdown runs, was the back of choice, and now timeout is called by SC, thinking they might get the ball back. 2nd and 7. A little more than that, perhaps. Interesting call by the Trojans to take their 2nd timeout, thinking, we can stop them here. We get the football back. You're not helping Wisconsin necessarily. They've got 1:18 left. They can stop it all 3 times that they have. Moss is 14-19, 156 yards, touchdown and an interception. And the interception was on a long pass, which was kind of like a punt, really. They ended up getting the ball at their own 25. So that one didn't hurt so much. But the last one, the fumble, you're going in for what you think is going to be a touchdown at the end of the half, and you fumble it away.
Yeah, the punt muff and the fumble right there, really backbreakers. Obviously, the punt muff leads to a quick touchdown by a defense and just let them kind of walk in. And then the offensive fumble for Miller Moss, he just takes a hard hit, and you're feeling good about the drive, and then all of a sudden, the whole momentum in this whole place swings as Wisconsin gets the ball back. 2nd
and 7. Motion away. Locke will throw a bullet off the fingertips of the diving Will Pauling at the 35. He really fired that one in there. 3rd and 7. He took the snap and threw it as soon as he got it. It was just a timing pattern, and it just barely didn't work. 3rd and 7.
Helps the Trojans too because it stops the clock as well. That incomplete pass there. Trojans catch a break with their Pauling can't pull it in. Looked like he probably should have caught that one.
I'm going to mention this because we've gone on the road to Michigan now, and we've seen the LSU fans. The SC fans are not going to be mistaken for some of these places and some of these fan bases that we've seen when they cheer loud. The Coliseum is not a loud building. 3rd and 7. Dump pass, tip, dropped. Up front, Nate Clifton jumped in the air, got his hand on it, and interrupted what looked like a screen pass behind the line of scrimmage. It drops to the turf untouched. They were looking for Trech Kakahuna, and an incomplete pass brings up 4th down with 1:16 to go in the half. Wisconsin with a 4th and long. Well, they don't want to give the Trojans the ball out here. They're going to kick it.
It's quite a break for the Trojans. 2 incomplete passes there, stopping. They don't have to burn that timeout. Wisconsin still has 3 timeouts, so questionable. Maybe Wisconsin should have ran the ball a couple times to burn some more clock or make USC burn that timeout. But they'll get an opportunity here with a timeout in a minute 16.
Our spotter Bertawada says fake, and I kind of disagreed. And then I thought, well, Alex Bertrams is an Australian rules kicker. That's all they do is run and kick.
How dare you disagree with Bert?
I understood. Arguing with Bertawada is like arguing with, like, when you put in an address in Waze on your phone. Do not argue with that. Just go with what it tells you. Otherwise, you're going to be late. Timeout was called there. Who called this one? I will look at the scoreboard. Looks like Wisconsin. So that leaves them 2 and the Trojans 1. If Bertrams does what he normally does, he's going to give the ball to the Trojans inside the 5-yard line. The best they can hope for is a touchback here. Coming up, our Southern California Audi Dealers halftime show. JJ comes in to talk adjustments. We'll have a highlight. We'll have a talk with Lincoln Riley coming out of the locker room, scores of other games, all kinds of stuff. Bertram's left-footed kick. Fair catch at the 6. Well, it's better than 1 by Zachariah Branch. So you go flag on the play at the 33. It was 4th and 7. If it's against the Trojans and it's a short one, that might be okay, but a long one would be awful. Yeah, on a fair catch call here.
During the kick, holding, receiving team number 52. That penalty, we have to distance to the goal.
I spoke too soon.
First down.
The 6 becomes the 3. Inside the 5, Atticus Bertrams put him inside the 5. They've got a couple of guys from SC, C.J. Williams, Tackett Curtis. Of course, Coach Alex Grinch. Their kicker, a backup kicker, Gianni Smith, is a Southern Californian. We've only got one guy from Wisconsin. That's Gavin Smith. Or Gavin Meyer, rather. Gavin Smith. Gavin Smith was a really good receiver from a basketball player from Van Nuys High, played for UCLA. Yeah. Well, where'd that come from? I did get Jacoby Meyer earlier, though. Probably a teammate. From the 3-yard line, just over a minute to play in the half, down 21-10. No room for any more mistakes. 3 turnovers already in the first half. Moss will throw from the end zone. Finds Lane over the middle, dives across the 10 to the 13, gets 9, 2nd and 1. Trojans can stop the clock once. Probably try to save that for a potential field goal. Under a minute to play now, the clock running. Moss with Marks to his right. 2nd and 1. Screen pass to Zachariah Branch. And he'll get the first down, but only to the 15 or 16-yard line. And Trojans were lucky they didn't get a block in the back from Deuce Robinson on that edge over there to free him up for the first down yardage. Clock stops for a moment to move the chains with 46 seconds remaining. But SC's got an awful lot of work to do to get even in field goal range for Michael Lance. Long count, movement on the Trojan line, but they get away with it. Moss rolls this way, throws, got to get out of bounds. Jacoby, he does not. Tried to dance forward for some more yards instead of stepping out of bounds. The clock continues to run. 25, 24, 23 seconds left in the half. Trojans could stop it, but are choosing not to at this point. Do you not have to wind it up and throw it pretty long here with 15 seconds left in the half? I think you do. Branch and Lane this way. Moss throws another one over the middle, incomplete. I don't think the Trojan fans are going to be very happy with what they're seeing right now.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like a team that wants to go down the field here. Probably just happy taking this one in the halftime right there. Even the dangerous throw right there almost could have been, if that one's picked up, then you're really in a predicament.
You can't do nothing because they could stop the clock twice. But there's only 5 seconds left in the half now. From his own 21, Moss. Waiting for the snap from Monheim, gets it, hands it off to Joyner. Left side, gets to the 30, and then rolled over there, and that'll bring us to the end of the half. Halftime here at the Coliseum. And much like at Michigan last week, we hear boo birds from the Trojan fans. Michigan's fans were booing briefly, but then they cheered loud and long at the end. We'll see if that happens for USC today. As the Trojans jog off the field, Wisconsin waits their turn to go up the tunnel, and at halftime, the score Wisconsin 21 and USC 10. And you're listening to the ESPN LA USC Trojans Media Network.
Hi, this is Mike Greenberg. You see me on ESPN TV with Get Up every morning and Sunday NFL Countdown. Did you know I have a radio show, too? You can listen to us talk about the biggest headlines of the day from across the world of sports every weekday morning from 7 to 9 a.m. right here on 710 ESPN and the all-new ESPN LA app. I'll talk to you soon. Hashtag Greeny mornings till 9 on 710 ESPN.
The home of the one and only Mike Greenberg, Greeny mornings, and the home of USC football. We are 710 ESPN. With next-level tech and safety features, Hyundai cars and SUVs give you the confidence to boldly journey wherever life takes you. Advantages include our available class-exclusive digital key and available remote smart parking assist. And because we want the road ahead to be as worry-free as possible, you'll also get complimentary maintenance for 3 years or 36,000 miles and 10 years of America's best warranty. In a brand new Hyundai, there's joy in every journey. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or see your SoCal Hyundai dealer today.
This is the Audi Halftime Show.
Caught the end zone. It's a touchdown, USC.
A full breakdown of the first half of Trojan football with stats and highlights. Plus a look at what the Trojans have to do to fight on to victory. Brought to you by
Audi. The Southern California Audi dealers are proud sponsors of the USC Trojans.
Pechanga Resort Casino, proud partner of USC football.
And by Athletic Brewing. No matter what you're looking for in a non-alcoholic beer, there's only one name that has it all. Athletic Brewing Company.
Now here's Pete Arbogast and Shaun Cody.
Halftime at the Coliseum, and Wisconsin holding a 21-10 lead over USC. The Big Ten opener for the Badgers and the first ever Big Ten game played here at the Grand Old Lady, the Coliseum. Trojans are unable to get anything really going today offensively, as they do have a lead in first down, 16-10, 91-74 advantage in rushing yards, 173-130 advantage in passing yards. The overall advantage is a yardage one, 264-204, but the Trojans have run some 16 more plays. So Wisconsin getting 8 yards a play, and the Trojans getting only 6 yards per play. Their quarterback, Locke, 6 of 12 for 130, but most of that on a 63-yard touchdown pass in the first quarter to tie the game at 7-7. They've been able to run the ball okay with 32 yards from Walker and a couple of touchdowns, one from an 18 yards after the Trojans fumbled away a punt return try. Vinny Anthony has caught 2 for 67, including that long 63-yarder. For the Trojans, Miller Moss, 17 of 23 for 173 and a touchdown. He's been sacked once, and that sack cost the Trojans some points because he fumbled the ball being hit from behind, and it was recovered by Wisconsin around the 20-yard line, as the Trojans appeared to be going in for a touchdown that would have gotten them closer than 21-10, would have been 21-17 necessarily. Lane has caught 6 for 78 and a score. Branch has caught 3 for 44. Hudson has caught 3 for 21. The Trojans' leading rushers, Joyner with 32 yards on 3 carries. Marks has carried 8 times for 31 yards. Time now to take a listen to our biggest moment of the first 2 quarters.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is your captain speaking. Now, it's time to take a listen to the best play of the first half.
Powered by Ontario International Airport.
A proud partner of the USC Trojans.
Fight on and fly on with ONT.
3rd and 9 from their own 2. And it'll be Marks looking for a block and gets one. 5-10 out to the 12. And would you believe, and how do you do, a USC first down? On 3rd and 9, Marks drives off the left side and picks up the necessary yardage.
Well, the Trojans were outscored in the second quarter 14-3 and trail 21-10. Talking about halftime adjustments now with John Jackson. It's presented by Joint Chiropractic, the official chiropractor of the USC Trojans. Much like last week, JJ, the Trojans were outplayed in the first half by Wisconsin as they were in Michigan. A little different feel to it, certainly. And then last week, SC able to wake up in the locker room, made their adjustments, and played pretty well in the second half. When you're sitting there at Michigan and you're watching what was going on, you're thinking to yourself, there's no way they're going to come back in this game. And they did. They coulda, shoulda, woulda won. right now, what I'm seeing is the same thing. There's no way SC can come back and win this football game. It's 21-10. That's not out of the realm of possibility, but they're going to have to play better football. How do they do that? What changes do they need to make here?
Well, the Trojans are beating themselves, Pete. The first thing is it's really critical mistakes at the wrong time. Zachariah Brands tried to pick up a punt that led to a fumble and a turnover, which led to points. You have the turnovers are really killing them. 3 turnovers, and they've all led to points. And the secondary has had lapses in coverage where they get beat. They're in cover 3, which is off coverage, and you let the receiver run right by you. That just can't happen in these big plays. SC's learning a hard lesson right now. In the Big Ten, you can't make these type of mistakes and come back. This is going to be an uphill struggle. We talked about it before the game. If Wisconsin goes into the half close or leading, which we never expected leading, but that's what we're faced with, they are going to come out a completely different team in the second half. This team is going to look like superheroes in the second half. They're going to be so happy.
I feel like USC has the opportunity to come out and play better football and win this football game. But to do so, as you said, don't drop the ball. That's number one. Don't drop the ball.
Right.
Hang on to it. And then you're going to have to play better football on both sides of the ball, which means the crowd's got to get in it, and they've been kind of dead here so far today. Everything needs to turn around at the same time for SC to come back and win the game. They're going to have to run the ball better, pass the ball better. And what it all comes down to me is they played Michigan, big game, big setting, and it's only human to see Wisconsin and Minnesota next week in the front of you and say, oh, these guys aren't Michigan. This is the easier side of the Big Ten. I know Penn State's coming up, and we got to worry about that later. But these are the easy Big Ten games. I don't think there's going to be any of those.
Easier, Pete.
Easier. That's exactly right.
Right.
But it's only human to think that way. And so now they've got to go back to the locker room, do what they did last week, and say, oh, my God, we've got to come out and play football.
Right, and they have the capability to do it. That's the one thing we know. They can play better football. When they're playing good football, like LSU, this thing can turn around real quick. They'll have the crowd behind them, hopefully. Even though it's a balanced crowd, I hear a lot of Wisconsin fans. I mean, they've been loud, and it feels like a semi-home game. I think like a high school type of atmosphere where everybody from the other high school is coming.
And you can't have that at home at the Coliseum. You've got to have full crowd support, people going crazy, making noise at the right times and all of that.
Yeah, you just can't wait for Penn State and UCLA to Notre Dame to show up.
That's right. You're exactly right. All right. We'll talk to you on the postgame show, see if we can turn this thing around.
Hopefully with a smile on my face.
That would be nice. We'll be back with more as we continue our Southern California Audi Dealers halftime show after these messages on ESPN LA and the USC Trojans Media Network.
Invesco QQQ is the official ETF partner of the USC Trojans. The future isn't scary. Not realizing its potential, however, could be. To build a championship team, you don't just look at what you've got. You have to realize the potential of each recruit, transfer, and prospect. Only by seeing the potential of one player do you make the team its strongest. Let's rethink possibility. Invesco Distributors, Inc.
It takes hard work to be the best in the game. Planning, commitment, resilience, sweat. That's why Old Dominion Freight Line, the #1 national LTL carrier for quality, works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs. Old Dominion Freight Line, official freight carrier of USC Athletics, helping the world keep promises.
Tommy Trojan is at the 10, the 5, touchdown, USC!
Make big plays on the field and in life. With iTrust Capital, you can buy and sell crypto 24/7 with the tax benefits of a retirement account. That's right, invest in crypto with the tax advantages of an IRA. iTrust Capital is easy to use and has no sign-up fees. Don't be a Monday morning quarterback. Make big plays now. Visit itrustcapital.com/USC to start investing today. The official cryptocurrency platform of the USC Trojans. Taxes and conditions may apply. These apply. Cryptocurrencies are a speculative investment. investment.
Looking for the play of the day? That's easy. Fight on to victory with USC and fly on faster with ONT. The fastest and easiest airport experience in SoCal. Not to mention, Ontario International Airport has over 70 nonstop flights to more than 20 major destinations with less traffic coming in and out. In other words, getting here is a breeze, and so is following our Trojans anywhere the season takes them. Because let's be honest, faster is always better when it comes to your airport. Start planning your next journey today at SoCalSoEasy.com.
The Women of Troy Report is brought to you by Sprouts Farmers Market. Open 7 days a week. Visit your neighborhood Sprouts for good-for-you groceries and great prices on the freshest produce.
I'm Keely Orr, and this is the Women of Troy Report. Today we're speaking with Emily Osmus of USC Water Polo. Alrighty, Emily, normally when I start these interviews, I talk about your time at USC, but I have to talk about your time before you got to USC. You scored 3 goals in the Paris Olympics. What was that experience like for you?
Paris was definitely an amazing experience, despite not coming out like with the outcome that we wanted. Paris in itself, the village was amazing. Just seeing all the great athletes in great shape, and just looking around and seeing people who have worked so hard and seeing them there at their dreams. And many people aspire to be at the Olympics, and I think I was just in awe the entire time. And Paris was a great experience and definitely a fond memory.
Over the last several years, you've had extensive international competition experience. How has that prepared you for USC?
Especially this past year, taking a year off and training with Team USA, that definitely gained my experience and helped me gain confidence a little bit in the water and also outside of the water, whether that's learning people skills or just learning how to connect with others. Now being at USC now in my 5th week, I would say that it definitely helps translate and gives you a bit of confidence coming into school. It's definitely a bit jarring and very exciting to be at school and be surrounded by people who just want to get better, whether that's in water polo or in all the other sports.
You're also a legacy here at USC. Your brother plays water polo as well. What's it like joining your brother?
It's amazing to be back with my brother. We've grown up together. We're a year and a half apart from each other. So just being able to be back with one of my best friends, and he's my only sibling, so we're super close. But just being able to be at school with him, see him, like whether that's riding my scooter to school and just being like, hey, Evan. And it's just so nice to see such a familiar face and have that support around me.
I know your main season is in spring. So what does it look like now in fall as you get prepped for that?
So right now we're in 8 hours, but we'll start 20 hours soon. So I'm really excited right now. It's pretty chill comparatively to what I did this past year, but I think balancing the schoolwork and also the athletics, whether that's going to weights in the morning and then school in the afternoon, and balancing the social life, the schoolwork, and the athletics, I feel like that's such a blessing and you can't get that anywhere else. Yeah, we're definitely working hard right now. Lots of conditioning in the pool, but that's the most exciting part for me, is just to put in the work and put in the grind before the season actually comes, so that way you're prepared and you feel more confident going into the season.
You just heard from Emily Osmus of USC Water Polo. Stay tuned for more action here on the USC Trojan Media Network.
Support for USC football comes from Children's Hospital Los Angeles. U.S. News and World Report has once again named Children's Hospital Los Angeles the #1 hospital for kids in California. Ranked in the top 10 nationally, CHLA has been on the honor roll of best children's hospitals since the prestigious list was created. They've been providing the best care for kids in California for more than 120 years. Whether it's for routine care or life-saving needs, families turn to CHLA when the outcome matters. Clinical excellence, breakthrough research, and world-class expertise for kids. Find a doctor at chla.org.
In the heat of an intense play, there's nothing like a refreshing beverage to cool you down. With 15% alcohol by volume and a colorful collection of fun flavors, Buzz Balls are the perfect ready-to-drink cocktail for every moment of the game. Try the rich Choco Chiller, Zesty Lime Rita, Spicy Chili Mango, or discover your new favorite flavor. Make every moment matter and buy Buzz Balls today. Buzz Balls is a proud partner of USC Athletics. You must be 21 years or older. Please enjoy Buzz Balls responsibly. Buzz Balls, Carrollton, Texas.
It's time to recharge, reconnect, and rediscover your perfect combination at Pechanga Resort Casino. And with your resort favorites back in action, there's all of the excitement and comfort you love, with the peace of mind you can depend on. So whenever you're ready for a little rest, a little relaxation, and a lot of fun, we'll be here. Play your perfect combination at Pechanga Resort Casino today.
Football season is back, and so are Jolene's $1 wings at Lazy Dog Restaurants. Stop by before or after the game, or catch all the future action in our bar or patio. Dig into $1 bone-in and boneless wings, and choose from epic flavors like Nashville Hot and Korean Dry Rub. Mix and match every 5 wings and wash it down with Lazy Dog's Craft House beers. Hurry, this deal is available for a limited time. Visit us at LA Live or go to lazydogrestaurants.com. You're listening to USC football on the home of the Trojans. 710 ESPN. Fight on.
What's up, everybody? Jason Schwartz hanging out down the street from the Coliseum at our ESPN LA Live studios. Welcome back to the USC football Audi halftime report. Wish I could report a better score from the Coliseum. It's Wisconsin 21, USC 10 at the half. In a moment, we're going to go to Jordan Moore, who's waiting for Lincoln Riley coming out of the locker room, certainly hoping for a better second half for USC. And don't forget, after the game, join myself and Sua Cravens. We'll be in here for Trojans Wrap-Up, taking your calls, win or lose. It should be an interesting show. Let's give you some scores from around the Big Ten before we go out to Jordan. Finals in the Big Ten today. Number 12, Michigan held off a late rally to beat Minnesota 27-24 in the Big House. Indiana over Maryland 42-28. Nebraska defeated Purdue on the road 28-10. A final from yesterday. Rutgers improved to 4-0. They beat Washington 21-18. Some games coming up later on. Number 3, Ohio State at Michigan State at 4:30. Number 9, Penn State hosts number 19, Illinois at 4:30 as well. And at the Rose Bowl, UCLA hosting number 8, Oregon, an old Pac-12 rematch. Anybody double dipping today and going from the Coliseum to the Rose Bowl certainly can make that happen with an 8 o'clock kick over at the Rose Bowl. How about some top 25 scores to tell you about? Halftime in South Bend, Notre Dame leads number 15, Louisville, 24-14. Auburn up on number 21, Oklahoma at the half, 14-7. And number 24, Texas A&M tied with Arkansas, 14-14. That game also at the half. Last score for you, number 1, Texas leading Mississippi State 7-3. That game late in the second quarter. All right, back out to the Coliseum. Jordan Moore on the sidelines waiting for Lincoln Riley to come out of the locker room. And, Jordan, I'm here in the studio watching the game on TV. I think it's safe to say, though, USC looked a bit flat in that first half. I guess my question for you down on the field was, is that how it felt from the start, or did that kind of happen as the first half went along?
I guess it kind of happened as the first half went along. It was a late arriving crowd, so it wasn't exactly juiced at kickoff. And then the Trojans' best moment was that first drive where they came out and scored. So really most of the excitement was in the first few minutes of the game. Ever since, it's been mostly Wisconsin, although it's not like a game where the Trojans are getting dominated. They're outgaining Wisconsin, but this is just a classic game where when you lose a turnover margin, that's what happens on the scoreboard. And, they're also making mistakes with penalties. They're also allowing some explosive plays. And you put that recipe together, and it tends to spring for an ugly half.
Yeah, no doubt. And it felt like the pass protection kind of broke down as well as that first half went along.
I thought so, too, because I complimented it on the first couple drives, and then I thought it got worse as the half went on. So, the problem, and we talked about this in the pregame show, is now in game script you get to a situation where you have to pass, and Wisconsin wants to run clock, so you're not really getting them to play your game. And so now this offensive line, they're going to have to protect maybe in some obvious passing situations, and that makes things even more difficult for this offensive line.
What do you expect to hear from Lincoln?
Yeah, I'm expecting him to say you can't turn the ball over, to be honest. I can't imagine it's a whole lot different than that. Coach, real quick, what was your message to the team as you go into a big second half?
Well, we got to force some turnovers of our own. We got to hang on to the ball. That's the difference in this game right now. We're doing some good things moving the ball offensively, but we got to finish drives, and defensively we got to do a better job limiting the run game.
All right, thanks so much. I think the coach was cutting in and out a little bit there, but he said exactly sort of what we thought, is that the Trojans need to take care of the ball. They need to limit the run game, and they need a big start to this second half. Wisconsin 21, USC 10 at the half from the Coliseum on the USC Trojans Media Network.
Trojan fans, want to go to the USC-UCLA rivalry game at the Rose Bowl? Just grab an icy cold Coors Light and visit CoorsLight.com/college football. Enter the keyword SCORE, and you got a shot to win your tickets to the game. It's all thanks to our great friends at Coors Light, the official beer of college football and proud partner of the USC Trojans on ESPN LA.
No purchase necessary. Start date 1/24/2025. Annual eligibility IPM system must be a resident of 50 USDC. 21 years of age or older. Void where prohibited. See keyword prices. See official rules at www.CoorsLight.com/college football. For entry restrictions, keywords, odds, prices, and restrictions. Sponsor Boston College Beverage Company USA LLC. 250 South Blacker Drive, Chicago, Illinois, USA 60606.
At Audi, what drives you matters. But what you're driving towards matters more. The new fully electric Audi Q8 e-tron. How we get there matters.
Don't let someone else drive off in the Audi model you've always wanted. Visit your Southern California Audi dealer to get behind the wheel of yours today. Or visit SoCalAudiDealers.com for more information.
Trojan fans, you may not think of yourself as an athlete, but everyday life is full of athletic feats. You bend, you reach, you lift, you twist until back, neck, or shoulder pain hits, which brings you to a stop. But whether you're an athlete or not, the Joint Chiropractic can help ease your pain and keep you on the active list. Visit thejoint.com today to get your first consultation, exam, and adjustment for just $29. The Joint Chiropractic, the official chiropractor of the USC Trojans.
Hi, this is Mike Greenberg. You see me on ESPN TV with Get Up every morning and Sunday NFL Countdown. Did you know I have a radio show, too? You can listen to us talk about the biggest headlines of the day from across the world of sports every weekday morning from 7 to 9 a.m. right here on 710 ESPN and the all-new ESPN LA app. I'll talk to you soon. Hashtag Greeny, mornings till 9 on 710 ESPN.
The home of the one and only Mike Greenberg, Greeny, mornings, and the home of USC football. We are 710 ESPN. You're listening to USC football on the home of the Trojans. 710 ESPN. Fight on.
Trojans kickoff to start the second half. You've been listening to the Audi Halftime Show, brought to you by Audi, your Southern California Audi dealers, proud sponsors of the USC Trojans, by Pechanga Resort Casino, proud partner of USC football, and by Athletic Brewing, non-alcoholic craft beer for the first down to fourth quarter. Great tasting, low calorie, and fit for all times. Kickoff goes out of the end zone for a touchback. And so Wisconsin, with the first possession of the second half, starting off at their own 25-yard line, and a huge possession for this USC defensive team. Walker gets the handoff on the first play and gets two out to the 27. 2 is a good start for this USC defense. Anthony Lucas on one side and Gavin Meyer on the inside making the tackle. Second down and 8.
Yeah, kind of a lifeless group in the first half, Pete. Just didn't come out with a ton of energy to match Wisconsin. Some big plays given up. Gotta have some more energy out there on defense.
Slot this way. Tight end Nowakowski. Handoff behind him. They're double teaming Gentry and push him out of the way, and he gets off the double team and ends up helping Jamil Muhammad making the tackle on Walker. He'll get maybe a yard to the 23. And that's a gain of, a loss of about 4 yards on the play. Back to the 23, and so third and long for Wisconsin. Maury Ramsey limping off the field for the Trojans, the starting free safety at the Sierra Canyon High School, Chatsworth area. And now a 3rd and 12. Trojans have him where they want him. Can they keep him there? Split to the left side, Kekahuna. Joined there by Vinny Anthony. Also Will Pauling, the one back. Still Tawi Walker, transfer from Oklahoma. On 3rd and 12, near hash. Long count. Clapping to get the ball. He got it. Throw left. Complete. Trojans miss a tackle, then another. But out to the 33-yard line they go. Flag on the play. Let's see what it's about.
Illegal formation on the offense.
Well, it's 4th and 2, or it's 3rd and 17. I think you take this one. 3rd and 17 is a long way. You back them up another 5. 4th and 2, who knows what they're going to do?
They wouldn't.
I think they would have kicked it. I agree. I think so. Well, I'll take 3rd and 17.
Yeah, I don't think you can lose either way on this one. You can get an opportunity where they can throw you something, maybe an interception or something. I would predict a screen draw here from Wisconsin.
The penalty marker is still on the field, and one of the reserve referees in a black shirt, not a striped shirt, goes and picks it up, gives it to the linesman, and they'll go 3rd and 17 back from the 18-yard line. Need to get to the 35. Braden Locke. He's been exactly what we expected, about 50-50 passer. He had the one long pass. Everything else has been fairly short. Snap back to Locke. Looking underneath, the throw incomplete. So taking the penalty paid off. Not a well-thrown ball. There were 3 Trojan defenders in the neighborhood, including Shaun Gentry, but the pass was nowhere near being caught. Start of the 3rd quarter powered by ZipRecruiter. Smartest way to hire right now. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/LA. Today's game in its entirety being presented by I Trust Capital, the official crypto platform of the USC Trojans. Bertram had a 74-yarder earlier that skipped past Zachariah Branch. Another one where Branch reached out and touched it, and the Trojans ended up giving it up on a fumble loss. This one will bounce near the Trojan sideline, and everybody kind of gets away from it, and it'll roll dead at the 29. Still pretty good punt from deep in his own end. So the Trojan defense holds like they had to. They're down by 11. Get the ball back for the first time in the second half. Time out of the field. 13:20 remaining 3rd quarter. Score remains Wisconsin 21, USC 10. And this is the ESPN LA USC Trojan Media Network.
Support for USC football comes from Children's Hospital Los Angeles. U.S. News and World Report is once again named Children's Hospital Los Angeles the #1 hospital for kids in California. Ranked in the top 10 nationally, CHLA has been on the honor roll of best children's hospitals since the prestigious list was created. They've been providing the best care for kids in California for more than 120 years. Whether it's for routine care or life-saving needs, families turn to CHLA when the outcome matters. Clinical excellence, breakthrough research, and world-class expertise for kids. Find a doctor at chla.org.
It's time to recharge, reconnect, and rediscover your perfect combination at Pechanga Resort Casino. And with your resort favorites back in action, there's all of the excitement and comfort you love with the peace of mind you can depend on. So whenever you're ready for a little rest, a little relaxation, and a lot of fun, we'll be here. Play your perfect combination at Pechanga Resort Casino today.
Hey, Los Angeles and Orange County, tired of being just a number at your bank? Become a member owner of USC Credit Union. Now residents of LA and Orange counties can join the Trojans Credit Union of choice. Enjoy better rates on deposits and loans, plus access to the largest shared banking network nationwide and 24/7 mobile banking. Open your account in minutes at usccreditunion.org. Huddle up for better banking with USC Credit Union, the official credit union of USC Athletics, federally insured by the NCUA.
You're listening to USC football on the home of the Trojans. 710 ESPN. Fight on.
Had to like what you see on the defensive side of the ball for the Trojans in the first possession of the second half for Wisconsin. Actually, Wisconsin ended up getting -7 yards. Trojans end up forcing a punt, get the ball to 29, down 11. So step number 1 at least accomplished.
Yes, baby steps. You got to just do your right thing on defense right there. Defense took care of their side of the ball. Now offense got to come with some life in the second half and find a way to get some points on the board right here for the Trojans.
Notre Dame leading Louisville 24-14. 12 to go in the third. Let's go down to Jordan Moore, a DirecTV sideline report.
Pete, you've been impressed by Wisconsin's punting so far.
Yes.
You'll be annoyed to know he was supposed to be ours. Atticus
That's
Bertram
right.
was committed to USC, and it was a done deal. And he suffered a back injury. And in doing so, USC was really stuck without a punter going into Lincoln Riley's first season. Sight unseen, really trusting the scouts down in Australia. That's how they got Sleep Dalton for that 1 year. Now they've since come in with Eddie Chaplitsky, who's coming into the game as the #1 punter in the country. But Bertram's, if it hadn't been for that unfortunate accident, he'd be a Trojan.
Interesting. I remember the name for sure.
Give me Chaplitsky.
Okay. Moss will throw on first down, lofts one down this left sideline over the head and the outstretched arms of Deuce Robinson. And one of the Wisconsin players has words to say. Wisconsin's got a lot of chippy guys that like to talk. mouth off after a play that they make. Interesting.
I'm sure they've heard it all week about how USC is going to come out here, and they just played Michigan tough, and they're going to beat up on this Wisconsin team. They've been on a bye week all week. I'm sure they've heard it all week, and they're ready to play.
That one, their safety, who wasn't on the field in that play, Zachman, talking to Deuce Robinson. 2nd and 10. Moss throws as he's hit. Should be incomplete. So should last week's at Michigan. And they're going to call it now an incomplete pass as he got hit from behind. The ball coughed up and then got kicked out of bounds. 3rd and 10, just like that. Yeah. Darrell Peterson got in quickly.
Off the left side there, we'll see. I think they were pulling a guard right there. Looked like Alani Noah on that side. Just missed his guy. And just a free shot to Miller Moss there. Got to get more of a piece of him if you're Alani Noah and Woody Marks there.
Lined up way far outside the tackles, just like Michigan did last week. Eldridge slots left in motion. Moss on 3rd and 10. Flush for the pocket. Rolls right. Directing traffic. Throws sideline pattern. Caught by Lane. No. He caught it. He's out of bounds. 3 and out for the Trojans. Moss now 17 of 26. And here comes Czaplicki, the aforementioned, to kick this one back to Wisconsin.
Yeah, it just hasn't been sharp on offense today, Pete. Just looks like a group that doesn't have a ton of confidence right now. Obviously, last week got a good start in the second half, but just haven't been able to carry that over into this game thus far.
Do you mention bringing in the backup Jaden Mayava at any point?
I don't
Kick
know if
by Czaplicki. I'm just asking. And a fumble on it, and it looks like the Trojans might have come up with it. And they do. A misplayed punt for the Trojans earlier cost them a touchdown. A misplayed punt for Wisconsin this time. Let's see if the Trojans can turn it into a score and get back in the game. They've got it 1st and 10 at the Wisconsin 30-yard line, give or take.
Yeah, sometimes you need one of those, Pete, to get the body language right, to get the offense in the right spirits. Looked like the sideline came to life after that play. Just a muff punt right there. Just rolls off the front of them. Trojans able to jump on it before it goes out of bounds right there. Looked like number 31.
He was Zachman, the free safety, was back there returning the punt, which is not normally something he does. He's not listed on our board. And Zachman's the guy, Karma's, you know what it is. Yeah. And he was the guy mouthing off at Deuce Robinson.
There you go, Karma, Pete.
There you go. So the Trojans get it right back.
Got to capitalize.
Yeah, at the 30-yard line, down 21-10, get the ball right back. Marks gets 2, 3, and then hit hard. Good swarming defense for Wisconsin. The linesman setting the ball down at the 28. Should be about the 27. They're going to put it right in between, split the difference.
A wildcat from the Trojans there. Just the direct snap to Woody Marks.
Looked like Marks was going to pitch it for one moment there. It looked like he was going to pitch it to Miller Moss.
I don't know about that play.
Empty backfield for Moss on 2nd and a long 8. Joyner split wide to the right with Kyle Ford. 3 receivers left side. Moss looks right, throws. Ford had it and was separated from it. Ford had it just for a half a second, and then he got clubbed by Nizier Forquarian, which is one of my favorite names maybe ever in college football. Nizier Forquarian.
Forquarian with a great play. Comes off his guy, gets right in Kyle Ford's crawl right there. Right with the ball gets there. Perfect timing. Great play by number 3 there.
3rd and 10. Trojans, or 3rd and 8. Trojans went 3 and out on their first possession of the half. Get it back on a muffed punt. And now at the 28-yard line, need 8 yards to keep the drive going. Moss rushed from the right, throws back against the grain. Lane's got it inside the 20, down to the 18. That's enough for a USC first down. 1st and 10 Trojans. They're in the La Victoria red zone.
Yeah, number 8, Jacoby Lane's been the most reliable receiver today. Feels like he's been pulling in all the passes today. We've seen the other guys out there, but 8 has been the number 1 guy today.
Moss throws this way behind some blockers to Zachariah Branch, but the blocking blowing up, and he won't get anything. 2nd and 10 from the 18. Completed pass, but for no yards.
I did a mid-air spin there, Pete. Not sure if I've seen Zachariah bust out that one yet.
Acrobatic, and I don't think he meant to do it. That first down driven by your Southern California Hyundai dealers. With a brand new Hyundai, there's joy in every journey. 1st and 10. Now 2nd and 10 at the 18-yard line. Branch jogs over this way to join Deuce Robinson on this side. No receivers to the far side. Rolling that way is Moss, looking back against the grain. Through the hands of Cade Eldridge at about the 10-yard line, incomplete. Third down at the 18, certainly in field goal range, but down 21-10. I mean, any points are good. Points are points.
Yeah, I think you feel the loss of Lake McCree on some of these plays. You know, Lake is an athletic tight end. I love Cade Eldridge, good blocking tight end, but maybe not the most athletically gifted tight end and out there catching passes there. Lake McCree, certainly a weapon for the Trojans, lost right now.
Deuce Robinson, tight to the line on the left side next to tackle Elijah Page. Kyron Hudson further out this way. Lane and Branch to the far side on 3rd and 10. Moss winds and throws complete. Lane at the 10, down to the 9-yard line. That's not enough. 4th down and 1 from the 9. Need to get to the 8. There's a penalty marker.
Marker. Be a formation issue.
Illegal formation.
Well, you don't have to worry about the 4th and 1.
This referee's definitely been on the legal formations today. They've I think 2 or 3 of those already today.
Instead of 4th and 1, 3rd and 15. What would you have done on the 4th and 1?
Gone for it.
Okay. Even 21-10, you get back to a 1 score if you get a field goal.
Got to make a 4th and 1.
Okay. This 3rd and 15. Branch and Lane to the far. Robinson, who hasn't been tossed too much, and Hudson to the near. Moss steps up in the pocket. Has a blocker in front of him. Maybe want to run, but he throws on the run, and it is incomplete, out of bounds, I believe. Jacoby Lane. They're going to call that a catch. All right. Dragged his feet at the 7-yard line. That'll be a first down USC. I want to see that one on replay. When I saw it originally, naked eyes, I thought no, but let's see. Ball in hands, foot on ground, then the knee hits.
Yeah, toe hits.
That's first down.
I like that. Jacoby Lane. I'd like some more celebration out of 8 right there. Usually fired up player.
Get up and get back to the huddle and get ready to go. Pretend like you've been there before, right? Lane onto the right side. First and goal for the 7. Big series for the Trojans after the muff punt. Right back to Woody Marks. Marks into the line to the 6. Gets pushed back by 3 white-clad Wisconsin Badgers. Up saying, no, you're not going anywhere, is Brandon Lane. Transfer from South Dakota State and South Florida. A gain on the play of a yard. 2nd and goal from the 6-yard line. Trojans trail 21-10. 9:43 to go in the 3rd quarter.
There's that second direct snap right there to Woody Marks. He must be building something off that, because that play is not much to that other than the direct snap.
Well, I don't think he's going to throw it.
I think Lincoln's got something in his pocket with that.
All right. Moss on 2nd and goal from the 6. Back to pass, throws in the end zone. They did look for Deuce Robinson, but they've got a hold of him and the ball at the same time. Incomplete, up wagging his finger is linebacker Pius, and now it's 3rd and goal. They like to talk, don't they? 3rd and goal from the 6-yard line.
Yeah, Deuce Robinson's got to pull those ones in. Big body like him, number 2. He's got to use his body, find a way to pull that sucker in, because that's where his advantage is as a player. 6'6" out there. He's got to be able to body those guys up and bring those passes in.
Tough ball game here. 3rd and goal from the 6 for the Trojans, down by 11. Nearing the midway point of the 3rd quarter. They've been down most of the day. Moss to throw. End zone. Lane. Got it. Touchdown, USC. Just what Jordan Moore ordered earlier. If you're going to throw big to the big man, to Lane, because he can go up there. He didn't even have to jump much, just tippy-toed and made the catch. And the Trojans now back in the ball game, down 21-16.
We saw last week Zachariah Branch looked like Miller Moss' go-to guy. This week it looks like Jacoby Lane. We start off the game with a big touchdown here. His 2nd touchdown of the game, just a little fade in the back of the end zone. Miller Moss gaining trust in number 8 to go up and make those plays in those tough situations. Jacoby Lane coming to life here in the 2nd half.
Extra point. Everything's important now. Lance puts it up and puts it in. We've got a break in the action. 9:18 to go. 3rd quarter. Now it's Wisconsin 21, USC 17. Back after these messages on ESPN LA and the USC Trojans Media Network.
Looking for the play of the day? That's easy. Fight on to victory with USC and fly on faster with ONT, the fastest and easiest airport experience in SoCal. Not to mention, Ontario International Airport has over 70 nonstop flights to more than 20 major destinations with less traffic coming in and out. In other words, getting here is a breeze, and so is following our Trojans anywhere the season takes them. Because let's be honest, faster is always better when it comes to your airport. Start planning your next journey today at SoCalSoEasy.com.
At Audi, expectations matter. It's why what's standard on every Audi SUV are features that exceed yours. How we get there matters. The Audi family of SUVs. Progress you can feel.
Don't let someone else drive off in the Audi model you've always wanted. Visit your Southern California Audi dealer to get behind the wheel of yours today. Or visit SoCalAudiDealers.com for more information.
It takes hard work to be the best in the game. Planning, commitment, resilience, sweat. That's why Old Dominion Freight Line, the #1 national LTL carrier for quality, works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs. Old Dominion Freight Line, official freight carrier of USC Athletics, helping the world keep promises.
You're listening to USC football on the home of the Trojans, 710 ESPN. Fight on.
Both teams stymied on their first possessions, but the Trojans punt and Wisconsin fumbles it away 9 plays later. And there was a tough drive, 9 plays, 30 yards. That's not easy. In 3.5 minutes, Moss to Jacoby Lane makes it 21-17 now, Wisconsin. No matter what you're looking for in a non-alcoholic beer, there's only one name that has it all. Athletic Brewing Company. Time for our DirecTV Sideline Report. DirecTV, proud to be an official partner of the USC Trojans. Stream the Trojans all season long on DirecTV without a satellite dish. Here's Jordan.
You know, there was a lot of talk when USC entered the Big Ten about the physicality of this league. And you think about it from the player's perspective, but having been down here on the sideline for a couple games now, the referees really determine in a lot of ways how physical the game can be played. And there was a lot of complaining last week, maybe from the broadcast booth, a little Pete, certainly on my social media timeline from every single USC fan, that the Trojans were not getting the calls, that holding was not being called in particular. This is the same game down here, guys, today. Wisconsin's been really physical at the catch point. We've seen some huge hits. We've seen some potential taunting. At a certain point, the adjustment is on USC, that the Trojans have to realize what they can get away with and answer back with some physicality of their own. I thought Jacoby Lane did a nice job there. Hey, be physical. Little push-off, extend those arms a little bit, make them call it, because in this league, it doesn't look like they're calling the same things they were calling in the last one.
Yeah, the finesse league has become the power league for USC. Kickoff, goading Wisconsin into a return, and they will take it from the 5 out to the 19 and down quickly. The Trojan thundering herd down there making the tackle, and so rather than taking the touchback at the 25, I think that was intentionally. Kick it up in the air, make them return it, or fair catch at the 5, you get to the 25. But he said, I'm running, and didn't get very far. That was Vinny Anthony who did it.
Great coverage.
41, Garrison Madden was the first one down there. Ramsey is not on the field for the Trojans, so the Trojans missing both of their... Oh, there he is. He is down the field. Sorry, my mistake. I misread Berdois, his hand signal. It's Ramsey and Zion Branch, the starting safeties. We were worried that he wasn't going to be in. Handoff at the first down play from the 19, out to the 21, maybe the 22-yard line for Mellusi. Braylon Shelby there to make the tackle along with Kobe Pepe, Mellusi. Chez Mellusi, C-H-E-Z. Never seen that first name before.
Yeah, Chez, great name. Sounds like he's from the Valley, Chez.
Yeah. Second down after the gain of 2, second and 8. Wisconsin now feeling a little pressure perhaps. A wind and a toss down towards the Trojan sideline, and almost brought it in, but not quite. Jacoby Covington was there, but C.J. Williams, the former Trojan, turned around and on the way down had it for a brief moment. Looked like he was going to make a great catch, couldn't hang on.
Much better job by Jacoby Covington. We saw in the first half or first quarter when he got burned deep, took the double move, just couldn't find the ball, gets his hand in there to make enough play on the good adjustment by number 14 after getting burned in the first half.
3rd and 8. Crowd starting to make some noise, getting more interested in this ball game. They were a little bit on the dead side in the first half, but so were the Trojans, to be quite honest. Didn't play particularly well. Okay. Had too many mistakes. 3 turnovers in the first half. Back to pass, Locke, being rushed, throws over the middle. That's complete for a first down at 35 to the 37. Ramsey the tackle. 1st and 10, Green with the catch. Transfer from Oklahoma State out of Allen, Texas. 1st and 10 at the 37. Well thrown ball by Locke.
Yeah, good job right there. Just waiting for his guy to come over. Not a ton of heat from the Trojans right there. Weren't able to get any really sustained pressure right there to putting John Humphreys there on the island. Can't make the play.
No sacks today. Only 5 sacks in 3.5 games so far for USC. That's not enough. That's not good. Going to have to get more pressure on the quarterback. He hasn't been under a lot of pressure today.
Yeah, just you got to win more one-on-ones. You can't just count on that blitz to get home.
Handoff. This is Walker. Walker will waddle across the 40 to the 43, holding the ball in both hands, just making sure he doesn't drop it. Muhammad was most involved in that tackle. A gain to the 43 of a quick 6 yards, 2nd down and 4.
Yeah, way too much on that. That keeps Wisconsin on schedule right there. Those kind of runs is what they want on first down in this kind of offense.
Halfway through the 3rd quarter, Trojans continue to trail, but now it's 21-17. Had a chance to get him 3 and out there, but could not seal the deal. Locke backwards passing off his back foot. Throws it to the sideline, and it's caught. And I believe inbounds he was at the Trojan 42-yard line. All alone was Williams. Nobody guarding him at all. And he stepped out of bounds. Otherwise, he could have gone some distance.
Yeah, it looked like Locke was just trying to get it out of bounds and toss it out of bounds. Almost a fair catch throw right there. They might take a look at that. Looked like he might have juggled it there on the sideline before he got his foot in. The other angle showed the receiver catching the ball and then double catching it.
Crowd making noise that they want to review, but there won't be any. Walker will get the handoff. Trojans have him by the foot and won't let him go, pounding his fist on the ground. Kobe Pepe says, I should have stopped him earlier than the 36-yard line. As it is, a 6-yard gain on first down again. Too many yards on first down, 2nd and 4.
Yeah, just those are winning downs for Wisconsin right now. Trojans got to show up bigger on first down. It's just too much playbook that they can go to here on 2nd and long, or 2nd and short, excuse me.
Yeah, I think that looked like a catch to me. 2nd and 4. 2 men in the backfield. He fakes to both. Hit from behind. Ball popped up in the air. Will fall incomplete at the 17.
That's got to be offensive right there.
Ramsey is calling for an offensive interference on the receiver, Will Pauling. When he saw the ball floating around up in the air, Ramsey had a chance, and Pauling grabbed a hold of him and wouldn't let him get away.
Smart play by Pauling, does not let him go get the ball, but the refs kind of turned a blind eye to Kamari Ramsey just being grabbed on that possible interception right there.
3rd and 4 at the Trojan 37, getting close to field goal range for Vakos, who has a 53-yarder. From right here, it would be about that, maybe 54. Long count, snap back to Locke. Locke looks left. Locke throws left, complete. That'll be short of a first down to the 33. It'll be short by a half a yard. Caught there by Vinny Anthony. Now they move the spot forward by a full yard, and that should be a first down. It is 1st and 10 for Wisconsin. Had him stopped, I thought, by a yard, and then they moved the spot up by a full yard.
Looked like a pretty gracious spot there after watching the replay there.
The ruling on the field of a first down was under further review.
I'm trying to remember in my mind's eye, and I don't think he went that far with his forward progress. Let's take a look.
This is a bad angle. We're getting a bad angle here.
Yeah, you could still kind of tell.
He comes back to the ball.
Catch, not the line to gain for sure. No, he didn't make it to the 17. He's more at the 18-yard line. I mean, sorry, 33 rather than the 32.
Yeah, you'd like to get a sideline view of that so you can see a little bit better. Here's a sideline view. He catches it. Yeah, he catches it.
He's not at like 32. He's at the 32 3/4. 33. It should be 4th and 1. Be interesting to see if they go for it. I would think they would, especially with a guy like Walker in the backfield, the way he's been picking up 3-4 yards a pop.
Yeah.
All right, here you go. Up in the air, he makes the catch. The ball is behind him when he catches it, and it is not at the line to gain. I have trouble believing that they would allow this spot. They're going to back this up by a couple of football lengths, which would be the difference between first down and not first down.
And if I'm the Trojans, I'm still.
First contact was made at the 32.5-yard line, which means we'll have fourth down.
Yeah, they didn't spot him back as far as I thought they would by about a football length. It's still fourth at about a half a yard, maybe a little less than that. And so Wisconsin, if they kick a field goal, they're up by a touchdown. If they go for it and give it to Walker and he makes it, then they keep the drive alive. If they don't, Trojans get the ball. Pretty big play, but a pretty big ask for the defense the way Wisconsin's been running the ball. And they're going to have not only a full house backfield, but they've got some tight ends back there blocking as fullback. Now they move around. What's the final formation going to be? 3 blockers on the left side, and the running back Walker to the left of Locke, and he'll come right up the middle, and I don't think so.
Short.
They were waiting for him. Anthony Lucas celebrates along with a number of others. Elijah Hughes was right there. And they actually lost a football length, and the Trojans hold on downs and get the ball back. How do you do?
Wisconsin tries to pull 2 guys, run a little counter play to the opposite side with their tight ends. Too much penetration by the Trojans. That blows that play up. Kamari Ramsey back there. Who else is back there? Look like Anthony Lucas, big number 6 and number 7, cleaning up that play on fourth down to give the Trojans the ball in the turnover.
That defensive stop presented by Smart Stop Self-Storage, the smarter way to store time out on the field. 5:44 to go, third quarter. Wisconsin 21, USC 17. Trojan ball when we come back on ESPN LA and the USC Trojans Media Network.
With next-level tech and safety features, Hyundai cars and SUVs give you the confidence to boldly journey wherever life takes you. Advantages include our available class-exclusive digital key and available remote smart parking assist. And because we want the road ahead to be as worry-free as possible, you'll also get complimentary maintenance for 3 years or 36,000 miles and 10 years of America's best warranty. In a brand new Hyundai, there's joy in every journey. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or see your SoCal Hyundai dealer today.
Welcome to the HannahCast. Today, Piggy Bank's gonna fuel our episode with questions about Argo rewards. Yep, earn up to $7 in rewards at sign up. Uh-huh, and 5 cents on every gallon. Sounds pretty sensible, if you ask me. Oh, all this savings talk making you hungry? Here you go. Learn how to earn at ArcoRewards.com.
Offer valid until October 31st, 2024. By entering your phone number, you're agreeing to receive recurring automated informational and marketing SMS, MMS messages from Marathon. Consent not required for purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Trojan fans, want to go to the USC-UCLA rivalry game at the Rose Bowl? Just grab an icy cold Coors Light and visit CoorsLight.com/college football. Enter the keyword SCORE, and you got a shot to win your tickets to the game. It's all thanks to our great friends at Coors Light, the official beer of college football and proud partner of the USC Trojans on ESPN LA.
No purchase necessary. Start taking 124, 125, and 50 IP in Central Time. Must be a resident of 50 USC. 21 years of age or older. Void or prohibited. If you need keyword prices, see official rules at www.CoorsLight.com/collegefootball for entry restrictions, keywords, odds, prices, and restrictions. Sponsor Boston Coast Beverage Company USA LLC. 250 South Blacker Drive, Chicago, Illinois, USA 60606.
You're listening to USC Football on the home of the Trojans. 710 ESPN. Fight on.
Wisconsin says no to the field goal on 4th and inches. They go for it, and they don't get it. The Trojans drive them back by a half a yard and now take over the ball with a chance to reclaim the lead. Well, they were up 7-0 at the very start and then gave it right back on a 63-yard pass shortly thereafter. But they got a long way to go. 1st and 10 at their own 33-yard line. Don't wait until game time to plan for retirement. Open your free iTrust Capital account today and get your free crypto IRA information. iTrust Capital, the official cryptocurrency platform of the USC Trojans. So, let's see what happens here. We've still got a quarter and a half-ish. And let's pause 10. So we're going to wait till the end of this play. How's that? Because they're back and ready to go. Miller Moss, 21 of 33, 203 yards. Threw 51 passes against Michigan. We made a mention that that's probably too many. And he might be looking at that kind of number again today. Handoff. Marks, right side, nice block, has some room, 42-yard line. That's a quick 9, and it'll be 2nd and 1. It's tackled by Hunter Wohler. 5 tackles on the day for Wohler.
Sometimes you got to set up your blockers right there. Woody Marks does a good job waiting for those pullers. Just gives them another second for those big guys to get out in front, set their blocks, then he hits the hole. I like that patience there from Woody Marks.
Had some room over there as well, and when he does, he's pretty quick, deceptively quick, I'd say. The fake to Marks this time on 2nd and 1. Throw. Eldridge makes the catch, gets the first down out to the 44. Let's pause 10 seconds for stations to identify themselves on the ESPN LA USC Trojans Media Network.
Hey, it's Mace, and this is USC football back where it belongs on 710 ESPN. KSPN Los Angeles, a good Karma Brands radio station. Fight on!
From inside out, Fair, Ford, and Hudson, the receivers to the near side. Nobody on the other side, save for the tight end Eldridge. Right next to the tackle, Murphy. On 1st and 10 SC at their own 43. Hand off to Marks, and they've got him marked, and he'll get back to the line of scrimmage and was lucky to do that. Allegro makes the catch, the tackle rather, from the inside linebacker spot. So 2nd and 10. Trojans having some success here and there, and down 21-17. Pulling teeth today a little bit.
Yeah, good credit to this Wisconsin defense. They've showed up today. They had a week to study what Miller Moss and this group want to do offensively, and they've shut some things down.
Motion for Marks coming this way, leaving Moss by his lonesome in the backfield. Steps up, rolls right, throws on the run, and it is a flag down and a no catch for Fair, but a penalty. And where they threw that, got to be holding, because he threw it before the pass was ever thrown. The hold on Austin Brown.
Prior to the pass, holding, defense, number 3, 10-yard penalty, automatic. First down.
Fair turned one way, turned around, go the other way, and as he turned around, he lost his defensive man who had nothing else to do but tackle him pretty much.
Yeah, we haven't seen too many penalty flags in that back end there. The Trojans finally able to draw one. Got to make it pretty egregious there in that back end to get a draw flag.
6 penalties for 50 yards for Wisconsin, a team that came into the game after 3 games, averaging only 18 yards of penalties per game. But, of course, life on the road is a little different than playing at home against Western Michigan and South Dakota State. Joyner into the backfield. Moss throws as he's hit. Long downfield. Jump ball incomplete. Looking for Deuce Robinson at the 15. Penalty marker. This might be rough for the quarterback. He took a pretty good lick.
Got a couple flags.
When I saw it in real time, I thought, good football play. You just ram into him as soon as he throws the ball. There's really no time to stop your forward momentum as a defensive player when you're trying to hit the quarterback. He's in the act of throwing the ball. Another flag.
Multiple flags.
There are fouls by both teams on the play. Ineligible receiver, downfield, number 70. Personal foul, roughing the passer, defense, number 9. Those penalties will offset. First down.
I don't like that call, that roughing the passer. There's no way that guy's going to stop. He's already in the air, and Moss still has the ball in his hands. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter what I think.
Can't hit the quarterback too hard these days.
Gotcha. Different game. So it remains first down at the 46. What was Pregame doing running down the field?
You know, some of those RPO games, the offensive linemen, they're just trying to block run. Sometimes they get caught in no man's land. That 3-yard marker, it's not as far as you think sometimes when you're.
What are we reviewing here? A target? All right, well, that kind of almost makes sense. This review brought to you by Life Law, injury law made simple. Have you seen a replay? Target, he kind of hit him head to head, but he really wasn't aiming at him head to head. He just kind of walked into him.
Miller's head kind of goes off to the left when he's throwing it, and they just kind of.
Oh, he did put his head down a little bit there on the second replay I saw, Shaun.
You can't kick a kid out of the game.
Don't think so. I don't even think you could penalize him for roughing the quarterback. He's already in the air when Miller's got the ball in his hand still.
I mean, he's so close. He can't change directions there, so I don't think that's.
Second-ranked men's water polo team beat Cal Baptist yesterday to move to 10-1. They'll play their Mountain Pacific Sports Federation openers next week.
After review, there's no foul for targeting.
Okay. Trojans will host third-ranked Cal next Saturday at 1 and host fourth-ranked Stanford next Sunday at 1 o'clock. 24th-ranked women's soccer team now 8-1-1 beat Minnesota yesterday or Thursday. We'll host Wisconsin at 11 in the morning tomorrow in Carson, and then host Oregon next Saturday at noon, also in Carson. So we'll have a big do-over. 1st and 10 at the 46. On the plus side of the field, Eldridge slotted this way. Branch and Robinson split further out. 5 receiver set as you got Joyner and Lane that way. And the pass right into the arms and down onto the ground of rushing offensive lineman Elijah Hills. A low throwing trajectory on that pass by Moss, and it cost him a 2nd down and 10 now.
Yeah, we've called Elijah Hills quite a few times here today. Number 94 has been pretty disruptive on the inside of that interior defensive lineman right there. You think about Mason Graham last week and big Kenneth Grant last week caused some havoc. Elijah Hills making some plays today.
70 tackles last year, 20 tackles for loss, and 10 sacks. Baseball and basketball player in high school along with football, of course. Handoff right side, not much there. It'll be 3rd and 7 inside the 45 to the 43 for Woody Marks. Marks on the day, pedestrian, would you say? 12 carries, 45 yards. He had one nice one down here that got him out of the hole at the 1-yard line, got him a 1st down. He's had a couple. Needs one here. 3rd and 7 at the 43. Need to get to the 36. Moss claps his hands trying to get the Badgers to jump. They don't. Don't see a lot of that jumping kind of stuff. You see it in high school a lot. You don't see it once you get to this level. Marks to his right. Moss will throw on 3rd and 7. Winds and throws left side. Robinson's there. He's got it. Inside the 15, down to the 10, maybe the 11-yard line. Turned around, saw it floating around up in the air. He's a big guy, and he's able to pull it down in front of Brown, who's had his pocket picked a couple of times, once on a hold and this time on a long pass. And the Trojans now in the La Victoria red zone. 1st and 10 at the 11. They can get a 1st down at the 1-yard line.
There you go, big fella. Get excited. That's what you want to see from number 2. Deuce Robinson's got all the physical attributes to be a great wide receiver. Just want to see that attitude. Get fired up and out there, make some big plays.
2.5 to go in the 3rd quarter. Trojans down 21-17. It's Marks inside the 10, gets slung down at the 8-yard line. That was Thomas. Make the put down there. Gain from the 11 to the 8 of 3 yards. 2nd and 7. Down by 4. Trojans looking to take the lead for the first time since the 10:59 mark in the 1st quarter when they were up 7-0. And then Wisconsin tied them on a long touchdown pass. Marks to the right side. It's not a goal-to-go situation, but almost. 2nd and 7 from the 8. Nice catch by Robinson, sets the Trojans up. The fake to Marks. Moss throwing in the end zone, and it is caught, but out of bounds. And did he catch it and hold on to it? No, Kyron Hudson. I was waiting. I was blocked out by the TV camera down on the field. Couldn't see.
Yeah, it was tough to see from our angle. Looked like for Curian, what might almost came up with an interception right there. Looked like Kyron Hudson had to go into defensive mode to rip that one out of there.
Nazir Farquarian, F-O-R-Q-U-E-R-E-A-N. 3rd and 7 from the 8. Moss alone in the backfield. Robinson, Lane, and Ford to the right side. Hudson and Branch to this near side. Big play of the ball game. Moss, rush, throws, end zone, touchdown! Deuce Robinson, touchdown USC! And the Trojans have taken the lead late in the 3rd quarter against Wisconsin. They've come all the way back.
And that's the kind of plays you want to see from Deuce Robinson. We saw in the previous drive, Miller Moss went to him on that slant, just didn't get physical enough and bring down that ball right there. Number 2 gets physical and say, hey, I'm bigger than you, buddy. I'm going to make this play. I'm going to come down with this ball. And Deuce Robinson, number 2, comes down with a huge catch for his quarterback, Miller Moss.
Here's Michael Lance for the extra point out of the hold of the punter, Chapliski. The snapper is Hank Pepper. Trojans looking to go up by a field goal. The kick is up, and the kick is good. Minute 28 to go in the 3rd. Trojans, who trailed 21-10 at the half, have 2 touchdowns. Both passes from Miller Moss, 1 to Lane, 1 to Deuce Robinson, and have reclaimed the lead. It's SC 24 and Wisconsin 21. Trojan fans, you can listen to SC football and all the biggest college football and basketball games on the TuneIn app. Free internet radio. Let's go down for a DirecTV sideline report, and a happier place that is for Jordan Moore.
Yeah, nice quarter so far. 14-0 3rd quarter. Here's a heck of a response out of the locker room. And, we had Deuce Robinson on Trojans Live this week, and we liked his responses. Both Shaun and I came away from that interview, that conversation with him, feeling like Deuce was a different guy than last season. We had him on last season. It was a little bit just, getting used to it. He was playing late in games, not entirely sure how to use that big body, had some, sort of nervous drops in some games. You could just see a change in his mentality and mindset going into the season, the way he has played so far this season, and the way that he handled his interview on Monday with us.
Trojans turned a fumble punt return into 7, and now this 7-pointer. That positive turnover earlier presented by Yeti. They make gear that helps you stay out longer, travel farther, and live harder. And the PAT by Lance, brought to you by Terranea Resort, a luxury resort like no other. I watch your show. I seldom watch it live for some reason. I'm body surfing probably. But I come back in and I watch it on the replay on YouTube and always enjoy it. You guys do a great job on the show. The round table is funny, and the over-under, I'm screaming at you trying to throw my pick in there.
You got to text me. I'll get everyone.
I'll do that this week.
Arbogast lock of the week.
All right, I can do that. Trojans go 9 plays, 67 yards. Remember, the drive started 4:16, by the way, on the clock. The drive started when SC stopped Wisconsin on 4th and inches. They were driving for points.
Yeah, and Jordan says big responses half so far by this defense and this offense. Offense knew they weren't clicking on all the things, drop ball, not picking up first downs, not extending drives. Defense obviously giving up big plays and letting them go in to score touchdowns. So you've seen responses on both sides of the ball. Got to keep it up for another quarter here and try to get a big victory against Wisconsin.
In retrospect, I'm sure Wisconsin is thinking, boy, we should have gone for a field goal.
Yeah. Always hindsight's 20.
You kick that thing, and it's 24-24 right now, perhaps. Still a pretty good ball game for a home Big Ten opener. First Big Ten game ever played in this stadium.
In 2 weeks in a row, we've seen response from the Trojans, right? Obviously not the way you want to start games is coming out and let teams kind of take it to you in the first half. But 2 weeks in a row from two opponents, we've seen a nice response coming out of halftime from the Trojans.
So next week in Minnesota, let's take an electric scoreboard in to the locker room before the game and put
second half
Minnesota 20, SC 14, third quarter, and let SC's guys think it's halftime.
Yeah.
Well, if it were only that simple. The kickoff, remember last time they were making sure that it was returned, and this time it'll be fair caught at the 1 yard line. Last time they returned it from the 3 or 4 to the 19 is all, so they cost them 6 yards. This time they're wiser about that. The women's volleyball team's ranked 20th, 9-2 on the season. Beat Ohio State. Anytime you beat Ohio State in anything, I'm good. I'm good with that. 3-2 last night. Comeback. At second-ranked Nebraska tomorrow on the Big Ten Network at 4:30, and then hosting Michigan and Minnesota next Friday and Saturday at Galen. Women's golf is in Illinois, hosted by Northwestern this Monday and Tuesday. Men's tennis in the SoCals in San Diego this weekend through tomorrow. Women's tennis at the ITA All-Americas in North Carolina through tomorrow, and then they'll host the Women of Troy Invitational next week at Mark Stadium. First down at the 25 for the Badgers. And the handoff left side to Malusi, and he'll get a couple of yards. Out to the 29, a gain of 4. Finally, the women's cross-country team participated in the Arizona Invitational this morning in Tucson. I don't have a result on that. You're up to date there. Gain of 4, second and 6. At the 29. Snap, maybe surprising lock, and as a result, the handoff is late. I think everybody in the backfield wasn't expecting that snap, and as a result, the run into the line gains nothing. And just like that, 3rd and 6. Kobe Pepe, he's been playing, I've called his name a bunch today. He's been playing some pretty good ball inside.
94 has been stout in there, Big Daddy. Not a pass rush specialist by any means, but he's going to fill up that run game. Big number wide, number 94.
Devin Tompkins is in the ball game for the Trojans on the interior line. Trojans put 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 men on the line, including Mascarenas Arnold. And he's coming, and they're all coming, and a quick throw. Whoa, what a big hit. Kamari Ramsey rams into Will Pauling, who made the catch on the swing pass outside towards the Wisconsin bench, and Ramsey was waiting for him and leveled him. Great tackle in the open field. 4th down, Wisconsin will have to punt.
Dan Lynn dials up a blitz right there, forcing the hand of Brandon Locke there to make a quick decision. And Kamari Ramsey knows that quarterback's got to make a decision fast. Because of that, plays that play excellently, puts his shoulder pads right through the chest on Will Pauling right there. Perfect form tackle. Big play, number 7.
That is the kind of play that riles up the crowd and gets things going. Well, they've got 15 more minutes at least to cheer here today. After 3 quarters at the Coliseum in Los Angeles, USC 24, Wisconsin 21. Back with the 4th after these messages on the ESPN LA USC Trojans Radio Network.
If your day sounds like,
we need the report ASAP.
You deserve Modelo. If you've persevered through, you deserve this rich golden lager with a crisp but refreshing taste. Or if you overcame,
2 more reps, 2 more.
You deserve this ice cold reward. Modelo, the mark of a fighter. Drink responsibly. Beer imported by Crown Port Chicago, Illinois.
It takes hard work to be the best in the game. Planning, commitment, resilience, sweat. That's why Old Dominion Freight Line, the #1 national LTL carrier for quality, works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs. Old Dominion Freight Line, official freight carrier of USC Athletics, helping the world keep promises.
You want Jersey Mike's signature sub, you get a number 13 original Italian. You want a dramatic radio idea? You get me. Like this. I'm the 7th-string quarterback and the other 6 quarterbacks go down. The coach yells, DeVito, you're in. The crowd is worried until I throw a touchdown. But the other team is celebrating. Apparently, I threw the Jersey Mike's number 13 original Italian I was eating on the sidelines. Whoops. The number 13 original Italian, Jersey Mike's, a sub above.
Hey, Trojan fans, we've got some big news. USC Credit Union just got even bigger. Now everyone in LA and Orange counties can join the team. Here, you're not just another face in the crowd. You get better rates, bigger savings, and profits that go right back to you. This isn't just banking. It's not-for-profit banking, where you come first. With access to the largest shared banking network nationwide and on-the-go mobile banking, managing your money has never been easier. Ready to join something big? Open your account in minutes at usccreditunion.org. Federally insured by the NCUA.
You're listening to USC football on the home of the Trojans. 710 ESPN. Fight on.
You know, I was talking to JJ at halftime about the adjustments, and we said the same thing we said when Michigan was ahead at halftime. SC looked not very good, and there's no reason to think in your head that they should come back and take the lead, win the game, anything like that. And here we are for the second straight week looking at the same thing that happened. What can we do to psychologically get these guys awake in the first half?
Yeah, to me, it's an energy thing.
I mean, they weren't awful.
No, just didn't. Like I mentioned, not crossing your T's and dotting your I's. You have to finish these plays. This other team, they came in Wisconsin. They came in off a bye week with some energy, ready to go with some gas. If you don't match that energy, Pete, you're just going to look like a lazy team out there, and that's what USC looked like in the first half. I'm sure coach got all over them, and now this is what you get.
People forget the other team has guys. Yeah. They got guys. Jordan Moore on the sideline. Go ahead.
Our star guys on defense to rise to the occasion. How about that quarter by Kamari Ramsey? Ooh. He flies in to make the play on 4th down. And then we talked about responding with physicality of your own, physicality at the catch point. That's one of the best hits I've seen in a while down here, guys.
There was something. 4th quarter of Trojan football sponsored by Athletic Brewing. No matter what you're looking for in a non-alcoholic beer, there's one name that has it all. That's Athletic Brewing Company. Now, look out here. Everybody up on the edge of your seats. Zachariah Branch waiting for a punt return, perhaps, from Atticus Bertrams. Bertrams kicks it away from Branch, but he runs over and gets it. Catches at the 20, backpedals to the 19, and tries to get away, but they got him by the ankle at the 23-yard line. But you know, you just got to pay attention because you just never know when it's going to happen. Trojans get it back. First down, they've got the ball and the lead for the first time today.
Yeah, going to see how they play from the lead right here. Obviously, you're not going to play conservative if you're Lincoln Riley. This thing has been rolling in the second half, and it's been the big wide receivers, Deuce Robinson, Jacoby Lane, the big guys getting it done this week, feeding the big fellas, letting them know that we haven't forgot about you. Get these big guys in that physical offensive play style from those wide receivers.
Interestingly, Wisconsin is the type of team that wants to run the clock and run the game and grind it out, but the Trojans have run 22 more plays than Wisconsin, and for their work have almost 100 5 extra yards in the ballgame, which they should if you're going to run 22 more plays. 1st and 10 SC, 23-yard line on their own side of the field, moving left to right away from the sun. So the receivers looking back into the sun in some cases here for Miller Moss. Won't matter on this play. It's a pitch back to Woody Marks. Gets hit around the top of the head and then the shoulders, and he'll move forward for 4 out to the 27. 2nd down and 6.
And with Wisconsin sideline going crazy down there, screaming out the play. They figured out what that play was and had about 2 or 3 coaches screaming that the run was going to go the other way. So maybe a tell from the Trojans there.
The man that made the tackle, Witt, he is down on his back. So they'll bring the training staff out. 5th-year senior league MVP from Winona, Minnesota, Winona High School, where he was All-State. Big kid for a linebacker, 6'6", 250.
They got some big linebackers on there.
Well, the Big Ten is a big man's league, that's for sure.
6'4", 6'3", 6'2", big linebackers.
That last punt, 53 yards for Bertram's, who's had a pretty good day of directional punting, and on that one he made Zachariah Branch run around to try to get it. It's not kicking it right to these guys.
He's not letting Zachariah set up and get a running start into it. He's making him move around, making him uncomfortable a little bit. Hasn't really felt comfortable all day in the position.
Witt comes off the field, and Peterson, their starter, will be back in for him. And so the Trojans jog back out after the brief break here. A gain of 4, 2nd down and 6. We'll keep an eye on the clock. It's not an issue now, but 14:20 and running. Ryan Jackson in the backfield for the Trojans along with Woody Marks. And the 2nd down play will be a pass play to Marks. Makes the catch, gets out across the 30, cuts it back in 35, and the crowd roars their approval as they'll make it all the way to the 39-yard line. He's an excellent pass catcher. We've made mention of the fact that he's the active leader in college football with now 49 straight games, and that's 8 better than anybody else.
Trojan fans knowing their football right there. Woody Marks get the ball out there with 2 offensive linemen in front of him, and the crowd goes crazy because they know Woody Marks has some room with 2 big guys in front of him to make some plays.
Joyner comes in. Marks, Jackson go out. So the 1-back situation, the 11 personnel, if you will. And receivers on both sides. Hudson and Branch to the far. To the near, it's Lane and Eldridge, the tight end. Moss will throw over the middle. Joyner, and he'll get to midfield. So the passing game's starting to click, and he'll get a 1st down to the 50-yard line. That's a Hyundai 1st down for USC. 1st and 10 at midfield. Jaheim Thomas with the tackle for the Badgers, who look like they're back on their heels a little bit defensively.
Yeah, good awareness there from Quentin Joyner right there. Just turns around, no jukes, no nothing. Just turn around, go get the 1st down, and set up another series down for your team.
1st and 10 at the 50, just shy of it by the length of a football. Trojans turned the ball over 3 times in the first half. Wisconsin has done so once here in the second. Monheim waiting for the signal to snap it back, and he does to Miller Moss. Moss looks left, throws left. Getting separated is Hudson. He's laying down as he makes the catch. He slipped and fell, it looked like, as he's being guarded by Xavier Lucas. And Lucas couldn't do anything in response, and so he makes the catch at the 29-yard line, and a 1st down for the Trojans on a 21-yard pass.
Yeah, great route by Kyron Hudson right there. I don't know if that's a back shoulder or not, or maybe a miscommunication, but Kyron Hudson is able to make that adjustment. The DB is unaware that they're going back shoulder. He comes back and makes an easy catch.
Tough catch when you're laying down. And he catches a tough catch when you're laying down. And he was on his way down for sure. Joyner, the 1-back. Eldridge in motion this way. Pitch to Joyner that way. Whistles, hold everything. That's not going to be good for the Trojans.
False start. Offense, number 76. 5-yard penalty.
Moving the ball pretty well to the 29. Now you've got a 1st and 15 back at the 34.
Yeah, way too many pre-snap penalties for me today, Pete. Especially, obviously last week you're in the big house. The place is going crazy. The student section's knocking you off sides there. But when you're at home on offense, these type of penalties you don't need to have. These are just unforced errors here that you don't need in your game.
6 penalties, 38 yards for SC. 1st and 15 now back at the 34. Sneaking up on field goal range, but up by 3. Field goal puts you up by 6. That doesn't do a lot. Moss with a fake to Joyner. Steps up nicely. Throws coming across Kyle Ford. He gets tripped up as he gets inside the 25 to the 21. So they needed 15 and got about 13 and a half. Glad they're using Kyle Ford more. Wohler, who had 120 tackles last year, 120 from the safety position.
That's maybe you don't want your safety making that many tackles, but good job of Miller Moss stepping up in that pocket, firing to the big fella, 81.
That's his 7th tackle this year and 24th in almost 4 games now, but it's not 120. It may end up that way. I don't know. This is 2nd and 1.5. Need to get to the 19. Long count for Moss. Toss to Joyner again. They tried to run this a minute ago, and he stumbles his way across the 20 and then finally falls face down at the 16-yard line. But that is another USC first down.
Yeah, they went back to that little boundary, quick toss. Just have those linemen pull out there to Quentin Joyner. He's probably maybe a step away from really breaking that one. Just got a little shoestring tackle on him right now, or look like Joyner might be in the end zone.
First down, Trojans, driven by your Southern California Hyundai dealers. Brand new Hyundais. There's joy in every journey. We're in the La Victoria red zone. Walker Lyons split wide to the left. Comes in motion this way. On first down, the handoff inside to Marks, and Marks will get back to the line of scrimmage, and that's all, the line of scrimmage being the 16-yard line. So 2nd and 10. Big Ten, Rutgers beat Washington 21-18. Indiana moves to 5-0 with a 42-28 win over Maryland. 12th-ranked Michigan held on to beat Minnesota in Ann Arbor 27-24. Sound familiar? And Nebraska over Purdue 28-10. Later, 3rd-ranked Ohio State at Michigan State, 19th-ranked Illinois at Penn State, and tonight at the Rose Bowl, UCLA host 8th-rated Oregon. 2nd down and 10 at the 16. Trojans lead this game. 4th quarter action. Moss dumps it to Marks. Has a little room and then gets tripped up in the open field. Another good open field tackle. 2nd one in a row by Waller. He'll get inside the 10, though, down to the 8. 3rd and 2, and a huge play coming up here. I don't know if the Trojans would think field goal if they got to a real short yardage situation. Remember, Wisconsin went for it on 4th and 1, didn't make. Trojans went down the other way, took the lead.
Yeah, I don't know if it makes too much. Obviously, you always want points here. I don't know. Lincoln Riley's usually pretty aggressive in these kind of situations.
Yeah, and 6 points, a 6-point lead is not safe.
Yeah.
3rd and 2. Marks up the middle. Gets stuck and pushed back at the 7. 4th and 1. Chaney with a good, hard tackle right in the middle of the line. 4th and 1, my friend. Coach Cody.
Yeah. Sometimes this has been a great drive. If you come away with nothing here, you really feel bad. So the conservative side of me is maybe let's just take these 3 points because it's been a great drive. You ate a lot of clock.
I don't think Wisconsin can drive 97 yards.
Yeah, they haven't shown the ability since those big plays to really make a lot of happen.
4th down and 1. Need to get to the 6. They're a full yard away. Marks. No, it'll be Moss to run it around the right side. He spins at the 5, dives towards the goal line. He's in. Miller Moss with a rushing touchdown, USC. How do you do? What a spin move by Miller Moss. Where did that come from?
And it comes up a little wobbly. I don't know it's from all the spinning or the jumping he did, but number 7, not known as the athletic quarterback back there, but does just enough. Looks like to get in the end zone. They might take a look at it. May be a little short, but I think he's a little wobbly because his head hit the ground pretty hard there, Pete. That might be he was a little shaken up right there after the play. But a great spin move, and then another spin move. I don't know if the ball swung past the plane of the end zone, but
I think it did before he went down.
But his head definitely slammed against the back of that turf. That's why you saw 7 get up there a little wobbly. But a nice effort from number 7, making it happen, finding the end zone.
Mason Murphy leaves the field, and he looks a little shaken up, and they're taking a look at him, and they're going to take a look at this.
It looked like he swung
I thought
the
when
ball.
He spun around, the ball was in the air, and it hits boom, it's in the end zone.
Yeah, it crossed the plane. Yeah. All you got to do is break that plane in the end zone right there.
And the world stops as soon as that. And see, the ball is in his hand, and the ball is going to go in, and then he hits the ground after that.
Yeah, but he definitely takes a wallop on that. Just lands on his back, and his head slaps the end zone, and that's why you saw him get up and didn't know where I don't know if it's going to go into concussion protocol or not. But
this official review brought to you by Life Law, injury law made simple. Let's go down to Jordan on the field.
You know, one of the things we talked about during the tailgate show with Sua and Shaun is what does a defensive player want out of a quarterback, right? We know an offensive player, they want the football, right? Receivers want the ball delivered. They want to score points as an offense. A defensive player, someone on this team, they want a warrior. And I think Miller Moss has shown so much in that category through the first 4 games of exactly the character of the player and who exactly he is. And that was sort of a signature moment for him early on in the season.
After review, the ruling of a touchdown is confirmed.
I love that cheer after that announcement. It's so fun. Matt Leinart, you were in this game and reminded me of it. Banged up at Arizona State locker room, and I think Sark went to him and said, "We need you."
Yeah.
And he just jumped off the tape. He was a mess.
Oh, yeah.
Like ankles and groins and everything else. He was a mess. He ran out there and led the team back from being behind at halftime to victory. And you guys, I saw quotes from you guys saying that's when we knew that we could trust this guy.
Yeah, you follow your leaders, and you have to have those leadership moments as a team and as a player. And Miller Moss right there had a chance to go for the first down and pick up the first down, but he said, hey, I'm going to get in this end zone. Made 2 killer spin moves. Now, is the most graceful thing on earth? No, but he got in the end zone, and all the guys on that sideline, all the guys in that huddle recognized what he just took, the shot he just took on his head. He's going to get back up and get him the game, and that's how you win those leadership moments as a leader on your team.
We've got a timeout of the field. The extra point went up and in, by the way, brought to you by Terranea, a place like no other. 8:22 to go in the game, in regulation time anyway. The score, USC 31, Wisconsin 21. Back after these messages on the ESPN LA USC Trojans Media Network.
Support for USC football comes from Children's Hospital Los Angeles. U.S. News and World Report has once again named Children's Hospital Los Angeles the #1 hospital for kids in California. Ranked in the top 10 nationally, CHLA has been on the honor roll of best children's hospitals since the prestigious list was created. They've been providing the best care for kids in California for more than 120 years. Whether it's for routine care or life-saving needs, families turn to CHLA when the outcome matters. Clinical excellence, breakthrough research, and world-class expertise for kids. Find a doctor at chla.org.
Are you ready to unleash the beast? Monster Energy is here to give you the edge this college tailgate season. Loaded with bold flavors, our powerful blend gives you the energy you need to push you beyond your limits. Tune in all season long with Monster, the energy drink of ESPN Radio College Football Tour. Power your performance with a drink that's as hungry for victory as you are. Crack open an ice-cold Monster and dominate the competition. Monster Energy. Unleash the beast. Grab yours today.
It's time to recharge, reconnect, and rediscover your perfect combination at Pechanga Resort Casino. And with your resort favorites back in action, there's all of the excitement and comfort you love with the peace of mind you can depend on. So whenever you're ready for a little rest, a little relaxation, and a lot of fun, we'll be here. Play your perfect combination at Pechanga Resort Casino today.
This is USC football on the home of the Trojans. 710 ESPN and the all-new ESPN LA app. Your destination for LA sports. Fight on!
21-10 Wisconsin at halftime. 21-0 USC in the second half so far. And it's 31-21 overall, the Trojans, with 8:22 to go in the fourth quarter. Got to spend some time with my counterpart, and it's always fun to meet these guys. Some of them we've known because we saw them in the Holiday Bowl recently. Matt LePay, 31st year as the voice of the Badgers. They're color announcers, only in his second year, but I got interviewed on their pregame show by their 16-year sideline guy, Patrick Erb. We will see Mike Grimm next week. He's been doing it for Minnesota when we were there in 2010 and here in 2011 playing the Gophers.
Think about it from their perspective. What an honor to interview the great Arbogast.
This is the first time for them in the Coliseum. So they came early and walked around the torch end and looked at all the stuff. They've never been in. We saw them in San Diego.
We always take it for granted what quite the scene we have here in downtown Los Angeles, overlooking the beautiful downtown and seeing the Hollywood sign and the whole setup here. It must be quite a spectacle if you're coming here for the first time and checking this thing
out.
It's
special. They admitted as much. Kickoff is going to be short. Vinny Anthony fair catches at the 5-yard line, and they'll bring it out to the 25. Some of these guys I've never met, including Maryland's Johnny Holliday, who's been doing it for 46 years. We'll see him. And Don Fisher of Indiana has been on the job for the Hoosiers for 51 years. So that'll be fun to get to know those guys. I always talk to them before the game a little bit. It's fun to get to know them. Different group of guys, you know. I mean, we know Jerry Allen from Oregon, and the guys from the Pac-12, but there's only a scant few of us left in the Big Ten. There's only 4. First down, Wisconsin at their own 25, now trailing by 10. Handoff, right side, getting away. Here is Walker, and Walker will get the first down across the 35 to the 37-yard line. Looked like they had him for a minute, and that wasn't the case. Zion Branch filling in for the injured Akili Arnold. Don't know how long he'll be out. Was pretty sure he wasn't going to play today. We'll see about next week. They kind of need him back against Penn State. I don't know about Minnesota, although Minnesota played Michigan tough today, so who knows. Snap back. Toss this way. Complete. Across the 40 to the 42. And Vance with the tackle, and there's an injured Trojan.
Eric
Gentry on his knees, now standing on his left leg, kneeling. Now standing up completely, Russ Romano and a couple of his staff coming out to take a look. Russ and I have been friends forever now, it seems, huh? He's been around. We're the last of the Mohicans.
I remember early mornings with Russ Romano rehabbing knees and ankles, and Russ has been doing it for a long time.
Long time. We've got a timeout, so we'll take one with them. Time moving slowly towards the end. 7:39 to go, fourth quarter. SC 31, Wisconsin 21. And back after these messages on the ESPN LA USC Trojan Media Network.
At Audi, what drives you matters. But what you're driving towards matters more. The new fully electric Audi Q8 e-tron. How we get there matters.
Don't let someone else drive off in the Audi model you've always wanted. Visit your Southern California Audi dealer to get behind the wheel of yours today. Or visit SoCalAudiDealers.com for more information.
In the game of savings, it's all about making the right moves. Whether you're just kicking off your financial journey or already making big plays, USC Credit Union is here to help you come out on top. With high rates across savings and checking accounts, CDs, money markets, and IRAs, your money will grow faster and stronger. Plus, with our wealth management services, you'll have an expert coach guiding you at every stage of your investment journey. Make your money move up. Visit usccreditunion.org to get started. Federally insured by the NCUA.
It's time to recharge, reconnect, and rediscover your perfect combination at Pechanga Resort Casino. And with your resort favorites back in action, there's all of the excitement and comfort you love with the peace of mind you can depend on. So whenever you're ready for a little rest, a little relaxation, and a lot of fun, we'll be here. Play your perfect combination at Pechanga Resort Casino today.
You're listening to USC football on the home of the Trojans. 710 ESPN. Fight on.
After an injury timeout prompted a media timeout, 7:39 to go in the ball game, and the Trojans up 31-21. Remember, they were down 21-10 at halftime, and things were poorly looking. I mean, we were already thinking badly at halftime when we were talking, and then here we are. So.
Yeah, I think you expected to see it. You wanted to. It sounded like all week this Trojan team was pissed off after that Michigan loss, and it just came out like a team that didn't look that pissed off. It just another game, but you expect to see more anger. In this second half, you've seen a little more bite from this team. You've seen the wide receivers, I think, pick this team up. Miller Moss picked this team up, and you've seen another level of emotions come out of this team, I think.
Trojans running the ball again just enough to keep the passing game safe. 127 yards on the ground, 30 carries, 4 yards a pop. C.J. Williams in the pattern for Wisconsin. And a ball tipped, jumping up in the air. And a tip pass by Greedy Vance. As Locke threw it a little bit too low as he's trying to throw a little flare off to the right side. So 3rd and 6 from their own 41. And with 7.5 to go and down 10, they can't afford to punt very often. Maybe once, maybe. But the Trojans have been moving the ball offensively, so even that might be too many. Walker, a couple of touchdown runs earlier, is to the right side of Braden Locke, filling in for the injured Tyler Van Dyke, their starting quarterback with 8,000 career yards, 55 touchdowns. Locke over the middle, tipped away at the line of scrimmage, incomplete. Flag on the play. Gavin Meyer tipped that away. I think it's going to be a hold against Wisconsin. That'll be declined, and they'll have to kick, I think. Here's where you don't give them another chance here when you're down 10.
Yeah, I think he's
make them kick it now. You can hear the band. The crowd is quiet because they're waiting for the call from the official.
Holding. Offense, number 79. That penalty's declined. 4th down.
There you go.
Let's see, they're thinking about going for it now.
On 4th and 6?
Yeah, it looks like.
Well, it would have been 3rd and 16, and here comes what looks like the punting unit.
They thought about it for a second.
They did. San Diego State leading Central Michigan 21-19, 4 minutes to go. Colorado 34, Central Florida 14, 6 to go in the 3rd. UNLV, who cares if they have their starting quarterback? 52-14 over Fresno, 5 to go in the 4th. Bertram's with the kick, and he kicks it right at Zachariah Branch, who says, I'm not doing anything. I'm just going to catch it and sit. And he does at the 15-yard line. And that's where the Trojans will start this drive and try to eat some clock. 7:19 to go in the 4th quarter. We'll take a break. 31-21 Trojans over Wisconsin. Back after these messages on the ESPN LA USC Trojans Media Network.
When you've got good beer and good vibes, it's all Buena. Introducing Stone Buenavesa Salt and Lime Lager. Brewed with real lime and a touch of sea salt, this insanely refreshing Baja-inspired lager is perfect for celebrating the good life with good people. Imported from San Diego to wherever you are, in 6-packs, 12-packs, and on draft. Find Buenavesa near you using the beer finder at find.stonebrewing.com and show how you live Buena on Instagram at Live Buena.
Looking for the play of the day? That's easy. Fight on to victory with USC and fly on faster with ONT, the fastest and easiest airport experience in SoCal. Not to mention, Ontario International Airport has over 70 nonstop flights to more than 20 major destinations with less traffic coming in and out. In other words, getting here is a breeze, and so is following our Trojans anywhere the season takes them. Because let's be honest, faster is always better when it comes to your airport. Start planning your next journey today at SoCalSoEasy.com.
Are you ready to unleash the beast? Monster Energy is here to give you the edge this college tailgate season. Loaded with bold flavors, our powerful blend gives you the energy you need to push you beyond your limits. Tune in all season long with Monster, the energy drink of ESPN Radio College Football Tour. Power your performance with a drink that's as hungry for victory as you are. Crack open an ice-cold Monster and dominate the competition. Monster Energy. Unleash the beast. Grab yours today. You're listening to USC football on the home of the Trojans. 710 ESPN. Fight on.
7:19 to go in the ball game. SC up 31-21 and have the ball in hand. SCIAC today. Pomona Pitzer just finished off Laverne. First league games of the year, by the way. 27-20. Tonight at 7. Get out and see Claremont Mud Scripps up at Cal Lutheran in Thousand Oaks, or Chapman at Redlands tonight at 7. Edinburgh and Slippery Rock are just underway. No score. First quarter. They started at night game in Slippery Rock tonight, 6 o'clock their time. And in baseball, it's just a madhouse, of course, for wild card spots and everything else. But Jordan, right now, I mean, going in, the Dodgers and the Yankees are favored to face each other at World Series.
As much as I'd love to talk baseball, Pete, we got some drama down here on the sideline.
Oh, my goodness. What is it?
Here's we are changing quarterbacks. Jade Mayava was set to come in this game, and then all of a sudden at the last second, Miller Moss jumped off the sideline. So Mayava warmed up the entire timeout, and now it looks like Miller is cleared to go. So it does look like 7 will stay out there, and everyone seems happy about that. But that was... for a moment, looked like we're about to change quarterbacks.
Were we worried a little bit about concussion protocol there?
I'm sure that's what he was in.
Yeah.
So I'm sure he had to pass concussion protocol to get himself back out of the field and seemed to do it just in the nick of time.
We'll share unpleasantries about the Dodgers and Yankees later then. Moss looks to his left to Woody Marks and to his right to Quentin Joyner. And on first down, will throw to Joyner, but Joyner won't hang on to it. He bobbled it, tipped it to himself, and then Wohler knocked it away when he hit Joyner, who goes and retrieves the football down near the end zone. And two things happen there. It's 2nd and 10, of course, but it also stops the clock, which the Trojans don't want to do.
Yeah, you want to try to complete those ones. Those are the scary ones, too, where if you're Quinn Joyner and you tip that one up and then the defense is able to come down, that's a pick six right there. So got to be careful with those tip balls in that area.
How's Moss? 29 of 44, 311, 44 pass attempts. That's a bunch. It's not like they haven't run the ball any. Like here, Marks into the line. Gets a yard. 3rd and long. You just want to take it easy here, I think, and run clock as long as you can. Cade McDonald, first time we've called his name, the 5th-year junior. They have a lot of guys on their team that played COVID year and they're 5th-year juniors. So they're going to get a bunch of guys back next year for a 6th-year senior season.
I always feel like Wisconsin, the team that has older players, and they get all they can out of those older classmen.
It's not BYU, but 3rd and 8. Marks in motion away. Moss backpedaling, throws a screen underneath to Jacoby Lane, and he's tossed for a loss back to the 14. Might behoove Wisconsin to stop the clock here, because I think the Trojans are going to let this thing run down as much as they can with 6:19 left in the game. You don't take a delay or anything, but they just ran a minute and a half off the clock, and they've got another 23 seconds before this ball needs to get snapped, so it's going to be well under 6 minutes if Czaplicki waits. This is their safety, Zachman, who's back returning punts, and Czaplicki's just watching the play clock, as are we, with 7, 6, 5, and he finally takes the snap and kicks it away.
A dangerous snap, too.
A little bit of a low one. Zachman takes it, gets planted at about the 47-yard line. That was a shot.
Rajon Davis looked like number 9 there.
Yeah.
Big linebacker. We haven't heard from him in a while.
Hasn't played much linebacker, and, you know, there's no reason not to rotate these guys, is there? Davis has a big future and had, coming into SC, he was as highly thought of as anybody ever.
Yeah, it's only so many reps out there. I'm sure you get comfortable with your guys, but number 9 right there, making his presence felt right there, sticking it shoulder right in the gut.
43-yard punt, whistle, blows up the play.
Review it for hitting people too hard, maybe.
Previous play is under review for potential targeting.
The crowd groans, and well they ought.
It looked clean to me. I saw the shoulder go in there. I mean, does he dip his head? Maybe, but does his head make contact? I don't know. There's so many different parts of this rule, it's hard to define.
Official review brought to you by Life Law, injury law made simple. One of our sponsors, Terranea, located along the stunning Palos Verdes Peninsula in Southern California. A luxury resort like no other, with ocean views and magical sunsets. Book your getaway to Terranea at terranea.com.
And that's about as clean a shot, other than Kamari Ramsey's shot today. Those 2 hits right there are
just a tackle.
Are exactly how they want them to tackle players. Shoulder in there, lead with the hands, wrap them up, pop them back. Just
2 arms around the thigh, the hamstrings.
Just technique.
Pick them up, put them down.
Teach tape from number 9 and Kamari Ramsey today on how to tackle right there. Jordan, you got some? What do you got to add?
Are they even looking at Rajon? I mean, if it's Rajon, it's not even a question. Maybe the player from the side? The second guy? I don't know. This is a bizarre.
Well, I see. 31.
After video review, there's no foul for targeting.
Never mind.
Yeah, it looked like
Jaden Walker got in there and a little late from the side. The Joint Chiropractic can help ease your pain and keep you moving. To learn more and claim the new $29 new patient special, visit thejoint.com today. What do we have, you ask? 1st and 10, Wisconsin down by 10 at their own 47, late 4th quarter. Handoff, Malusi elusively out to the 49 is all, a gain of 2. Mason Cobb there for the stick. 2nd and 8, second tackle for Cobb. Just over 5 to play in the ball game. Coming up, the Modelo locker room report. On the field after the game, but the Trojans hold on. Jordan will have a guest, and back in the locker room a couple more, and Coach Lincoln Riley will check stats and highlights, scores of other games, and more. Lock, intercepted by Cobb, 50. He's at the 40, 30, Down the sideline, 20, 10, 5, touchdown! Mason Cobb, pick six. Game, set, and match. It was tipped up in the air. I didn't see who did it, but I did see who caught it. And that was Mason Cobb. Touchdown, USC.
And what an awesome moment there for Mason Cobb. Ball ends up in his hands after a nice play. I don't know who was on that outside. We'll have to get a replay, but a tip ball. He catches it. It looked like Jacoby Covington possibly tips that ball to him. He grabs the ball. He's in a race with some offensive linemen, and then someone from behind is trying to catch him. It's a race to the end zone, and the fans are with him the whole way, and Mason Cobb's able to get in that end zone before the defender gets there. Awesome moment for Mason Cobb.
Played at Oklahoma State, out of Provo High School in Utah. Cobb with his third career interception, and it was Covington who tipped it. Covington probably thought he had a pick six. What are you doing? Extra point coming. 37-21 Trojans. Lines are set for the point after try. Here's the kick. And the referees agree. A 55-yard interception return will stand, and the Trojans are up 38-21. Cobb, 55-yard IR. 5:04 still remaining in the game. Wait, I got to hold this up for the Audi Booth Cam. That's a win for old SC. There we go.
Is that Jordan Moore running alongside him on the sideline?
Was Jordan moving? Yeah. Kind of reminded me of you trying to run back that two-point conversion then.
I feel like that always comes up in those moments there. I wish I would have got some blockers like that, like Mason Cobb had.
Yeah. You would have fallen in the end zone just like him. Look at all these guys running. Lincoln's running. Some of the assistants. There's Miller Moss running down the field.
Jordan, looked like you were a step behind on that play. What was the sideline view of that one?
Shaun, since my objectivity has been called into question already once today during the tailgate show, I want people to know that was not me running down the sideline. Just a light fist pump down here for me, Shaun, as victory number 3 appears to be sealed.
The Trojans were penalized for excessively celebrating. Welcome to the NFL, the No Fun League. And so they get a 15-yarder, and they'll kick off from the 20. So we should have a return for Vinny Anthony, who's a decent return man, about 20 yards per. Kick will come down to Anthony, and he'll catch at the 9. And he'll get to the 25 and have a pretty big hole on the left side, and he's off to the races. 50, Trojan 40. I don't know if anybody's going to catch him. Pushed him out of bounds around the 20-yard line, I think. Well. See, the excessive celebration penalty comes back to haunt you, doesn't it? They say 18-yard line, so immediately Wisconsin's in the red zone here.
Yeah, it just gives you a way more space on that 15 yards. Just so much room to play with. Returner had a lot of space. This didn't look like enough Trojans out there to even cover that much space. And just momentum swing here as all the exuberance from the pick six is lost in the stadium.
Many of the fans have opted to drive home. Not all of them, but many. I'd say half. Locke, who just threw a pick six. Hands off to Walker. Tripped up by Prophet Brown. He'll dive forward maybe to the 17 and get a yard and a half. Old Dominion Freight Line happy to bring you today's game. The official freight carrier of USC Athletics, helping the world keep promises. Have stranger things happened? Yes.
They're showing the play the Trojans got the flag on. They were taking a picture
all right.
Like as a defense.
Yeah. Whistles, flags, penalty.
Snap infraction. Offense, number 57.
Wiggling the ball a little bit too much up front.
Second down.
DirecTV sideline report with Jordan.
USC can learn to play from the lead, as you guys called for earlier. You really see the weakness of these offenses that they're going against. I mean, Wisconsin's still establishing the run here with 4:25 and just running the clock out themselves. They're huddling right now. I mean, there's just zero urgency. We saw the same thing with Michigan late last week. If USC could have stopped the run there.
Great when you're winning, bad when you're losing. Lock, throw, left side, caught. And dragged out of bounds inside the 15 down to about the 14-yard line, short of a first by 6. Defensive play. DeCarlos Nicholson, who we've called his name a little bit more than we have in the first 3 games, get a little extra playing time today. Number 17, his 3rd tackle. He's still over there at the corner on the far side. Braylon Shelby is in for SC defensive end.
Now those guys are rotated all year, kind of Humphreys, the Covington, Smith.
Rajon Davis is in.
Yep.
This is 3rd about 5. Lock, and the whistles blow, and they're going to back them up again. A lot of penalties against Wisconsin.
False start.
That is
Offense,
unlike what they've been like in the first 3 games.
5-yard penalty, 3rd down.
38-21 SC, 3.5 to go in the game. That's funny. The SC cheerleader guy on the far side says, Wisconsin would like us to be quiet right here. That's a funny line. Third and 9. Ball at the 23. Locke claps his hands. You could probably hear it. Winds and throws for the end zone. Too far. Nicholson defending. Green, the intended returning starter. And it'll be 4th down. We are down by 38-21. 3's not going to do you any good.
Yeah, it's just been a pretty good defensive effort in the second half for the Trojans. Just not allowing Locke to really get anything going in this second half. Has really struggled in this second half. Run game has been all right, but the ability to pass, Dantlin has pretty much taken that away from this Wisconsin team.
Ball at the 18 on 4th down, and 4th and 9. Kind of last gasp time, it feels like, and the Trojans will take time out. San Diego State leading Central Michigan 21-19, 25 seconds left. Central Michigan has the ball at the San Diego State 28, 15 seconds to go. So if they try a field goal right now, Central Michigan will be about a 45-yarder to win the game at the gun. Sam Green is in for the Trojans defensive end. What else is going on? Notre Dame still in front of Louisville, 31-24 now with 3 to go at South Bend, and they're going to have to punt, the Irish are. Colorado will finish off Central Florida. Oklahoma leading Auburn 24-21 with a minute to go, and they've got the ball at the Auburn 23, so that looks like an OU win. Clifton and Pepe into the defensive line on 4th and 9 for Wisconsin. After the Trojan timeout, they've got the ball at the SC 18, and Locke will throw again. Little slant in down to the 12-yard line, and that's all they're going to get. Gang tackle there. And that's not enough. Trojans will take over on downs. And if Wisconsin doesn't belabor with their 3 times out, and they probably will, why wouldn't they? With 3 minutes to go, the Trojans would be able to run out the clock, but Wisconsin probably call timeout.
Little change up from Dantlin right there, dropping out some defensive linemen. I remember these days, we used to call this the Dumbo drop for the big fellas dropping back in coverage. Look at big Gavin Meyer, big Nate Clifton dropping out, not pass rushing there. Looked like Nate Clifton maybe had a chance if he could get his big old butt to swing around and make a play. He would have had a chance on that pick, but the old Dumbo drop, me and Mike Patterson dropping out.
Were you much in pass coverage?
No, I was about as bad as Nate Clifton looked out there in coverage as well. The Dumbo drop.
But it was fun.
Yeah, it was fun.
You're doing something new.
Yeah, something new. Not just running your head into a wall every play.
Jaden Maviava is in at quarterback for the Trojans. He has played some, mostly against, or all against Utah State. Handoff to Marks, who's still in there. A little surprised by that. Maybe we'd see Amari and Peterson. Marks gets 5. Maviava, 8 for 11 for 66 yards in mop-up duty against Utah State a couple weeks ago. He's a transfer from UNLV, who would now be their starting quarterback because their starting quarterback left. But it's a new day, baby. He didn't get enough money, so...
We don't know that, Pete.
That's what he says.
Okay, we do know that then.
He does say that. Others say that's not necessarily the case. We don't. Maviava hands off to Joyner. Big hole left side, 20, 25, first down, out of bounds. That'll stop the clock. Zachman, not quite as mouthy right now as my guess, is Zachman. First down USC. It did not. Well, the ref blew maybe just moved the chains. 2:05. The clock will continue to run down to the 2-minute stoppage. And there it is.
Complete dominance here in the second half from the Trojans, who we questioned their want to in the first half after they struggled on some explosive plays on defense and really kicking anything to drive on offense. Second half came out ready, and now 14 in each quarter of 28-0 in the second half Trojans.
Got a couple of number notes to throw at you. End of the game, sort of number notes. You ready? You ready to go? And a quiz. I've got a quiz for you. All right. So Wisconsin had won 6 out of 7 under their head coach Fickell. 7-1 coming off the bye in his career, and 6 out of 7. So that'll end. Wisconsin was 5-0 against teams that joined the Big Ten late. Had never lost a game against Rutgers, Maryland, Nebraska, and Penn State, and Michigan State back in 1954. So they were 5-0. That'll end. SC has now won 36 of 48 against the Big Ten. And I'll give you your quiz when we come back. We're going to pause 10 seconds for stations to identify themselves on the ESPN LA USC Trojans Media Network.
Hey, it's Mace, and this is USC football back where it belongs on 710 ESPN. KSPN Los Angeles, a good Karma Brands radio station. Fight on!
38-21 SC, 2 minutes to go in the game, and they've got the ball with a first down. Wisconsin has all of their times out left. The Trojans, after losing at Michigan last week, are now all-time, they are 4-2 in games played in which they entered a new league. Can you name the 6 leagues the Trojans have been in?
6 leagues?
6 leagues.
I played in the Pac-10.
Okay, there's one.
All right.
Jordan can get in on this, too.
Let's do one at a time.
Bert's got Pac-8, Pac-10, Pac-12.
Yeah, okay.
Obviously, we are currently in the Big Ten. There's one. So there's 2 more. 2 more, and they're old. I'll give you the years. The Trojans beat Washington at Washington in 1959 and lost to Cal in 1922 at the Rose Bowl, which was the first game ever played in the Rose Bowl.
That was over 100 years ago.
That's right, 102 years.
The West Coast Conference.
No, that is incorrect.
Pacific. The Pacific.
Keep going. Just say it. Pacific Coast Conference, that's the first one.
Okay, there you go.
1959, SC at Washington, a winner. And I'll tell you what it is if you don't know, but then you still won't know what it is. It's the AAWU, which is the Athletic Association of Western Universities.
Wow, that's a good one.
There you go, the 6 leagues USC has been in. Mayava hands off, gives it to Joyner, gets to the 30, a gain of 2, 2nd and 8. And Wisconsin does call timeout, so they'll have 2 more. The Modelo locker room report follows our broadcast. Jordan will have a player on the field right after the game, and then we'll head down in the locker room, hear from a couple of the winners from USC and Coach Lincoln Riley, and we'll check the stats and highlights. All kinds of fun on the Modelo locker room report on a beautiful Saturday afternoon that looked dark and dreary there for a while. Trailing 21-10 at halftime, and the Trojans rally and dominate in the second half. Then win the game 38-21. Probably that's going to be the final. Almost for sure. Next week we'll be in the Twin Cities. 6:30 start time there. 4:30 start time here. Airtime on the Trojan Media Network, ESPN LA, will be at 3 o'clock. Hour and a half ahead of time. I think so. Maybe even earlier. Mayava will keep. Run around the left side. He'll get put down in the turf. At the 36, will Wisconsin call it second timeout? It appears as though that will not be the case. Now it's just a matter of running out the clock, which has a minute 32 to go.
Yeah, Mayava's definitely got a different gear there, Pete. He can shift it there and put on the wheels.
He can run. Joyner goes out. Here's Jackson back in. A couple of carries earlier in the game. Mayava, 6'4", 220, and a runner. just a sophomore from UNLV. Good backup for Miller Moss for sure. And off to Jackson. He gets away from a couple of would-be tacklers and crossed the 45 for a first down at the 46, officially ending this college football game. The Trojans will go to 3-1, 1-1 in the conference, off to Minnesota, and then next 2 weeks from now, it's already sold out, but there were a lot of people here dressed like seats, let's be honest today. I do not want to see that in 2 weeks. I want to see you. If you have a ticket, you've got to get here. That's the biggest game of the season for the Trojans. Penn State here in 2 weeks. We don't know what time it is. Don't care. Got to get here. Got to be here.
Listen to Pete Arbogast, fans. We need you here on that one. It's going to be a fun one, and you wouldn't want to miss it anyways.
Mayava will take a knee. Under 30 seconds to go in the game. The teams peel off of the sideline, and they will shake hands at the center of the field. And the first ever Big Ten game played at the Los Angeles Memorial Coliseum is history. The Trojans winners today as the clock winds down under 10 seconds. SC 38 and Wisconsin 21. And in just a moment, we'll be going down to the field as Jordan Moore will have an interview with one of our players of the game. Miller Moss, 30 of 45 for 308 and 3 touchdowns. Jacoby Lane caught 10 passes for 105 and 2. That's a big day for him. And Marks had 63 on the ground. Joyner had 49 and 8.2 per carry for Quentin Joyner. The Badgers head on up the tunnel. The Trojans will celebrate with the band and the fans across the way as SC wins it 38-21. What were they? A couple touchdown favorites, so they ended up winning by more than that.
Yeah, I don't really pay attention to those kind of things. I just want to win.
A little. I mean, that just tells you what everybody thinks is going to happen.
Yeah, no doubt. I'm worried about the last score at the end. If it's 1 point, we did it. If we like last week, we did it. So lost in both cases, but good win today for the Trojans. Found a way in the second half to find some points and play a lot better defense in that second half. Credit to them getting it fixed at halftime.
Down on the field, Jordan Moore has a great performer for today's football game.
Yeah, I've got Jacoby Lane here. He was outstanding yet again. What was the halftime speech today? It seemed like you guys came out a completely different team in the second half.
I think it was the same thing as when we came out there. Just go out there, compete, and compete at a high level. Coach Riley preaches that all week, and I think we all are firm believers in our identity as a team, and we showed that today.
What gets you guys started when you get some momentum going in the second half? Is it a play from the defense? Is it a play from one of your teammates? Is it something someone says in the sideline? When you guys get going like that, what got you started?
I think we all as a collective believe in our identity as a team, and that over everything. I don't think it's a single player, something that starts something. I think it's we all know we are capable of, and we all try and bring that out every play. So that's what it is.
You made some tremendous contested catches today. What's the key in that situation when you're up there against one or two guys, you see the ball in the air? How do you react to it?
I know if I don't catch it, it's not going to come my way again, so I got to go up there and get that thing, I guess. But I thank Miller for trusting me to go get it and letting me have an option to go get those contested catches, so capitalize on everyone I'm able to.
We talked about what it means to his teammates when Miller's a warrior, spins out of a tackle, dives over the goal line. What's it mean to you when you see your quarterback do that?
It's amazing. There's nothing more you can ask for in a guy like Miller. I think he's shown everybody wrong, and anybody that has anything to say about Miller is quiet right now. So
that's for sure. It's not quiet down here, though. We got the horns. Jacoby's going to go celebrate with his team after a 10-catch day. Hey, you're headed to the ladder, man. Here we go. Headed to the ladder. He will grab the sword for the first time in his young career.
Awesome stuff. Thank you, Jordan. We'll talk to you again in the locker room in just a little bit. The final score presented by Wells Fargo, official retail bank of USC Athletics. Today's final score, USC 38 and Wisconsin 21. Back after these messages on the ESPN LA USC Trojans Media Network.
Hi, this is Mike Greenberg. You see me on ESPN TV with Get Up every morning and Sunday NFL Countdown. Did you know I have a radio show, too? You can listen to us talk about the biggest headlines of the day from across the world of sports every weekday morning from 7 to 9 a.m. right here on 710 ESPN and the all-new ESPN LA app. I'll talk to you soon. Hashtag Greeny, mornings till 9 on 710 ESPN.
The home of the one and only Mike Greenberg, Greeny, mornings, and the home of USC football. We are 710 ESPN. Love staying ahead of the game with the latest tech? Meet Helium Mobile, the first phone carrier powered by the people. Experience coverage from the nation's largest 5G network and a network built by people like you. For just $20 a month, get unlimited talk, text, and data. Plus, earn crypto for contributing to the network, which you can use to pay your phone plan. Whether you're a USC Trojans fan, student, employee, or just trying to save a buck on your phone bill, Helium Mobile is for you. Make the switch today at HelloHelium.com. Fight on.
Trojan fans, want to go to the USC-UCLA rivalry game at the Rose Bowl? Just grab an icy cold Coors Light and visit CoorsLight.com/collegefootball. Enter the keyword SCORE, and you got a shot to win your tickets to the game. It's all thanks to our great friends at Coors Light, the official beer of college football and proud partner of the USC Trojans on ESPN LA.
No purchase necessary. Starts at 1/24/2125. NLA 50 Central Time. Must be a resident of 50 USDC. 21 years of age or older. Void where prohibited. If you want to get keyword prices, see official rules at www.CoorsLight.com/collegefootball. For entry restrictions, keywords, odds, prices, and restrictions. Sponsor Boston Coast Beverage Company USA LLC. 250 South Blacker Drive, Chicago, Illinois, USA 60606.
You're listening to USC football on the home of the Trojans. 710 ESPN. Fight on.
Down on the field, the Trojan band beginning its post-game concert. Well-wishers, family members, recruits, and lots of football players still hanging around on the Coliseum turf down below as the sun starts to set off to our left in the west. And the Trojans come from behind after trailing 21-10 at halftime to defeat Wisconsin with a resounding second-half effort, 38-21. Reminder now to stay tuned for the Modelo Locker Room Report, the show that takes you into the Trojan locker room for interviews with our players of the game. The final word with head coach Lincoln Riley. We'll check the stats and highlights, and we'll talk to John Jackson about his feelings about this game and what's coming up in the future for the Trojans, including a trip to Minnesota next week and the home game, the big game against Penn State 2 weeks away here in the Coliseum. All coming up with the Modelo Locker Room Report, which follows in just a moment. Once again, the final score here from the Coliseum in Los Angeles, USC 38 and Wisconsin 21, and this is the ESPN LA USC Trojan Media Network.
And USC Wisconsin, it is a final. The Big Ten home opener on a Saturday afternoon at the Coliseum.
You've been listening to USC Football, brought to you by Coors Light, Mountain Cold Refreshment. Choose chill. Celebrate responsibly.
Pechanga Resort Casino, proud partner of USC Football.
And by State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Stay tuned in as we break down the game, listen to highlights, and talk to the players and coach.
All coming up on the ESPN LA USC Trojan Media Network. Presented by Pechanga Resort Casino.
Coors Light presents To Chill or Not to Chill. When your friend skips your favorite song on the playlist. End the friendship. Or choose chill because that song lives rent-free in your head anyway. And you planned ahead by bringing Coors Light to the party. And the sound of that ice-cold can cracking open was music to your ears already. Coors Light. Choose chill. Celebrate responsibly. 2024 Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado.
It's time to recharge, reconnect, and rediscover your perfect combination at Pechanga Resort Casino. And with your resort favorites back in action, there's all of the excitement and comfort you love with the peace of mind you can depend on. So whenever you're ready for a little rest, a little relaxation, and a lot of fun, we'll be here. Play your perfect combination at Pechanga Resort Casino today.
Hi, it's Hannah, and welcome to the HannahCast. Today, Piggy Bank's gonna fuel our episode with questions about Argo rewards. Yep, earn up to $5 in rewards at sign up. Uh-huh, and 5 cents on every gallon. Sounds pretty sensible, if you ask me. Oh, all this savings talk making you hungry? Here you go. Learn how to earn at arcorewards.com.
By entering your phone number, you're agreeing to receive recurring automated informational and marketing SMS, MMS messages from Marathon. Consent not required for purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
No matter what you're looking for in a non-alcoholic beer, there's only one name that has it all. Athletic Brewing Co. Full flavor? It's athletic. Huge variety? It's athletic. Award-winning styles you can get online, at the bar, or the grocery store? It's athletic. In fact, when it comes to amazing non-alcoholic beer, there's no question. It's athletic. Ask for it and find out. Go to askforathletic.com to find your closest retailer today. Near Beer.
That's the final whistle. It's time to go break down the Trojans' performance, the outcome, and the next opponent for USC. This is the Modelo Locker Room Report.
Brought to you by Modelo, the fighting spirit of the USC Trojans.
Pechanga Resort Casino, proud partner of USC football.
Postmates, great restaurant selection and no delivery fee or service fee on eligible orders. Fight on.
And by Salaya Tequila, proud partner of the USC Trojans.
This is the Modelo Locker Room Report.
Trojans a winner here today over Wisconsin. It looked a little dicey early, but SC able to come back and win the game after trailing 21-10 at halftime with a big second-half effort, outscoring Wisconsin 28-0 in the second half for a final of 38-21. Pete Arbogast back with you along with Shaun, Cody, and welcome to the Modelo Locker Room Report. We'll be going down to the locker room, and Jordan Moore will have interviews with our players of the game, and we'll talk to Lincoln Riley a little bit as well, as SC wins this game to move to 2 and make that 3-1 for USC, and 1-1 in conference play, and Wisconsin loses their first conference game. Well, at halftime, all looked lost. It was forlorn. Everybody was walking with their head down, and again, like they did with Michigan, although they won this game, something happened somewhere along the way, and they woke up and scored 28 points and gave up nothing in the second half. We got to figure out how to do this in the first half now.
Yeah, I was just asking JJ, what the heck did he say at halftime? It got these guys fired up because when I left this halftime booth, it was doom and gloom. We weren't feeling good. Offense was kind of sputtering, not executing their stuff. Defense was giving up big plays. Turnovers were plenty. So just not a great start, especially, first Big Ten game as a team in your home facility, not coming up, not kind of really showing up early. So those are question marks, and then found a way to do it. Just like last week, your back's against the wall, and this team responded again. They came out, and I don't know if we'll find out, but how good is Wisconsin? How good is Michigan? These things are yet to be determined, but definitely provided some answers in the second half. 28 unanswered points with a Mason Cobb pick and a couple touchdowns from Miller Moss, one running and a couple throwing. So just a great response from the team. It's something you want to see. It's something you want to see from the start, but a good win today.
When you talk about the turnovers, really two of them erase each other because each team had a bad muffed punt, which they in turn turned into a touchdown. So that kind of cancels each other out. One of the Trojans' turnovers was a long interception throw, which is in essence a third down punt. They got it 25. Nothing happened with that. And the Trojans, the other one, they were going in for a potential score, and Moss got hit from behind and coughed it up about the 25-yard line in the Wisconsin end. And that one cost SC some points, as it turned out. They weren't as important as they might have been, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah,
they stopped SC's momentum.
Yeah,
in the
they made you feel as a fan, as a player, that hey, things aren't going our way. Maybe it's not our day. It gave you that kind of sense. And as in the second half, the turnovers are huge for the Trojans. The muff punt you talked about, and then Mason Cobb with the pick six. So really swung that whole thing around, getting that momentum when you can create those turnovers.
Trojans ran the ball okay today. When you look at the numbers, 161 yards, 4.4 yards per on 37 carries as a team. The passing was 308 yards to only 180 for Wisconsin. It's not much of a passing game that of course, they lost their starting quarterback, Van Dyke. Locke is a serviceable 50% type passer. Kind of what we expected is exactly what we got from him. He threw one nice long ball today where the Trojans kind of bit on one they shouldn't have.
Yeah, that first one had you scared, though, a little bit, Pete. This guy can hit these kind of throws. We're in trouble, but it seemed like after that, Trojans were aware of, all right, we got bit by a double move by Jacoby Covington. After that, it seemed like Locke had a lot more trouble throwing that ball. Accuracy seemed all over the place, so credit to Trojans on creating a little better atmosphere in that secondary.
Rushing defense was okay. 25 carries, 106 yards, 4 yards per. It didn't do a ton of damage.
No.
Wisconsin, once they fell behind, Jordan made this point from the field. Once they fell behind, they're not a comeback type team. They got to play from ahead all the time. Otherwise, they're going to be in trouble.
Definitely a front-running team, as Michigan was last week. I think an injury maybe we didn't talk about enough, Achille Arnold, being one of the captains, leaders back there, and not having the guy who's communicating a lot of the defense. I don't know how much that helped them. You seemed a little bit in the first half. Guys were still lining up, getting in place. So maybe Achille Arnold has more of a communication role on this defense than maybe we even know about.
Lake McCree injury, the tight end. They threw to Eldridge a few times, and he made a catch. I think Walker Lyons even made a catch. But they didn't look as confident in throwing to those two guys as they would have with Lake McCree. McCree would have got a bunch of yards.
Yeah, Miller Moss and Lake McCree definitely have a better repertoire with each other, a rapport with each other, and they've been getting it done for a while. He's learning these guys, and they made some big catches today too. But are they going to be the same athletic players out in space? Maybe Walker Lyons, Kate Eldridge, more of a blocking guy. Just getting those possessions is big enough for him.
Pick 6 for Cobb, 55-yarder. He struggled a little bit the last 5 yards. He's kind of stumbling in, but he made it. He made it in there, and a great touchdown run, I might add, on a late call by Miller Moss to call his own number, and he spun at the goal at the 5-yard line and then kind of dove backwards and got in. That was an eyebrow raiser for Moss.
Yeah, you don't expect that from Miller Moss. 3 spin moves today probably. He put him in the old washing machine. Miller Moss getting the end zone and earning, I think, a lot of credit from his teammates. You heard, Jacoby Lane talk about the leadership he provides, and in those kind of moments when you make those kind of plays, go that extra effort. You earn the players on your team trust, and that leadership is the role he has on this team. No one is more excited about that Mason Cobb interception than our producer Gia's over here, because she called him for player of the game. She's politicking behind the scenes. She's back channeling everybody to try to get player of the game for Mason Cobb. I don't know. Miller Moss looked pretty good. A lot of big numbers for him today, so we're going to have to get that covered. But Gio was over here losing it when Mason Cobb was taking.
Kobe had 10 catches over 100 yards.
I don't know. A lot of players involved today.
That's tough. That's tough. Also, here's a stat that I really enjoy, and we're going to break after this one. Trojans ran 82 plays. Ooh. Wisconsin had 51. So Trojans had the ball 31 more plays than Wisconsin.
Yeah, that's a lot of defensive snaps.
That matters.
If I'm a big fella trying to play defense.
TOP was 40-20.
Yeah, and that's something that Wisconsin had been good leading up into this game, had really controlled the time of possession. Now, is that a telling sign that you're going to win the game? Not always, but it definitely keeping that defense out on a hot day in Southern California. I'm sure Wisconsin, those guys are probably got some IVs in that locker room right now.
Trojans were 13 of 19 on 3rd and 4th down pickups today, 68%. Meantime, Wisconsin, 2 out of 12. Huge.
And that's what turnovers can do to this whole game, right? Even we might have been, to a certain extent, with the numbers might have shown outplaying Wisconsin in certain areas, but turnovers just throw that thing on their head. You have turnovers, and you could throw the stats out, because when they have the ball, they're putting points on the board.
Individual stats around the corner for the Trojans to beat Wisconsin 38-21, and we'll be back after these messages on the Modelo Locker Room Report, ESPN LA, USC Trojans Media Network.
It's time to recharge, reconnect, and rediscover your perfect combination at Pechanga Resort Casino. And with your resort favorites back in action, there's all of the excitement and comfort you love, with the peace of mind you can depend on. So whenever you're ready for a little rest, a little relaxation, and a lot of fun, we'll be here. Play your perfect combination at Pechanga Resort Casino today.
Introducing Stone Fight On Pale Ale, with a balanced blend of hops and a deep golden color as vibrant as the Southern California sunshine. Stone Fight On Pale Ale is brewed to be the perfect companion for the beach, the tailgate, or cheering on the Trojans. Stone Fight On Pale Ale is best enjoyed by holding a can in one hand and raising a V for victory with the other. Find Stone Fight On Pale Ale near you at find.stonebrewing.com. That's find.stonebrewing.com. Stone Brewing is a proud partner of USC Athletics.
USC Trojan fans, Smart Stop Self-Storage is ready for game day. Smart Stop Self-Storage is committed to making the self-storage experience easy and hassle-free for all Trojan fans. Whether you're storing your Trojans tailgate gear, need temporary storage while moving to a new home, or need a storage solution for your business, we're here for you with convenient locations throughout Southern California. Smart Stop Self-Storage, the smarter way to store. Visit smartstop.com to reserve your space today. Fight on. Fight on.
This is USC football on the home of the Trojans. 710 ESPN and the all-new ESPN LA app. Your destination for LA sports. Fight on!
Trojan band whooping it up with the fans across the way as SC beats Wisconsin 38-21. It's time now to listen to the Arco top-tier play of the game.
Now, it's time to experience the thrill of the Arco top-tier performance play of the game.
Play of the game.
Lock. Ooh, yes. Intercepted by Cobb. 50. He's at the 40. 30. Down the sideline. 20. 10. 5. Touchdown! Mason Cobb. Pick 6. Game, set, and match. It was tipped up in the air. I didn't see who did it, but I did see who caught it. And that was Mason Cobb. Touchdown, USC.
There's a lot of good plays in the second half for SC to win 28-0 in the second half and 38-21 overall. Here's the individual stat look. For the Trojans rushing, Woody Marks 19 for 63. Joyner 6 for 49, 8.2 per. Miller Moss carried 5 times for positive 17 yards and a touchdown. Branch carried once on the end around for 15. Brian Jackson 4 carries, 12. Mayava 1 carry for 7 at the end. 161 for the Trojans on the ground. Moss was 30 of 45 through the air for 308, 3 TDs, 1 pick. Jacoby Lane caught 10 out of 13 for which he was targeted, 105 yards and 2 touchdowns. Branch 4 catches, 44, including a 38-yarder. Hudson 4 for 42. Marks 4 for 29. Deuce caught a touchdown pass and 2 passes overall for 40 yards. Ford caught 2. Walker Lyons, tight end 2. Joyner caught 1. Kate Eldridge caught 1. Eddie Czaplinski was asked to do positional punting today, not long punting, and so he had 3 kicks for 38-7. For Wisconsin, Walker, their sturdy running back, 12 for 55 for 2 touchdowns. Malusi, the starter, 10 for 32. Dupree, 2 for 13. And Yaconelli, 1 for 6. Trojans did a pretty good job against the ground game for Wisconsin. And that's the part of the game that they were counting on to be the best part of their game. Sort of like Michigan. They're not as good. They're just not as good as Michigan. But only 106 yards on the ground and 25 carries, 4.2. That's pretty good. Braden Locke, exactly where we thought he would be. 50%, 13 of 26, 180 yards, 1 touchdown, 1 pick 6. Receiving, Bryson Green caught 4. Vinny Anthony 3 for 70 and a touchdown. Pauling caught 2. C.J. Williams, former Trojan, got 1. And there were 4 other guys that caught passes each. Atticus Bertrams, who was going to be a Trojan, turned into a Badger. 6 punts for 49.8. He had a 74-yarder. Don't see that every day. Defensively, Austin Brown for Wisconsin, 9 tackles, including a sack and 2 TFLs. Then a forced fumble, 7 tackles each for Hunter Wohler and Nizier Forquarian. Yay. The Trojans didn't have a lot of tackling opportunity. 42 tackles for the game. And so their leaders only had 4 each. Gentry, Nicholson. Carlos Nicholson playing a lot today. Kamari Ramsey and Kobe Pepe. 2 tackles for loss for SC. They were both from Ramsey. No sacks again for the Trojans. So they've only got 5 sacks after 4 games this year. Be nice to get a little more pressure on the quarterback. The interception, of course, from Mason Cobb, a 55-yard pick 6. This is the Modelo locker room report. Jordan Moore's been on the sideline all afternoon during the game, after his stint with the Trojan Tailgate Show as the host with the most before the contest, and now he's in the locker room and gets to interview players of the game, and he's got one of those for us now.
Yeah, I got the big fella, Deuce Robinson, 2 interviews in a week, but you know that's what happens, Deuce, when you play like that. I asked Jacoby the same question on the field. I'll ask you, what do you think changed at halftime for this team?
Yeah, you know, obviously we went through the same thing last week. We faced some adversity, and last week we didn't necessarily get the outcome we wanted, but I think we showed how resilient this team is, and we were able to learn a lot of lessons, and I think, you know, those lessons helped carry over into this week, and so when we did see that adversity, came in here at halftime. We just talked. We'd been in that position, and we showed that we were capable of coming back and playing as a team and playing to our full capability. And I think we were able to do that same thing this week, and obviously this time it ended, the way we wanted it to end.
Both your big catches, you used your size, you used your physicality. Explain the growth in your game. You've always had those tools probably most of your life in terms of how best to use them on the big stage like this.
Yeah, I've really tried to make it a point of emphasis this year. We spent a ton of time in the weight room this offseason with Coach Wiley. Our nutrition ladies did an incredible job with our whole team. Both our strength staff and our nutrition staff did an incredible job with our entire team. And I'm just lucky to be a part of that. But I think we're able to see those gains that we made throughout this offseason and through this camp. And obviously with me making a point of emphasis with it, it's nice to be able to carry it over onto the field and be able to use that 6'6" frame.
Guys, go ahead for Deuce.
Deuce, congratulations. Shaun, Cody in the booth here. We saw, on the drive prior to your touchdown pass, we saw another pass, Miller Moss try to squeeze into you, and the defender was in there able to break it up. You come back the next drive, make that big catch, almost in the same kind of situation where you're able to get physical. What were the teaching points on the sideline after, that first one where you maybe could have had a chance and the second one getting it?
I think I was just able to attack it a little bit more. Obviously, we've got a great staff, and they told me, just use my size. I didn't really attack the first one as much as I might, be able to. And so just being able to attack the second one and come down with it. But the main thing they told me is just trust it. I think I was a little down on myself after not making that first catch, and so being able to come back that second time around and make it, it was pretty big and felt really good.
Looked like you got excited today. I've seen you out here for about a year now and a little bit, and you don't show too much emotions. But today it seemed like Jacoby Lane was getting emotional. You got emotional after your touchdown. Talk about how emotions play a part of this game for you to get you guys fired up and get you guys in the right frame of mind.
Yeah, I'm not a super emotional person. I try to stay calm. Try not to get too high or too low. But every once in a while it comes out and I think we're able to make a lot of, as receivers, we're able to make a lot of plays and kind of be a spark for this team. And so that's what we try to do. We try to make it a point of emphasis to be a spark, energy creators for this team. And so going through some adversity, I think when we make some big time plays and show some emotion, it's able to get the whole sideline fired up and get the whole team going. And I think it was a pretty good example of that today. So every once in a while, showing some emotion.
Let that dog come out, big fella. Let the dog come out.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Every once in a while, I don't know if you'll see it too much, but when I feel like the times are necessary or when I'm just overtaken by it, it'll for sure come out.
Deuce, Pete Arbogast upstairs, and I want to switch gears and talk two sports because there aren't a lot of guys that play two sports in college anymore, and even fewer of them. We've seen guys try basketball and football, but they never really get on the floor much in basketball. You're a real player in baseball and a real two-sport athlete and a two-sport star, as it turns out. Do you play, first of all, do you play any baseball during football season at all?
I for sure try to get in the cages, whether it be once or twice a week, just try to keep my swing a little bit so that way when December, January rolls around, I'm not just playing catch up. So it's not too much, but I'll for sure try to work on my swing just every once in a while when I have some downtime in the off season.
When you were younger, when you were in high school or even before that, and you had both sports going in your life, were you looking forward, when you're playing football, you're looking forward to playing baseball, or is it the other way around? You're baseball and you're looking forward to football season?
Oh, it's both. It's I always tell people it's the question that it's my answer to the question whenever people ask me what's my favorite. It's impossible to answer, but I just tell them, when it's football season, I would tell you football, but I miss baseball. Uh-huh. And in baseball season, my favorite sport is baseball, but I miss football all the same. So I miss, right now I miss baseball, but all my focus is on football and trying to be the best football player I can be. And then obviously when baseball time rolls around, it's going to be the same. It's going to be the same thing, just flipped.
When you were really young, I assume you played everything that you possibly could play. Is that right?
Absolutely. I was playing. I played basketball throughout high school. Huh? When I was really young, I played soccer. I just love playing sports. Any sports. So I just love playing.
Just had to cut it back eventually.
Yeah, it would probably be pretty difficult to play, that many sports in college. But I'm super blessed, super fortunate to be able to play too.
Sure, fun to watch you so far. Best of luck in the future. We'll have you on again, I'm sure, as your career unfolds as we go down. Well, have a great week of practice, and we'll see you when we get ready for Minnesota next week.
Thank you, sir. I really appreciate it.
All right, Deuce Robinson, and generally Jordan sometimes has that second guest ready.
I do not.
Not this time, so we'll break away and come back as he attempts to purloin that. This is the Trojans radio broadcast, and USC beats Wisconsin today. I know if you walked out on this game at halftime, turned off the TV, went and played golf because you're upset, you missed it. 38-21, the Trojans come back and win it, and will come back after these messages on the ESPN LA USC Trojans Media Network.
You want a sub stacked high with meat and cheese? You go to Jersey Mike's. You want an off-the-charts radio idea? You go to me. Like this. I'm a grizzled cowboy. The sheriff doesn't like the look of me. He challenges me to a duel. We draw, and bang, I go down. But the Jersey Mike's sub in my pocket, stacked with layers of meat and cheese, saves me. Everyone cheers. I'm the new sheriff. And I renamed the town Fresh Slicington. Subs always stacked high. Jersey Mike's, a sub above.
It takes hard work to be the best in the game. Planning, commitment, resilience, sweat. That's why Old Dominion Freight Line, the #1 national LTL carrier for quality, works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs. Old Dominion Freight Line, official freight carrier of USC Athletics, helping the world keep promises.
Coors Light presents To Chill or Not to Chill. When your friend skips your favorite song on the playlist. End the friendship. Or choose chill because that song lives rent-free in your head anyway. And you planned ahead by bringing Coors Light to the party. And the sound of that ice-cold can cracking open was music to your ears already. Coors Light. Choose chill. Celebrate responsibly. 2024 Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado.
You're listening to USC Football on the home of the Trojans. 710 ESPN. Fight on.
The Modelo locker room report continues. The band has made its way out. The yellow shirts are leaving. And there's not much going on here in the Coliseum. But just a while ago, the Trojans, very active in the second half, in particular, beating Wisconsin today, 38-21. Back down to the Trojan victorious locker room. Here's Jordan.
You know, it's not very often that the big fella inside gets to tie for the team lead in tackles. So, to honor Shaun up in the booth, we had to get Kobe Pepe on here. Kobe, take us inside the trenches today. What was the battle like at the line of scrimmage?
Well, Wisconsin's obviously a very good team up front. And, going from this past week, listening to Coach Henny and, trying to get into the minds of, those players, seeing what formation they give us in, what looks we can get. So going out today in the second half, after all the adjustments, trying to just make sure that we know what blocks are coming, be able to play those blocks.
Your story is one of perseverance. People started noticing before this season. This day and age, most guys choose not to persevere. They choose to go somewhere else. What kept you here and kept you patient enough to wait for this opportunity?
Well, everything, I give all glory to God for keeping me straight and narrow, but also my parents. Me and my parents are huge SC fans growing up. And also at the beginning, it was Coach Nua. Coach Nua was always in my corner, coaching me every day, even if I wasn't playing. And, a few times in scout, like a few years ago, he'll still coach me up on the side. He didn't have to do that. So knowing that he was in my corner, wanting to continue my progression in football. So.
Guys, go ahead for Kobe.
Kobe, Shaun, Cody in the booth. Congratulations, big fella, on locking up the middle today, man, clogging that thing up. I saw Big 94. We called your name a bunch today. Obviously, you and Gavin Meyer, Nate Clifton, you guys have all rotated throughout the year. Who's kind of that next guy who's going to step in and fill that spot where we need another big body to hold it down?
This past week has been, Dev, Jade, Elijah. But today, Dev really picked up this week, and we liked him today.
Okay, so Devin Tompkins in that guy, big fella, big 98,
yes, sir.
Filling it up in there. Hey, I saw a double defensive lineman drop today. I know you probably saw it on the sideline.
Yeah.
A big fella's dream. Big Nate Clifton, Gavin Meyer got to drop. I know you're sad on the sideline there. You didn't get to drop because every big fella thinks when they drop they're going to get a pick. So I was sure you were sad on the sideline when those guys got to drop in coverage.
Oh, most definitely. We went in on Nate we thought he could have had that one.
That was coming. I thought Nate Clifton's going to have a pick right here. He didn't even turn his head.
Coach Henny, went in on him after that, but yeah, we're going to get the next one.
All right.
Pete Arbogast upstairs. I know you've played both inside and outside. Different techniques, different things. Which do you like better? Do you like being inside more?
Coach Henny likes us like switching around, but
sure.
For me personally, I like that 2-eye, but whatever the game allows, I'll play it.
Well, I think when you go to the next level, they like you the more things you can do, the more positions you can play.
Definitely.
You can tell them, have you ever played inside? Yeah. Have you played on the other side? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So a little bit of everything. Well, really interesting ball game. Big crowd here today. Did it, for you and for the rest of the guys that you know of, did it kind of wipe the feel and the taste of the Michigan game out of your face, out of your way?
After this game?
Yeah.
It was a good win. I believe it was a good win, but I think, that'll always be, a chip on our shoulders. Like, we just want them again. We hear the coaches saying it was down a few plays. Our defense played really well. If we just eliminate those explosive plays, I think we would be a really good defensively.
Well, I think it's a long way from here, but you get Michigan at home in the Coliseum next year.
Yep.
You should be here for that.
Yes, sir.
All right. Hey, congratulations. Good win today. We'll talk to you again.
Thank you.
All right, Kobe Pepe. Next time we go down to the locker room, that'll be we're going to keep it right here. We got the coach. Awesome.
Yes, we do.
We'll just make the shift, throw the headset on, and we'll go to town with Jordan and Coach Lincoln Riley after the Trojans beat Wisconsin 38-21 here at the LA Coliseum. You ready to go?
Yeah, I got the head coach, Lincoln Riley, on headset. Coach must have been a heck of a halftime speech. That's what we always imagined, that everything you said in there just came true in the second half. In reality, what happened?
It's fun when it does. No, we challenged our guys and ourselves. We didn't play the way that we wanted to play in the first half. Had 3 turnovers, gave up explosive plays on defense, didn't finish drives offensively, had the big special teams turnover. So didn't play good football. When you do that against a good team, a good program, like that's what's going to happen. And so, but we felt like, again, I think there was a calmness in the room in terms of or not calmness, but there certainly wasn't panic. We knew we needed to up our intensity, up our focus, play cleaner brand of football. We needed to string together, some really good series on offense, defense, and special teams, and really play some better complementary football. And we did that obviously in the second half.
Is there a moment, I asked the guys, is there a moment in the third quarter that you felt like, okay, that sparked them, now all of a sudden we got it going? Did you feel that at all?
Yeah, I think obviously recovering the fumble on the punt was a huge play, because we'd given one up ourselves. And so to be able to get that turnover was massive. And then, it was really just each side of the ball holding up their own, offense was moving it, scoring, defense was getting stops. We had the big pick six at the end of the game. Special teams stepped up, made some big plays. So a lot of good football.
Guys, go ahead for Coach.
Yeah, Coach, you mentioned turnovers. Congratulations on the win, first off. You mentioned turnovers and, some drop passes and just some ugly football in the first half. But to me, it kind of boils down to energy. What do you do when your team doesn't feel like the right energy is in the field? Maybe the fans aren't helping and you need to get that energy going. How do you kind of solve that riddle going forward with creating your own energy?
Yeah, typically you just got to play better. You know what I mean? At the end of the day, it's, players and crowds and all that are going to be more energetic when they see inspired play and good play. And that's I think we were very excited to play this game. We got off to a great start. Obviously drove it right down and scored, but weren't able to maintain it. So I think at the end of the day you still got to go play, and so we did that better in the second half. We got on a wave of momentum and then just never let go of it.
Coach, talk about the great start with Jacoby Lane right there, making a big play. I thought those guys, him and Deuce Robinson, took a forward step today as big-time guys. Obviously, last week, Zachariah, I thought, took that step. But this week, 2 big fellas, Jacoby Lane and Deuce Robinson, making plays for you. What does it mean to have those guys stepping up into those roles?
Yeah, they stepped up. They made some big-time plays. They made some tough, competitive plays, and in a tough game like that, again, against a tough opponent, you got to step up and go, and we did that. And so, but you got to have your guys, you got to give them opportunities, they got to go make them. And so they did. And, yeah, I think we had a lot of guys that made some really tough plays just all over the football team that really, got us going and inspired us.
JJ.
Hey, Coach, I know you never want to fall behind, but from a coaching standpoint, is this a good for you? Do you take this as a good experience for a situation for your team to experience in terms of now they have the confidence to know, even if they get off to a poor start, they can easily turn it around? I mean, is there a silver lining in this?
Oh, 100%. 100%. Okay. This is tough to do. Those of us that have been in these locker rooms, you know how it feels when you come in and you haven't played a good half, and you got to step up, and there's nowhere to run, there's nowhere to hide. Like, you got to go. And so to be able to do it, really, we've done it 2 weeks in a row, where we've came back and really played some good football. So, no, I think the team takes a lot of confidence in this and in our resilience. We're going to continue to get put in tough situations, and we've got to continue to respond like we did today.
This is somewhat tongue-in-cheek, but do we have to pay attention to Miller Moss running the football now?
I hope so. Yeah, it's good to keep him honest a little bit. He had some really good runs for us today.
Other than points, when you look at, and I've heard you talk about stats not being terribly important to you necessarily, but other than points, is there anything in particular you look at the end of the game and go, oh, boy, we really did well in that particular situation?
Well, I mean, yeah, it's a little bit of a tale of two halves. I mean, I think you always look at, yards per play, both offensively and defensively, just to kind of get an idea of, just the quality of ball you're playing. You certainly look at the situationals, third downs, red zone, and then obviously the turnovers as we see. I mean, that was the story of the game. They dominated the turnover battle in the first half and won the half, and then we dominated the turnover battle in the second half and won that half.
There were a couple of stats. You probably saw them, but I want to throw them out there again. You had 82 plays, 31 more offensive snaps than they did, 40 minutes of time of possession, and 13 of 19 on third and fourth down conversions. Those are winning numbers.
No, they were. That was a key to the game. And like I said, really, we were doing some of that even in the second half too, or in the first half too. It's just good football can get offset by turnovers like so quickly, and so. No, to be able to control it, keep them off the field was really important. Guys did a really good job of it.
Well, we've been cardiac kids here for 3 of the 4 weeks. I'd prefer it much next week in Minnesota. If we could possibly get ahead at halftime and then just pull away after that, that'd be great.
Hey, whatever it takes to get a win.
Baby. Understood. Thanks, Coach.
I appreciate you guys.
All right, that was the final word with head coach Lincoln Riley.
That was the final word from head coach Lincoln Riley, brought to you by Smart & Final.
Smart & Final is a proud sponsor of USC Athletics, and they're ready to help you add some serious flavor to your game day snack spread.
All right, we will come back. JJ and Shaun and I will talk a little bit about this one and what's coming up when we return. Trojans win at 38-21 over Wisconsin. Back after these messages, the Modelo Locker Room Report continues on ESPN LA and the USC Trojans Media Network.
In the heat of an intense play, there's nothing like a refreshing beverage to cool you down. With 15% alcohol by volume and a colorful collection of fun flavors, Buzz Balls are the perfect ready-to-drink cocktail for every moment of the game. Try the rich Choco Chiller, zesty lime Rita, spicy chili mango, or discover your new favorite flavor. Make every moment matter and buy Buzz Balls today. Buzz Balls is a proud partner of USC Athletics. You must be 21 years or older. Please enjoy Buzz Balls responsibly. Buzz Balls, Carrollton, Texas.
Now, two pigeons and Coach Prime bemoaning the fact you can stream DirecTV satellite-free.
These humans get the biggest college football games on DirecTV, and we don't even get a satellite dish.
Enough squawking.
It's Coach Prime.
Bring it in. Sure, they can get all that college football without a dish, but you still got your passion, your drive, your resolve, your...
incredible career as a football icon?
No, that's me.
Stream the biggest college football games. No satellite dish. Visit DirecTV.com.
Ready to take your goals to the end zone? If you live in LA or Orange counties, a bank-beating loan from USC Credit Union could be your winning play. Whether it's purchasing a new or used car, earning credit card rewards, switching to clean energy, or buying your dream home, we've got competitive rates, quick approvals, and expert guidance to get it done. Make the winning play and fight on to savings with an affordable USC Credit Union loan today. Visit usccreditunion.org to get started. Federally insured by the NCUA, Equal Opportunity Housing.
You're listening to USC Football on the home of the Trojans, 710 ESPN. Fight on.
Trojans with a comeback win today, 28 points unanswered in the second half to turn around a 21-10 deficit at halftime and win 38-21 to move their record to 3-1, 1-1 in conference play, and set up a date at Minnesota next week against the Golden Gophers. First trip there in 14 years. Minnesota, we thought for a moment, they don't look very good so far. And then they went to Ann Arbor and lost 27-24, so now they've got our attention. Let's go back down to Jordan real quick. We'll do a little round the horn here with the four of us. And Jordan, a heck of a comeback win and a great finish for the Trojans here today, and they really needed it.
Yeah, 28-0 second half, and I talked to when I talked to people at halftime. I mean, the biggest thing I thought was this was a massive half, not upcoming. Not only for this season, but just sort of Lincoln Riley here in year 3. Like, this just felt a little pivotal. It's kind of needed to get done, and it's hard to do down 21-10. It's no guarantee, but this program kind of needed it because you just don't really know where things go at 2-2 and 0-2 in Big Ten play. So, they pull this one out. All of a sudden, you're sitting at 3-1. You're going on the road with a very winnable game next week against Minnesota, and you're off and running again. So, a big-time second half of the program.
Thanks for the work down there. We'll talk to you next week when we get ready to head off to the Twin Cities.
Thank you.
All right, Jordan Moore there. John Jackson is in the booth with us, as he is at every home game and in the studio when we're on the road. And, JJ, the adjustments that we talked about at halftime, they did them, and they won the game going away, 38-21. What's your takeaway from this thing going ahead to Minnesota next week?
Well, first of all, Pete, as a receiver, I hate the number 0. But in this case, I like 0 because 0, I'm not talking about Quentin Joyner. I'm just talking about the number of points the Trojans gave up in the second half. The defense, D'Anton Lynn's defense, steps up once again and shuts down Wisconsin. We knew that their confidence was up going into the second half, and they completely shut them down, did not give up a point. And the defense made the second half adjustments once again, and I think we're in good shape going into Minnesota to get a win. So please take care of business next week.
I was okay with them until they gave Michigan a game today, 27-24. So now all of a sudden you got to worry about Minnesota, for crying out loud.
Right.
Well, thanks for the work today.
Yeah.
We'll talk to you next week on the pregame show and all the way through the week. It's at least we can fall asleep at night this week without having to think about the.
I just need both of you guys to come ready to play next week.
I understand.
Okay?
I get it.
Be focused.
We got to start faster too.
Yeah.
I'll be ready to go at the
start.
beginning of the game. Shaun, a win's a win, and they had some pretty impressive numbers as it turns out. Those ones that I was listing off there, a pretty substantial effort in the second half. If you put the Michigan second half and the Wisconsin second half together, we got something going on now.
Yeah, I think you're learning about this team, right? They need. You found out, I think, something about this team. I think some people need to get smacked around to get angry, right? To get upset, get ready to play. And this might just be that team, right? This team came out, the energy seemed low with them. Didn't seem like they were, executing at a high level. They're a little passive, right? It didn't seem like there was big plays, no real sparks. Then get punched in the mouth and they come back and they responded 2 weeks in a row. Same kind of deal. So sometimes maybe but the key is can Lincoln Riley find that thing that pisses them off to start the game? I think is what really needs to happen. But it might just be a case where this team needs to get hat in the mouth, all right, we're ready to get bloodied, and then you taste that blood a little bit and you're ready to go. So, but a team has definitely shown some fight so far, and that's something you'd be proud of, that they've really responded in these second halves. You can't win it in the first half anyways, so might as well get better in the second half.
Good work, big fella. We'll see you next week.
Thanks, Pete.
Our next broadcast is coming up next Saturday, October the 5th, when the Trojans travel to Minnesota to take on the Golden Gophers of the University of Minnesota. Kickoff time, L.A. time, is at 4:30, and our broadcast begins at 2:30 on the ESPN LA USC Trojans Media Network. Stay tuned now for the USC Trojan wrap-up show as Jason Schwartz and Sua Cravens talk Trojan football, and take your calls at 866-961-3776. That's 866-961-ESPN. Our thanks to our studio board operators Chris Morales and Brian Cohen. Highlights provided by Jose De La Roca. Our associate producer, Eli Kleinman. Spotter and statsman, Bert Awada. Producer-engineer, Rick Cutler. Our producer, director, and birthday girl, Gia Lares. The executive producer of USC football is Matt Wells. Now for Shaun, Cody, Jordan Moore, and John Jackson, this is Pete Arbogast reminding you again the final score here at the Coliseum in Los Angeles. USC 38 and Wisconsin 21. Fight on, everybody.
You've been listening to the Modelo Locker Room Report. Brought to you by
Modelo, the fighting spirit of the USC Trojans.
Pechanga Resort Casino, proud partner of USC football.
Postmates, great restaurant selection and no delivery fee or service fee on eligible orders. Fight on. And by Salaya Tequila,
proud partner of the USC Trojans.
Proud partner of the USC Trojans.